and severe caps for the next 10 years. You know, the Republicans have claimed that veterans' health care would be protected.
That's BS.
That is not the case. It is not.
Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Time now, 7 a.m. on the East Coast, 4 a.m. over on the West Coast. We appreciate everybody waking up this morning to join us to learn more about everything happening today, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I want to turn right now to the very latest out of that meeting between President Biden hosting the South Korean president over at the White House just last night. There you see President Yoon Suk-yeol and his wife greeted by the president and first lady ahead of an official state dinner. The visit comes as the U.S. and South Korea mark the 70th anniversary of the alliance between the two countries. Meanwhile, the U.S. and South Korea have invited the visiting head of state to speak before Congress just this afternoon. U.S. lawmakers say the relationship between the U.S. and the Republic of Korea is one of great importance and significance, and they said that the meeting will provide an ideal platform for the president of South Korea to share his vision for the future of that alliance. And moving on this morning, we also know that a nearly 30-year-old rape claim against Donald Trump went to trial Tuesday as jurors in the federal civil case heard a former advice columnist's allegations of being attacked in a luxury department store dressing room. The former president says nothing happened between them. Jean Carroll will testify that what unfolded in just a few minutes in a fitting room in New York in 1996, saying that would change her life forever. One of her lawyers, Sean Crowley, said during an opening statement, "I'm filled with fear and shame. She kept silent for decades," she said. Trump, who wasn't in court but hasn't ruled out testifying, has called Carroll a, quote, nut job who fabricated the rape claim to sell her book. Defense attorney Joe Tacopina told jurors Tuesday that her story was wildly implausible and short of evidence. And we also know that the suspected U.S. documents leaker is expected back in a Boston court sometime this morning or perhaps in the afternoon. The Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified national security documents, Jack Teixeira, is expected back in court in Boston sometime today. Teixeira, he worked as a cybersecurity journeyman for the Air National Guard and is accused of initially sharing typed out classified information over messages in a small private server called Thug Shaker Central, which had about 50 members before he provided photos of classified documents. Teixeira was later accused of sharing the information, which includes details about troop movement in Russia's war with Ukraine, with a larger public server that included hundreds of members. He was actually arrested at his home in North Dighton, Massachusetts back in April, on the 13th of April, following an investigation into the alleged unauthorized removal, retention, and transmission of classified national defense documents and information. So that is something certainly that we're going to stay tuned into. We'll make sure to bring you the very latest out of that as soon as we get it. Once he appears in court, if we can get any video outside the courthouse, we'll make sure to bring that to you. Obviously, it's a federal court case, so likely not to have any cameras inside the room. I now want to turn over to Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis. He spoke in Israel just last night. It happened actually early this morning. Their time, of course. They're several hours ahead of us. We're going to go ahead and switch over to listen into that feed from Governor Ron DeSantis, again speaking in Israel.
North America and South America. We just recently moved because of the business-friendly state and all of the many things that Florida has to offer. We've moved our headquarters after more than 50 years to the state of Florida. And with that, we're also expanding our air service, as the governor mentioned. Florida will be the only state in the United States where El Al serves two different airports, and that's because of the growing demand, the growing traffic, and the relationship in many different facets between Israel and the United States, and specifically Florida. So we're very honored, and I think most importantly, as the governor announced, the initiative and our partnership with Avenger Flight Group to build the flight training center here. I think most of us feel very, very comfortable in knowing that we are flying when we're traveling on El Al with the most disciplined, with the most skilled airmen in the skies. And a lot of that has to do with their Israeli military training. But beyond that now, we can further enhance that by bringing home here to Israel the most sophisticated simulator devices and training centers that will further augment the skill of our airmen and their superiority in airmanship. So, Governor, thank you very much. Thank you for everything that's been done for Enterprise Florida, for assisting us in growing that relationship. We're committed to building the bridge even wider and stronger, with the most seats, the most flights, and absolutely the most Jewish heart in service to Israel. Thank you very much.
So we're excited. I mean, think about it. You'll have airports. I don't know the exact mileage. Miami International, Fort Lauderdale, it's like 30 miles away, and you have direct flights from both of those places. And part of it is, yes, Florida's good for business, but part of it is, we've really seen a historic migration of American Jews and Israeli Americans moving to southern Florida. I mean, you look at some of these communities like a Ball Harbor, Surfside, you look at Boca Raton, some of you probably have places there. I mean, it's really, really boomed, and I think Florida's policies has really reinforced that. Everything from being really strong against things like BDS, but also doing things like school choice, where now, because of legislation I signed last month, every Florida parent is going to have access to a scholarship where their kids can go to the school of their choice. So for a Jewish family that wants a Jewish education, but they may not have enough money to be able to do that by themselves, they now have the ability to utilize that program in an even more robust way than in the past. And so that's very attractive to a lot of people. So we've really seen people vote with their feet, and I think those communities are humming as a result. Okay, Insight Tech.
Governor, thank you.
Of course.
You've kept the state of Florida free and open, and that has led to our success in Florida. And from the 2019 trade mission that you led, that I was great honored to be part of, we were able to grow a partnership. Insight Tech focuses on incisionless brain surgery using focused ultrasound. And through this partnership, we've placed $15 million to date of technology across the state of Florida at no cost with university systems and the hospital systems to be able to accelerate discoveries for next generation treatments for these brain diseases. Thank you for your commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't, it's just somebody, and there's a lot of great stuff going on in the United States and in other countries, but I'd say, pound for pound, the amount of innovation that's being done here in Israel is really second to none. I mean, it's incredible, and so we made a strategic decision in 2019 to get here, fly Florida's flag, let them know we want to be part of that, and we're seeing that, and not just with the brain, which is very important, especially we talk about Alzheimer's in Florida, but I mentioned in my speech, we found a company that does things that combat algal blooms. And so this is something that we're working on in Florida. And so you have Israeli company now in Lake Okeechobee, halfway around the world fighting our algal blooms. And so it's been something that's really, really been positive. So I want to thank everyone that's been involved, and we look forward to even more good things to come in the future. Now, I'm also going to sign a couple measures. I'm going to sign a bill that the Florida legislature has recently passed, and I'm going to sign a proclamation from the state of Florida. So do we have our representatives here? Randy Fine and Caruso, you guys come on up. So Florida has really led, and a lot of it is because of these representatives, led the fight against anti-Semitism, particularly in our public institutions like universities. Unfortunately, in the United States, the universities have become hotbeds for this type of thinking. And through Randy's effort and Mike's efforts and other members of the legislature, we were able to push back on that in 2019. We also, though, this year had an opportunity, the legislature saw an opportunity to take even more actions to combat anti-Semitism. You in the United States, you have a constitutionally protected right to say whatever you want, no matter how distasteful it is, no matter how hateful it is, and that's just the way it is. But you don't have a right to threaten people. You don't have a right to harass people. You don't have a right to intimidate somebody, particularly on the basis of somebody's religious affiliation or whether they may be wearing a kippah. That is different than just expressing your opinion. And so we have looked, I think the legislature looked, okay, what can we do in Florida to enhance the ability to hold people accountable when they're not just giving an opinion, however distasteful it is, but when that really crosses the line into threatening conduct. And that's what the legislature has done. This is going to provide more tools to be able to combat anti-Semitic activity, including things like, if you have a synagogue and someone shines a swastika-like image on that, they have a right to do the image for themselves, but putting it on someone else's property, they're defining that this bill is a trespass, and you could be held accountable for infringing on somebody else's property rights. And so what they're doing is really saying, okay, obviously we're going to uphold the First Amendment, and there's just no way around that. And honestly, you're much better off just having everything be protected than try to pick and choose. But when you have this type of conduct, what can you do? So now there's going to be more tools to be able to do that. So I want to commend both the legislators for being involved, and they came all the way to Israel to bring the bill here, and we're going to be able to sign the bill here in Israel, and that will be on the books in Florida momentarily. I'm also going to sign a proclamation to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Israel's independence and to highlight the important relationship between Florida and Israel. I was able to give a speech here at the Museum of Tolerance earlier, and I think if you look back at the dawn of the modern Jewish state, there were huge odds. I mean, everything was basically stacked against these folks. I mean, it was really just a ragtag group of people that wanted a Jewish state, and I think the good money would have been, this is just not going to work, right? They fought, they persevered, they faced probably more challenges than any people have faced over the last 75 years, and not only have they been able to meet those challenges and surmount the challenges, you now have the only democracy in this region, humming economy, innovation, and really, I think, a sign of hope for people all across the world. And so in Florida, we're proud to be playing a small role in Israel's development with this great relationship that we have. And it's not just based on interest. Yes, the economy stuff's good, this innovation, it's good. I think it's going to end up saving a lot of lives in Florida, and that's really significant. But it also is rooted in shared values. It's rooted in cultural and religious affinities. And I think that we have, if you go in the winter in South Florida, I think we probably have the largest Jewish population in the winter, probably, of anyone in the country, but certainly close if it's not the top. And so that's just something that we're proud of and want to continue to do it. So I'm going to go put my John Hancock on these two so you guys can come over. All right, so first we're going to do the proclamation.
להוריד מצלמות.
תורידו בבקשה טלפון.
להוריד מצלמות. להוריד את הטלפון.
Great day, great momentum week. And now we have the bill to combat anti-Semitism and other types
Could you put your phone down, please?
conduct. And today's date is, what's today's date? Yes. Should have known that. Okay, that's in the books. We're fighting back. Anyone else want a pen?
Can you sit down, please?
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. All righty. Well, thanks so much. All right, I'll start with the Jerusalem Post. Are you here since you hosted this? Where's Jerusalem Post? Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you so much for sending that bill, and I also noted that when you spoke, you talked about the importance of Holocaust education. Can you also address, though, some steps that have been taken?
All right, you've been listening in there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Jerusalem. He gave a news conference for Israeli and foreign media as he visits Jerusalem and attends the conference called Celebrate the Faces of Israel by the Museum of Tolerance, Jerusalem, and the Jerusalem Post newspaper. All right, we're switching gears back to the States this morning, heading over to continue our coverage of that trial against former President Donald Trump. The woman accusing former President Trump of raping her in a Manhattan department store is expected to be back on the witness stand today. It follows a dramatic testimony about the alleged attack. Fox 5's New York's Briella Tomasetti has the very latest on this morning from Manhattan. Good morning, Briella. How are you doing today?
We're good out here, Giacomo. Good morning to you. So Eugene Carroll's testimony lasted about 3.5 hours yesterday. She is expected to take the stand again today to be cross-examined by Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina. In that testimony, Carroll said she was so permanently shaken by her encounter with the former president, she was never truly able to have a romantic life ever again. She also admitted that she felt guilty for flirting with Trump before this all went down. And it's one of the many reasons why she said she never filed a police report. And took the witness stand with an emotional testimony. Carroll told the jury, "I'm here because Donald Trump raped me, and when I wrote about it, he said it didn't happen. He lied and shattered my reputation, and I'm here to try to get my life back." The former advice columnist laid out chilling details of the alleged sexual assault, testifying that she ran into Trump in Bergdorf Goodman's in spring of 1996. Then she says he asked her advice about a gift for a woman, and she agreed to help him. Carroll went on to say that she recommended a hat, but Trump suggested lingerie. She admitted to joking and flirting with the former president and even following him into the dressing room. That's when he allegedly attacked her. Afterwards, Carroll only told 2 friends and didn't file a police report, claiming that she was afraid Trump would retaliate. She went public with the accusation in a 2019 memoir and is now suing Trump for sexual battery and defamation. As Carroll was giving her testimony, Trump was busy on his Truth social media platform, denying that any of it ever happened and calling the whole thing a made-up scam. The former president writing in part, "There are no witnesses. Nobody saw this. She never made a police complaint. This is a fraudulent and false story. Witch hunt." E. Jean Carroll, the 70-year-old presiding over the case, Lewis Kaplan, warned Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, that his social media posts seemed to be crossing the line. Tacopina argued otherwise, but said he would speak to his client. Again, it's still unclear at this point. The attorneys haven't made it clear whether Trump will appear in court. He is not required to because this is a civil case. It is highly unlikely, though, that he will show up at this point. For now, it's very latest live here in Lower Manhattan. Giacomo, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Briella, I know as we discussed yesterday, that was a big topic. Folks were wondering about whether or not the former president might show up to court. Looks like he likely will not. Briella Tomasetti there on the ground with Fox 5 New York reporting on this important case. Thanks so much, Briella.
Thank you for having me.
All right, folks, moving on this morning. Time now 7:19 on the East Coast, 4:19 over on the West Coast. Continuing our rundown this morning following the very latest out of that House move. The House moving their bill to raise the debt ceiling and cut spending forward to the Senate. It's near certainty that that bill will never become law, leaving Republicans and the White House in the same place they were before those stalled debt limit negotiations. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard's in Washington following the latest on this.
The bill is passed.
By a razor-thin margin and with 4 GOP defections, House Republicans have managed to pass their debt ceiling bill. Speaker Kevin McCarthy is sending a message to President Biden that he's serious about talks on deep spending cuts in order to raise the debt limit.
The president can no longer ignore by not negotiating. We lifted the debt limit. We've sent it to the Senate. We've done our job.
The GOP bill would raise the debt limit until March of 2024 or increase it by $1.5 trillion, whichever is reached first. It's also full of spending cuts that Republicans say are necessary to rein in government spending. The president and his administration argue it's reckless of Republicans to risk a default.
They haven't figured out the debt limit yet.
In a potential sign of the deteriorating relationship between the president and speaker, with neither ready to blink, for Tuesday night's state dinner for the South Korean president, Speaker Kevin McCarthy was not given an invite.
The president knows how to do this. He and I did it in 2011. And he knows that sometimes in divided government, you don't get things exactly the way you want them. Until he and the Speaker of the House reach an agreement, will be at a standoff.
In a statement after the bill's passage, the White House said the president made clear the Republicans' plan has no chance of ever becoming law. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thanks to Lauren Blanchard for that reporting there. It's 7:21 on the East Coast, 4:21 over on the West Coast. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we'll reset with all our top stories, live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us today here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to move over now to the Montana House, where Montana Republicans barred a transgender lawmaker, Zoe Zephyr, from the House floor Wednesday, saying decorum rules after she rebuked colleagues supporting a ban on gender-affirming care for children and protested their efforts to silence her. The punishment marks the first time in nearly half a century that Montana lawmakers have sought such disciplinary action against one of their own. It caps a week-long standoff between Zephyr and House Republican leaders and formalizes their decision to silence her for saying that those voting in favor of the ban would have blood on their hands. Zephyr will still be able to vote and participate in committees, but not discuss proposals and amendments under consideration in that full House. The legislative session is set to end in early May. Now, we also have Andrew Kraft here with Live Now from Fox. He spoke with Tom Kuglin Helena. He's a reporter with the Independent Record covering that case.
Coming out of the state of Montana, I want to put up this tweet here. This from Tom Bridge there with a photo. Scenes from the Montana House where Zoe Behold, State Representative Zoe Zephyr, was just banned from the House of Representatives. So let's get an update on one of these really biggest news stories of the day. Today you watched, we took it live, Montana state lawmakers voting to censure Representative Zoe Zephyr for the rest of the 2023 season. These were some of the protests on the floor a couple of days ago there in Helena. For more on this story, we're joined by Tom Kuglin from the Helena Independent Record. Tom joins us now. Tom, thanks so much. Good to see you. We appreciate your reporting into this. Tell us more about what happened today and how did we get here, especially? This was a long time coming, and now it seems like it is over.
It is over in a couple different ways. The House did censure the Representative Zephyr, as you said, and also our session's actually going to end in about a week, we think. We only meet for 90 days every 2 years, so we do have a deadline coming up at the end, and we're almost there. So last week, Representative Zephyr rose on a bill. It was dealing with basically medical care for transgender minors. She had some pretty pointed words. She said that Republicans should be ashamed for voting for the bill and that they would have blood on their hands. She was referencing some words we've gotten here from people around the state that, parents of transgender youth who have, seen their young loved ones attempt suicide. And she was speaking to that, but that led to House Speaker Matt Regier declining to recognize her. That lasted about 3 or 4 days. She would attempt to buzz in to speak on bills, and Democrats would object. It would go to the board, and Republicans would choose to uphold that. There were a few Republicans who decided not to, but they changed their minds after what happened on Monday. So I was on the House floor on Monday. We knew this large protest was going on outside. We went out and covered that. We came back. They filled the gallery. And that's when we saw, some kind of shuffling of the bills. So some of the bills that we would expect Zephyr to speak on moved down the board. That led to a kind of long leg period. And then when she did buzz in to speak on a bill that was dealing with parental rights in public schools, she was denied the right to speak. It went to the board again. And that's when really the crowd erupted, and you're seeing what happened after that.
So, Tom, you mentioned, though, that the legislative session is almost over. So what was done today on the House floor is essentially stripping her ability to speak at all for the rest of the legislative session. That's not, I guess, happening in the long term, if you will, because it is wrapping up soon, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's some unanswered questions here. What's going to happen with committees, because she is on committees.
Okay.
The committees are getting close to being done. We also have interim committees that meet between sessions. We don't know how that's going to affect that. She did say today that she does plan to run again. And Representative Zephyr comes from a very heavily Democratic area in the state, in Missoula, which is a college town. And I think she won with about 70 some odd % of the vote. So, you know, unless there's something unexpected, we'd probably expect to see her back in 2 years.
What does this say, though, Tom, about the state, I guess, of transgender rights, the ongoing debate in Montana there specifically? I mean, obviously she is an outlier. She is fighting against the Republican-controlled majority. They have spoken, stripping her right to speak there. Is there more appetite, though, for these pieces of legislation restricting some of these transgender rights there in the state? Are we going to see even more of that after this, or is it going to temper?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure. We certainly don't have time for it right now, just given the end of the session is next week. But, you know, Representative Zephyr is the first transgender woman to be elected to our state house. So while 2 years ago we saw, I would say, some of the first bills dealing with transgender issues, this is the first time we've had a representative that directly was speaking, you know, from her personal experience and observation. That certainly didn't necessarily mesh with what a lot of the Republicans were doing, bringing these bills and voting for these bills. So I'm not sure if the temperature has been turned down or turned up. There's some moves going forward, such as like the galleries for the House that we used to allow the public in have been closed moving forward. So, you know, the opportunity maybe to disrupt the House floor again may not be there for the next 7 days, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did see, you know, additional protests or demonstrations in the coming days. Today's protest was quite a bit smaller than the one we saw on Monday before the House was disrupted for about an hour, and then came back and finished their business for the day.
Okay, and Tom, just lastly, what about from Zephyr's perspective? We have reached out to her office here on Live Now from Fox. What has she said in the wake of all of this? Is she emboldened? Is she apologetic at all for those remarks that, you know, her Republican colleagues would essentially have blood on their hands if these bills were passed? Does she regret that? Have you spoken with her?
She did have a media availability right after the vote. She said she expected the vote to go down as it did, that basically the Republicans wouldn't have brought the motion if they thought they weren't going to be successful. There was 3 Republicans that basically voted against the Speaker's motion earlier in the week that then flipped to give them the 2/3 needed to make the vote today. 2 of those Republicans actually spoke in favor of the bill on the floor. Zephyr, you know, she's defiant in this. She says, you know, she was speaking for her perspective, and that, you know, part of this is that not only has she been silenced, but now her 11,000 odd constituents also don't have sort of that voice and have been disenfranchised as well. So we certainly didn't hear any sort of contrition or anything like that or regret. She said she's standing up for democracy and her values in her community, and she's sticking by that.
All right, Tom Kugelin with the Helena Independent Record. We appreciate your time. I know you got to go, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, Andy.
All right, thanks so much to Andrew Kraft for that reporting. Time now 7:33 on the East Coast, 4:33 over on the West Coast. Time to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. I'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a live look over the U.S. Capitol this morning. A bit of a hazy day in Washington, D.C., but you can see through all that white the Star-Spangled Banner right there, right on the side of the dome of the U.S. Capitol. Just released Fox News polls show most voters think the economy is in bad shape. A record number feel it's getting worse for their family, and not many think President Biden is helping. Just 44% approve of the president's performance, but the president's enjoying a comfortable margin over his two announced primary challengers for now. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the details.
Say the number. It doesn't register with me. People are going to find out, they're going to see a race, and they're going to judge whether or not I have it or don't have it.
President Biden says he took a hard look at his age before launching a re-election campaign at 80, and he feels good. But critics point to the vice president's prominence in his announcement video as a nod to the obvious.
I think there's a real focus on trying to lift her up here because people are going to ask, like, who's your backup?
New Fox polling shows a modest bump in the VP's approval rating, 43%, up 4 points since January. Biden's numbers ticked up just a point in the same period, but compared to 2 years ago, he's down by 10. Biden today, unfazed.
I noticed the polling data I keep hearing about is that I'm between 42 and 46% favorable rating, et cetera. But everybody running for re-election in this time has been in the same position. They're making it sound like Biden's really underwater.
Biden's personal ratings actually are underwater. While 62% of Democrat primary voters still back him, nearly a fifth throw their weight behind Robert Kennedy Jr., lending weight to calls from some progressives to hold debates, which Republicans would love to see, especially because Biden rarely even sits for interviews, something 76% of voters want regularly.
They don't want him in front of the press. I just hope the American people reject that.
Except today, the president did respond to this question from Fox on talks to raise the debt ceiling.
Will you meet with McCarthy?
Happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable.
One thing we know, no meeting will happen tonight. The House Speaker was not invited to tonight's state dinner, despite attending the last one. The president will instead continue talks with South Korean President Yoon about the new agreement they signed countering North Korea's threat, which includes a promise from Biden that if Kim Jong-un launches a nuclear attack, the U.S. will respond, including with its own nuclear arsenal. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Alrighty, taking a look now over Atlantic City. You got the beautiful boardwalk there and a Ferris wheel happening over again in Atlantic City. Moving on to Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis getting sued by the Walt Disney Company. Disney asking a court to overturn state efforts to take control of the company's Florida theme parks. Fox Business correspondent Ashley Webster has that story.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over the takeover of its theme park district in Orlando. The suit reportedly came minutes after DeSantis' newly appointed oversight board nullified 2 of Disney's development contracts. In the complaint, Disney accuses DeSantis of violating the company's contract rights, its First Amendment rights, and of waging a, quote, targeted campaign of government retaliation. It's the very latest move in an ongoing feud that began last year after Disney opposed a new state law that critics called the Don't Say Gay bill. And while DeSantis hasn't directly commented on the suit yet, his communications director did release a statement saying, quote, "We are unaware of any legal right that a company has to operate its own government or maintain special privileges not held by other businesses in the state. This lawsuit is yet another unfortunate example of their hope to undermine the will of the Florida voters and operate outside the bounds of the law." DeSantis' feud with Disney comes as the Republican gets ready to launch a much-anticipated presidential campaign. His primary rivals, though, have already started criticizing the conflict.
To use the power of government to shut down businesses or to punish businesses doesn't seem conservative to me.
Businesses were my partners, because if you take care of your businesses, you take care of your economy takes care of the people, and everyone wins.
The lawsuit is also going after some of the members of DeSantis' newly appointed oversight board. In Florida, Ashley Webster, Fox Business.
All right, thanks to Ashley Webster for that reporting there on the very latest showdown between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney. Time now 7:41 on the East Coast, 4:41 over on the West Coast. We're going to go ahead and take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we come back, we'll bring you the very latest on the severe weather ripping through parts of Central Florida. Stick with us. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, taking a live look this morning over the U.S. Capitol there. A lot of things obviously happening today after the very latest on the debt ceiling. We know House Republicans did move forward with raising the debt ceiling, but now begins a long-awaited fight on a potential bill for an actual budget. Also, conversations about whether or not that raising of the debt ceiling will actually make it through even to the Senate. Some experts say they don't believe it will be moving forward. And we have the very latest on some storms that happened through Central Florida just yesterday. You can see some of the damages there. Take a look at that. Hail making holes in the side of a Groveland mobile home off I-95 in Melbourne, Florida, even shattering some windows. The homeowner was inside at the time and unfortunately got a cut on her leg, but outside the storm damaged fencing and toppled trees.
I heard a lot of noises, okay, and a lot of hails hitting the windows and the wall. And then when I went outside to look, I saw the tree falling on my vehicle.
In Palm Bay, the winds flipped a camper on its side. A mother and her 3 young sons were inside at the time. The family says the mom and her 1-year-old went to the hospital because of injuries to their arms. And from the looks of the damage inside, it could have been much worse. Yeah, take a look at some of that damage there. You can see, again, those shattered windows, certainly broken fences and trees downed over vehicles. Take another look over at the U.S. Capitol today as we get into our next story. We're continuing our conversations about the South Korean president taking a visit to the United States. President Biden hosted the South Korean president at the White House Wednesday. There you can see the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, and his wife greeted by the president and First Lady ahead of an official state dinner. The visit comes as the U.S. and South Korea mark the 70th anniversary of the alliance between those two countries. Meanwhile, U.S. congressional leaders have invited the visiting head of state to speak before Congress. U.S. lawmakers say that the relationship between the U.S. and the Republic of Korea is one of great importance and significance, and said that the meeting would provide an ideal platform for you to share your vision for the future of the U.S.-Korea alliance. Again, the president of South Korea expected to speak at the U.S. Capitol sometime today, either this morning or perhaps in the afternoon. We'll make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. And we're going to turn now to a conversation that Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft had with national security expert Hal Kempfert on that South Korea visit, and continuing to follow the very latest also on all of those stories happening out of the East. Let's take a listen.
Hal Kempfert, national security expert. And Hal, thanks so much for being with us. I remember, about a month ago, we had talked about the Wall Street Journal first reported this call was going to take place. It's been about a month's time, and it has, in fact, taken place. Are we looking too much into this? It's just a phone call. The Wall Street Journal is reporting Zelensky said the call was, quote, long and meaningful. He later wrote on Telegram that he paid particular attention to the ways of possible cooperation to establish a just and sustainable peace from Ukraine. What do you make of this? Is this just a opening foray into more Ukrainian-Chinese relations?
Andrew, that's a great question. I was thinking about that today, but there's a couple things I want to kind of juxtapose this with. Their ambassador to France really kind of, I think, went off script and started talking about how Ukraine and then the other former Soviet states didn't really have sovereign rights or shouldn't be sovereign countries, and China had to kind of back that a little bit off, because of he basically was saying that Kazakhstan and all these other states, he appeared to be alluding to the Balkan or to the Baltic states, but he was also bringing in all these South Asian nations that are in supposed alliance with Russia. And so that really threw Xi and China a little bit off balance on the international scene because of how strong those words were. And the ambassador is still in place, so they're kind of backing that off. So I thought the timing of what he said with this phone call, it almost seemed like he needed to take immediate corrective action on the international scene to show that China wasn't this sort of extreme player that their ambassador made it sound like. So I thought that was something that may have been tied to the timing.
Okay.
If I could say, though, it was also an hour long, so it was a very substantive call.
Yeah. To that point, though, I mean, that's not China's official line. They don't see the former Soviet republics as having no standing on the international stage. That's what the Chinese ambassador was alluding to. You're saying this was a cleanup call because of that to Zelensky over that specifically.
It's an indirect cleanup call, and I'm not saying that this phone call was directly tied to that, but I think it was tied to the timing. I think he's been saying for quite some time that he means to call Zelensky. I think, certainly for the first year, I would say that part of it was kind of a hope, I think, or at least a belief that the Russians might militarily prevail. I mean, if you remember at the beginning of the war, the Russians thought that they would be able to sweep in there within a couple of weeks. They'd basically take over Ukraine. Obviously, that has not happened. It's also, he's watching very closely at what's happening there with all the flow of Western weapons coming in. All these Western main battle tanks are flowing in, the Leopard 2s, the Challenger 2s, all this other stuff, getting ready for this big spring counteroffensive. And China has a very robust intelligence capability. they're making their own assessments of how they think this is going to roll out. And I think they're very concerned, and they have every reason to be. And the Ukrainians are very confident that this is going to happen, that they're going to see a breakout along the lines. And when they look at the poor morale, poor leadership, poor training, poor conduct of the Russian forces, I think they're anticipating that it might be another Kharkiv Oblast like we saw last August, September, except on a much wider scale. And with all of that said, it's a really good time for the president of China to be talking to the president of Ukraine, because they need to be talking. I'll take us back to, if you recall, we were talking about this last, I think, February and March. Ukraine was part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. And so when this thing kicked off, when Russia invaded, they actually were, in many ways, interfering with China's plans of what they want to do with Ukraine. And so I think all of that in context, that kind of is the impetus of, hey, need to start having more robust relations with Ukraine, because it may very well be that come this time next year, that they're going to be trying to figure out how do they get their Belt and Road Initiative back on track in terms of what's going on.
Okay, so you're kind of forecasting there in the event of a Ukrainian victory. Do I have that right?
Yes,
okay.
I think that's what Xi's anticipating as well.
Okay,
yes.
So Hal, let's talk about, though, China's ever-increasing rhetoric and role about they want to have a seat at the table when it comes to, if there ever are, negotiations to end the war. They want to play peacemaker. Do you think that was brought up in the call today?
Well, they said it was brought up in the call today, and that's been China's desire. It's interesting. China had that success with Saudi Arabia and Iran not too long ago, and it kind of propelled them as this mediation force on the world stage. If they could be the mediator that brings an end to this conflict, I think China would see that as a tremendous elevation of Chinese status worldwide. And of course, China sees itself as the emerging, or soon to be the superpower in their minds. So that would be a major milestone if they could achieve that. Now, with that said, Zelensky was very clear to them in saying that he wants to see the restoration of sovereign territorial integrity of all of Ukraine. That is not something that Xi has ever said. Obviously, that is diametrically opposed to what his ambassador in France said. And of course, that's not in any way in alignment with what Russia said. And of course, you have the Russia-Chinese friendship there. So with that, I would say there's a long way to go before China's going to step in as a mediator.
Okay, I just want to put up this tweet just to add another element to the story here. You can see Volodymyr Zelensky, he was tweeting this today. He said, "I had a long and meaningful phone call with President Xi Jinping. I believe that this call, as well as the appointment of Ukraine's ambassador to China, will give a powerful impetus to the development of our bilateral relations." We also learned that today, Hal, that Zelensky's office announcing the appointment of an ambassador to China. It's a post that's been vacant for 2 years. Last point on this story, Hal. Remember a couple of months ago, maybe late last year, I lose track of time, but we were talking about the fact that U.S. intelligence officials were increasingly concerned about China providing lethal munitions and weaponry to Russia. What is Vladimir Putin thinking today about this call with Xi and Zelensky? Do you think he's concerned about that, if he was going to rely on China for some of this military help?
I would assume he's thinking he's not going to see any lethal aid coming anytime soon. I would think that he's seeing things starting to shift in a very substantive way. He's also thinking that China is really hedging its bets. And, you can imagine in the Kremlin, he's looking at everything, what the forces are arrayed, and wondering what's going to come up or happen in the next month or two in terms of force on force with the Ukrainian counteroffensive. The fact that Xi has basically telegraphed that he thinks that Ukraine is probably going to prevail has got to be a big psychological setback for Putin. But it's just reality. It's reality on the ground. And China, in some ways, although they haven't been demonstrating that too much this last year or so, they have been traditionally very conservative players on the world stage, making incremental gains. And so this would be very consistent with that.
Okay, Hal, I want to kind of transition here. We're going to stay in Asia. We're going to talk about the Korean peninsula, both North Korea and South Korea. Of course, right now at the White House, we have this ongoing state dinner that the South Korean leader has been invited to by the Bidens there. And they held a joint press conference earlier today in the Rose Garden, to which I thought it was quite bellicose language coming from President Biden, speaking on the threat that North Korea poses, especially when it comes to nuclear war and what they would do to help out South Korea in the event of such a nuclear strike, to which Biden says, he was asked about this by a reporter, he says a nuclear attack by North Korea on South Korea would result in the end of the North Korean regime. President Biden and the South Korean leader both warned North Korea it would face a nuclear response and the end of the leadership there in Pyongyang if that ever came to pass. A nuclear saber rattling there in the Rose Garden today, man.
They had to be very, very clear. Okay, there was no room for ambiguity. North Korea, and particularly Kim, had to understand that if he was to do anything remotely like that, it would be the end of the regime. The code behind that is the end of North Korea, because that's actually what it would be. We're talking about here would be a massive, overwhelming response. The other thing is that missile that they recently launched was a solid-fueled missile. Now, that may not seem like much, but with liquid fuel, it takes a while to actually, fuel up the missile prior to launch. There are indications that we can pick up on, and this has been around for a very long time, decades. There's indications that can be picked up on when liquid fuel rockets are being basically fueled. With solid, there's very little warning time, and so that's what makes that type of missile much more dangerous, particularly in the hands of somebody like Kim Jong-un, who is somewhat mercurial, in that if he launches, he could launch very quickly with these new missiles. And so you're seeing any removal of ambiguity about the nuclear umbrella. We're going to be bringing in our submarines to dock. That's something we haven't done in over 40 years. Our boomers, I should say, our nuclear armed submarines will be openly docking. That's not so much a operational need. That is a very symbolic thing, is to have them docking at a South Korean port. The other thing that we've been doing, which gets some notice, is we've been flying some of our nuclear-capable bombers over the Korean Peninsula, south of the DMZ. But you always hear a very loud reaction from North Korea every time we do that, because it's basically signaling that our nuclear umbrella is there. And if they were to do anything with weapons of mass destruction, we are there with the full capability and the full intent to respond. This is taking it one more step. And there's probably intelligence that we don't know about that is probably driving that sort of thinking, that it's time to make a very clear statement. And it could be we're picking up on some. It's at North Korea, they call it the Hermit Kingdom. It's really tough to collect a lot of great intelligence of what's going on. But there are times when you're looking at it, you just need to really reinforce that they cannot win if they go that direction. And I've gone through this many years. I've done multiple war games and exercises on the Korean Peninsula, and I've seen this thing ramp up many times when we thought that something was going to happen. I think this solid state rocket, this missile, this ICBM, was enough in terms of all the things that we picked up on it, the telemetry and all the analysis, that we felt it was time to do this. Also, the other thing too is a lot made in the press about we collected intelligence, because of the leaks, the Carroll leaks, that we had collected intelligence on South Korea. And of course, for any ally, if they and we're the same way. We find out an ally's been collecting intelligence on us. It's irritating. All right.
Do you think it was brought up today?
Words, let's just say it's irritating, okay? The press has been constantly hitting the president of South Korea on this, asking this question. He's been very eloquently kind of sidestepping it and talking about, our strong alliance and firm bonds.
Yeah, we heard it.
but I think part of that is also with what's called the Washington Declaration, is to remove any doubt that there is any fissure or any strain in our alliance, that we're completely like that.
All right. Hal, as always, we appreciate your insight into these top international headlines. I wanted to focus it there on Asia today, and we'll definitely be bringing you on again. Thanks so much, Hal.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Let's talk about this even further. We want to bring into the conversation now Hal Kempfer, national security expert. And Hal, thanks so much for being with us. I remember, about a month ago, we had talked about the Wall Street Journal first reported this call was going to take place. It's been...
All right, you are taking a live look now over the U.S. Capitol as we continue to follow the very latest this morning out of continuing to follow that very important story again about Ukraine and the Chinese leader Xi Jinping speaking with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky over the phone for the first time since Russia launched its war in Ukraine, saying he'll send a peace envoy to Ukraine and other nations, according to Chinese state media. Beijing hopes to act as a mediator amid Russia's war with Ukraine, and China has tried to appear neutral in the war but has refused to criticize Moscow's invasion. We now want to bring in Etienne Sula. He's a research analyst with the Alliance for Securing Democracy. He's joining us this morning from Brussels. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Etienne. I first want to get started by just asking your reaction to hearing about this envoy being sent to Ukraine.
Thank you for having me, Luca. And I think, honestly, to give credit where credit is due, it is a positive development that the call did take place and that China has taken this commitment to send an envoy and as well as to not add fuel to the fire, which I think most reports interpret as meaning that it would not provide weapons to Russia. So that part is quite positive.
Now, it's taken quite some time even to be able to get these two leaders on the phone together. What do you think was stalling there? What was kind of, and then what eventually bridged the gap?
So that's, I guess, where the positive note ends, because really China, since day one of the invasion, has been supporting Russia. We've termed it kind of pro-Russian neutrality, where ostensibly China says it's neutral, but in fact, in particular in the information space, Chinese diplomats and state media have been echoing Russian talking points throughout the world, and particularly in the global south, in Africa and Latin America, and really helping legitimize Russia's position. So I think that would be a big explainer on why it took so long for China to do this.
And China for a while has been really tiptoeing around this conflict, trying to stay neutral while also maintaining its friendship and also making it very vocal that they are still very friendly with Russia. In terms of how the Ukrainians are thinking, there's been many discussions from especially Western leaders attempting to convince Moscow to pull out, to stop this assault on Ukraine. What do you think China will be able to accomplish that perhaps Western diplomats have not been able to?
That's a hard question. I think it's very obvious that China and Russia have been, the relationship has been improving there. Last month, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin met in person in Moscow, and it was very clear from the images that came out of the meeting that the relationship there is going quite well. And I can imagine that Beijing is quite keen to keep this good relationship with its northern neighbor, in particular as competition with the U.S. and its allies intensifies. So it will be a difficult balancing act for Beijing, basically, to pressure Moscow or to try to get Moscow to downgrade its aggression without jeopardizing this friendship that I think is very precious for Beijing.
For China, what does this mean to essentially have this type of a relationship with Ukraine and to be essentially kind of at the spearhead of attempting peace negotiations between these two countries, which it appears Western nations have struggled to be able to do.
So this is very clearly part of China's more broader diplomatic push to portray itself as a responsible, global power that favors peace, and that would maybe be a good alternative to the U.S. and its allies in terms of global governance. I'm not sure that China's efforts to portray itself as a neutral mediator can be successful, though, given what I mentioned earlier about their consistent support for Russian talking points and Russian positions since the outbreak of the conflict. However, I think it's very important for China to keep up, at the very least, appearances in its efforts to woo Europe and to try and drive a wedge in the transatlantic alliance.
And you say appearances because you've done quite a bit of research into China and its impact on a global scale and some of the efforts that it's really had in terms of interference in foreign governments, correct? Can you talk to me about some of that research you've done there with the Alliance for Securing Democracy and really what it means in terms of, how is China seen on the world stage as, in diplomacy terms?
Absolutely. So, it's very clear that competition between China and the United States in particular is intensifying, but with the possibility of a conflict erupting over Taiwan, China is trying to shore up support. And so it's been doing that in the global south, but also by trying to weaken the alliance between the United States and Europe. So you had the trip, Macron's trip to China last week that was quite successful for China. Unfortunately for Beijing, this weekend, the Chinese ambassador to France came out saying that China didn't recognize the sovereignty of former Soviet states, which of course created a huge ripple effect throughout Europe, with a lot of Central and Eastern European countries being very upset and essentially China losing all the benefit it had from the Macron trip. So I also see this call to Zelensky as a way for China to kind of, if not reset, at least regain some ground in its relationship with Europe.
The impact on China's decision to do that, and in terms of its support for Russia, in terms of the decision of not recognizing sovereignty of former Soviet states, there has been this, at least speculation that Vladimir Putin, at least in some form or fashion, is attempting to reunify some of the former states, obviously Ukraine being one of them in this latest attack. How does that then, does it embolden Russia? What happens in terms of that kind of identification on a world stage?
Well, what's very clear is that Russian state media was very happy with the Chinese ambassador in France's statement. I think they called it very modern. China itself has had to go into damage control and has taken down the transcript of the interview. They've issued a public statement saying that this was just the ambassador's personal views and did not reflect in any way China's position. But in a way, the harm is done. And the ambassador who pronounced these words is still in post. So it's hard to see that, it's hard to convince Central and Eastern European countries of China's good faith efforts to be a neutral mediator in the crisis when it leaves an ambassador that says something so outrageous in his position.
Now, getting into one of my final questions, what do you think it will take to broker peace in Ukraine? What do the Ukrainians want, which I believe is perhaps most important in ending this conflict, because they in fact are the invaded in this case?
I think it's important to, not make false equivalences between Ukraine and Russia, which is what China has been doing a lot. It often talks about the legitimate security concerns of all countries involved. So kind of drawing this false equivalence between Russia, the aggressor, and Ukraine, the victim of aggression. It's very clear that, Ukrainians are still determined to keep on fighting. They want to regain the territory that they lost. And I think it's difficult for other countries, whether it be China or even Western countries, to try and impose conditions on Ukrainians if they want to continue fighting for their territorial integrity.
And at this point, given all the fighting, all of the lives that have been lost, do you believe that that geographically includes Crimea?
So this is really, outside of my expertise area, since I really focus on China's actions. I think the international, consensus is that Crimea is a part of Ukraine. And again, if the Ukrainians are determined to keep on fighting, it will be very difficult for other countries to make that determination for them.
Absolutely. Aitian Sula, any closing thoughts before we let you go?
Thank you very much for having me. It's been very interesting talking with you.
I appreciate it. Very contextual answers there from Aitian Sula. He's a research analyst with the German Marshall Fund's Alliance for Securing Democracy. Thank you so much for joining us early this morning over there in Brussels, Belgium.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and move on this morning to our first commercial break of the hour, 8:11 on the East Coast, 5:11 over on the West Coast. We'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes.
Josh.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 8:14 over on the East Coast, 5:14 over on the West Coast. Communities near the southwest border could soon face a surge as a pandemic-era immigration policies expect to expire on May the 11th. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano is reporting for us this morning from Yuma, Arizona.
42 is a health-related measure put in place under the Trump administration to allow officials to deport anyone coming into the country who could spread diseases like COVID-19. But the Biden administration has been trying to end that rule for over a year now. There's only one hospital here in Yuma, Arizona, and they're bracing for a lot of people.
When a migrant comes in, they get the same care everybody else gets. The biggest differentiator is that migrants don't have a payer source.
Yuma Regional Medical Center, the area's only hospital, spent $26 million in uncompensated care for migrants between December 2021 and November 2022, a majority going to the emergency department and maternity unit.
We're very concerned, with the number that are going to come in, and we hope that we're not going to get the same number that we had in the past, but we're preparing just in case that we do.
During the peak of border crossings here in December 2021, about 6,000 people crossed in a matter of days. About a third of migrants the hospital receives are pregnant women and their children. They trickle in at once since border crossers often travel in groups.
Many of the babies wind up in our neonatal intensive care unit. Mom often gets discharged before the baby, but we never want mom and baby separated. So sometimes we'll just keep mom in a room here for a number of days until her baby, is out of the neonatal intensive care unit, or we'll put them up in a hotel.
The hospital CEO says the volume of people who will cross once Title 42 ends is unsustainable. One lawyer calling the situation a stampede.
And so surges, just like you can imagine, a stampede is a dangerous place to be. There may be a lot of people who are expecting that they will have a more regular process in the United States than at least they have in the last 3 years.
The hospital says they're well staffed, but they need funding. And other border cities are also prepping for a surge. The city of El Paso, Texas, already declaring a state of emergency. In Yuma, Arizona, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Ashley Soriano there in Yuma, Arizona, with the latest on that immigration policy ending. And President Biden hosted the South Korean president at the White House on Wednesday. There you can see the South Korean president standing there with his wife, as well as meeting the First Lady. This visit comes as the U.S. and South Korea mark the 70th anniversary of the alliance between the two countries. Meanwhile, U.S. congressional leaders have been invited to the visiting head of state, to speak in Congress sometime today. U.S. lawmakers say the relationship between the U.S. and the Republic of Korea is one of great importance and significance, and they said that the meeting would provide an ideal platform for him to share his vision of the future of the U.S.-Korean alliance. And that 21-year-old former Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified national security documents, Jack Teixeira, is expected to appear back in court again in Boston sometime today. Teixeira, who worked as a cybersecurity journeyman for the Air National Guard, is accused of initially sharing typed out classified information over messages in a small private server called Thug Shaker Central, which had about 50 members, before he provided photos of classified documents. Teixeira was later accused of sharing the information, which included details about troop movements in Russia's war with Ukraine, with a larger public server with hundreds of members. He was arrested at his home in North Dayton, Massachusetts on April the 13th following an FBI investigation into the alleged unauthorized removal, retention, and transmission of classified national defense information. Two other officers who were also in command of Jack Teixeira with the Massachusetts Air National Guards, who is accused of leaking intelligence documents over a social platform, again, were temporarily suspended. And we're also moving on today to continue the conversation about the case now against former President Trump. Another legal case against him, nearly 30 years old. A rape claim against Donald Trump went to trial Tuesday as jurors in the federal civil case heard a former advice columnist's allegations of being attacked in a luxury department store dressing room. The former president says nothing happened between them. E. Jean Carroll will testify that as to what unfolded in a few minutes in a fitting room in 1996, said that would change her life forever, one of her lawyers, Sean Crowley, said in opening statements. She was filled with fear and shame, and she kept silent for decades. Eventually, though, silence became impossible, according to her attorney. And when Carroll broke that silence back in 2019 during a memoir, the then president, quote, used the most powerful platform on earth to lie about what he had done. That's again according to the book written by Ms. Carroll. Trump, who wasn't in court but hasn't ruled out testifying, has called Carroll a, quote, nut job who fabricated the rape claim to sell her book. Defense attorney Joe Tacopina told jurors Tuesday that her story was wildly implausible and short of evidence. Time now is 8:20 over on the East Coast, 5:20 over on the West Coast. Time to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll return with much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. We'll see you back here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You are joining us now at 8:22 over on the East Coast, 5:22 over on the West Coast. A equity theft dispute in Minnesota is now heading to the Supreme Court. Very own's Andy Mack spoke with Fox News Channel's Mike Emanuel with the very latest on that.
Cases on top of cases. A big one revolving around a Minnesota forfeiture. We're going to be joined right now by Fox Chief Washington Correspondent Mike Emanuel. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What did we learn today as the Supreme Court heard this case?
Well, Andy, a fascinating debate going on. This property rights dispute has nationwide implications over the power of the government to take everything if homeowners don't pay back taxes. Hennepin County, Minnesota, which includes the Minneapolis area, seized 94-year-old Geraldine Tyler's former home for payment for approximately $15,000 in property taxes, penalties, interest, and costs. The home was then sold for $40,000, and under the state's forfeiture laws, the county kept the surplus money. Justice Clarence Thomas questioned the state's take-all policy.
At bottom, she's saying the county took her property, made a profit on it with surplus equity, and it belongs to her.
Minnesota is one of more than a dozen states and the District of Columbia that allows the practice. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson echoed the arguments of attorneys representing Minnesota.
What is your response to the county's, in their brief, suggestion that this really is kind of the fault of Ms. Tyler, because if she just kind of sold it on her own, or if she'd, taken it into her own hands to do this, then they wouldn't have had to?
An attorney who argued the case on behalf of Geraldine Tyler sounds upbeat.
It looks like a majority of the justices are troubled by the idea that the government doesn't just get to tack on penalties, interest, and fees, but is taking everything in these states. And I'm very hopeful we'll get a decision that says it's unconstitutional.
If she wins, her lawyers say Geraldine Tyler might want to use any recovered money to buy a new mattress. A ruling is expected in late June. Andy?
Thank you so much, Mike. And certainly this one has precedent in terms of how many states it impacts. Can you give us a little bit of an insight into what kind of precedent this sets for potentially other states to do the same?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At least 12 states and the District of Columbia have similar laws. And so it's fascinating because it was about $2,500 in back taxes that got this all started. With late fees and other charges, it grew up to $15,000. They sold her house for $40,000, and so the question is, what happened to the other 25 grand? Right. And so a lot of people are saying, like, okay, maybe the state should get its money back, but what about all the extra money? And so this happens a lot to elderly people, people who are suffering from health issues, who may be in the hospital. So these 12 other states or so and the District of Columbia may have to change their laws if the Supreme Court comes down in favor of this elderly woman.
All right, thank you so much, and certainly a tough story for a woman out of Minnesota, 94 years old, with the bills piled up. Thank you so much again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks so much to Andy Mack for that reporting there on the very latest about that Supreme Court case. Meanwhile, we're learning a new report found there were fewer active shooter incidents in 2022, but that doesn't necessarily mean there were less victims. Fox News correspondent Lauren Engel has the very latest on that.
549 children and teens have already been lost to gun violence this year alone. And yet here we are, burying our heads in the sand, ignoring the problem, and refusing to put legislation on the floor.
An emotional call for action by Florida Congressman Maxwell Frost on Capitol Hill Wednesday. Frost calling on Congress to take action on gun violence during a House subcommittee hearing on the consequences of school closures during the pandemic.
I recognize that the pandemic has had real impacts on American children, but make no mistake, for a brief time in this country, children didn't have to memorize emergency exits. Children didn't have to practice active shooter drills more than they're doing fire drills.
His remarks came as a new FBI report finds active shooter incidents in America went down last year from 61 incidents in 2021. The number of people shot, however, went up. 100 people were killed and more than 200 wounded in the 50 incidents designated active shooter situations in 2022. The highest number of casualties, counted as both deaths and injuries, happened during a 4th of July parade in Highland Park, Illinois, and at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Overall, Texas had the highest number of incidents at 6. Arizona, Florida, Michigan, and New York tied for second with 3 incidents each. Of the 50 active shooter situations tracked by the FBI, only 9 saw no deaths or injuries. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Laura Engel for that reporting. Time now, 8:28 on the East Coast, 5:28 on the West Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll return with a weather report coming up out of the Southwest after folks there received severe weather. See you back here. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. It's been a rough week for the head of the nation's second largest teachers union, Randi Weingarten. She was bombarded with questions from lawmakers over why she advocated for extended school closures during COVID. Critics say she was putting teachers ahead of students, and students are still paying the price. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
In about 2 weeks, the COVID-19 public health emergency declaration will end. But before turning the page, Congress is flipping back to the early days of the pandemic.
The effect on children has been vast, and to have no remorse on closing schools and keeping them closed for the length of the time is unconscionable.
On Wednesday, a subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic zeroed in on school closings, putting the head of the country's second largest teachers union on the spot.
Knew that remote education was not a substitute for opening schools, but we also knew that people had to be safe.
Some Republicans accuse her and the American Federation of Teachers of influencing the CDC school reopening guidelines, potentially negatively affecting students.
Do you remember how many edits that you suggested?
We suggested concepts, sir.
We are here to examine partisan allegations by House Republicans seeking to vilify our nation's dedicated educators.
AFT President Randi Weingarten says her union did nothing wrong.
It was not only appropriate for the CDC to confer with educators, it would have been irresponsible for them not to.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is also pushing back on the criticism that he shut down schools.
It was a personification of me as a person who essentially closed everything down.
As Congress conducts hearings, a report from the COVID crisis group blames a lack of disaster preparedness for the unraveling of the country's response, adding the nation is still not ready for the next pandemic. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks so much to Madeline Rivera for her reporting there. A disturbing story now out of Florida we turn to. One man suspected in the brutal murder of a food delivery driver and worker. Police say he was recently released from prison and had a convicted, police say is a recently released convict with a gang affiliation. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri following that story for us right now.
This individual is... what he did was demonic.
That's how the Pasco County Sheriff described the murder of an Uber Eats driver identified by family as Randall Cook. Investigators say the victim disappeared while delivering food to the Holiday, Florida rental home of 30-year-old Oscar Solis. Authorities say Solis, now back in custody, is affiliated with the MS-13 gang and had been released from an Indiana prison in January after serving time for assault and burglary.
You're talking about a very violent individual that released him on parole. And so, unfortunately, now we have a hardworking guy, a loving husband, who's no longer with us.
Last Wednesday, Cook texted his wife he was making one more delivery, but never came home. Detectives obtained his last GPS location from Uber, which led them to the suspect's house. Investigators say a roommate provided video showing the victim approaching the home with the food order, and video from the next day showing Solis carrying trash bags to the side of the house. Authorities say they found human remains in the bags and the victim's wedding ring and car keys inside the house. They believe Solis had attempted to rob the victim, but investigators and family members are still shocked by what appears to be a brutal attack on a stranger.
This man murdered my stepdad, my mom's husband, for no reason. We don't know them. We don't know this guy.
Investigators have interviewed two people seen on video leaving Solis's home shortly before the victim arrived, but authorities say Solis was alone at the house at the time of the murder. He is being held without bond at the Pasco County Jail. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
This individual is...
All right, thank you so much to Jonathan Siri for that reporting. Meanwhile, you're taking a live look right now at a peacock over in the Bronx. We have reports that this peacock actually bit a man. The man did not go to the hospital, but we are expecting a report from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses coming up in the next 45 minutes or so to discuss what happened there. Obviously a rare sighting there to see one of those birds walking around New York City area, the Big Apple, of course. But again, taking a live look at a peacock that allegedly bit a man in the Bronx. The person that was bit did not go to the hospital. Again, we'll have a report on that later on our show here on Live Now from Fox. But time now, 8:36 on the East Coast there in the Big Apple where that peacock is, and 5:36 over on the West Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. I'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. All right, coming back here live, taking a nice look at Pensacola Beach, Florida. Certainly a wet day over there in northern Florida. You can see some cloud coverage there, as well as it doesn't look like any rain on the ground, but fortunately traffic moving slightly well there. Again, in Pensacola Beach, Florida. This comes after, of course, Central Florida getting hit with some severe weather just yesterday. Some hail coming down, really damaging some homes there, fences and vehicles, of course. We brought you that story earlier today on Live Now from Fox. We'll pop that video up later so you can take a look at that. But I do want to switch over to the very latest out of the Montana House. Republicans there barring a transgender lawmaker, Zoe Zephyr, from the House floor on Wednesday, saying that decorum rules were broken after she rebuked colleagues supporting a ban on gender-affirming care for children and protested their efforts to silence her. The punishment marks the first time in nearly half a century that Montana lawmakers have sought such disciplinary action against one of their own. It caps a week-long standoff between Zephyr and House Republican leaders and formalizes their decision to silence her for saying that those voting in favor of the ban would have blood on their hands. Zephyr will still be able to vote and participate in committees, but not discuss proposals and amendments under consideration in the full House. The legislative session is set to end in early May. The fight over Zephyr's remarks has brought the nationwide debate over protest roles in democracy to Montana, where lawmakers punished her for voicing dissent, an increasingly prevalent move in state houses. Of course, we saw something very similar over in Tennessee, with 2 of the 3 Tennessee 3 being expelled. We're going to turn right now to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He spoke with Tom Kuglin-Helena. He is a reporter over at the Independent Record in Montana State, following this case for us now.
Coming out of the state of Montana, I want to put up this tweet here. This from Tom Bridge there with a photo. Scenes from the Montana House where Zoe Behold, State Representative Zoe Zephyr, was just banned from the House of Representatives. So let's get an update on one of these really biggest news stories of the day. Today, you watched, we took it live, Montana state lawmakers voting to censure Representative Zoe Zephyr for the rest of the 2023 season. These were some of the protests on the floor a couple of days ago there in Helena. For more on this story, we're joined by Tom Coughlan from the Helena Independent Record. Tom joins us now. Tom, thanks so much. Good to see you. We appreciate your reporting into this. Tell us more about what happened today and how did we, coming out of the state of Montana, I want to put up this tweet here. This from Tom Bridge there with a photo. Scenes from the Montana House where Zoe Behold, State Representative Zoe Zephyr, was just banned from the House of Representatives. So let's get an update on one of these really biggest news stories of the day. Today, you watched, we took it live, Montana state lawmakers voting to censure Representative Zoe Zephyr for the rest of the 2023 season. These were some of the protests on the floor a couple of days ago there in Helena. For more on this story, we're joined by Tom Coughlan from the Helena Independent Record. And Tom joins us now. Tom, thanks so much. Good to see you. We appreciate your reporting into this. Tell us more about what happened today and how did we get here, especially? This was a long time coming, and now it seems like it is over.
It is over in a couple different ways. The House did censure the Representative Zephyr, as you said, and also our session's actually going to end in about a week, we think. We only meet for 90 days every 2 years. So we do have a deadline coming up at the end and we're almost there. So last week, Representative Zephyr rose on a bill. It was dealing with basically medical care for transgender minors. She had some pretty pointed words. She said that Republicans should be ashamed for voting for the bill and that they would have blood on their hands. She was referencing some words we've gotten here from people around the state that parents of transgender youth who have seen their young loved ones attempt suicide, and she was speaking to that, but that led to House Speaker Matt Regier declining to recognize her. That lasted about 3 or 4 days. She would attempt to buzz in to speak on bills, and Democrats would object. It would go to the board, and Republicans would choose to uphold that. There were a few Republicans who decided not to, but they changed their minds after what happened on Monday. So I was on the House floor on Monday. We knew this large protest was going on outside. We went out and covered that. We came back. They filled the gallery, and that's when we saw some kind of shuffling of the bills. So some of the bills that we would expect Zephyr to speak on moved down the board. That led to a kind of long leg period. And then when she did buzz in to speak on a bill that was dealing with parental rights in public schools, she was denied the right to speak. It went to the board again. And that's when really the crowd erupted, and you're seeing what happened after that.
So, Tom, you mentioned, though, that the legislative session is almost over. So what was done today on the House floor is essentially stripping her ability to speak at all for the rest of the legislative session. That's not, I guess, happening in the long term, if you will, because it is wrapping up soon, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's some unanswered questions here. What's going to happen with committees, because she is on committees.
Okay.
The committees are getting close to being done. We also have interim committees that meet between sessions. We don't know how that's going to affect that. She did say today that she does plan to run again. And Representative Zephyr comes from a very heavily Democratic area in the state, in Missoula, which is a college town. And I think she won with about 70% of the vote. So unless there's something unexpected, we'd probably expect to see her back in 2 years.
What does this say, though, Tom, about the state, I guess, of transgender rights, the ongoing debate in Montana there specifically? I mean, obviously she is an outlier. She is fighting against the Republican-controlled majority. They have spoken, stripping her right to speak there. Is there more appetite, though, for these pieces of legislation restricting some of these transgender rights there in the state? Are we going to see even more of that after this, or is it going to temper?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure. We certainly don't have time for it right now, just given the end of the session is next week. But Representative Zephyr is the first transgender woman to be elected to our state house. So while 2 years ago we saw, I would say, some of the first bills dealing with transgender issues, this is the first time we've had a representative that directly was speaking, from her personal experience and observation. That certainly didn't necessarily mesh with a lot of the Republicans were doing, bringing these bills and voting for these bills. So I'm not sure if the temperature has been turned down or turned up. There's some moves going forward, such as like the galleries for the House that we used to allow the public in have been closed moving forward. So, the opportunity maybe to disrupt the House floor again may not be there for the next 7 days, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did see, additional protests or demonstrations in the coming days. Today's protest was quite a bit smaller than the one we saw on Monday before the House was disrupted for about an hour and then came back and finished their business for the day.
Okay, and Tom, just lastly, what about from Zephyr's perspective? We have reached out to her office here on Live Now from Fox. What has she said in the wake of all of this? Is she emboldened? Is she apologetic at all for those remarks that, her Republican colleagues would essentially have blood on their hands if these bills were passed? Does she regret that? Have you spoken with her?
She did have a media availability right after the vote. She said she expected the vote to go down as it did, that basically the Republicans wouldn't have brought the motion if they thought they weren't going to be successful. There was 3 Republicans that basically voted against the Speaker's motion earlier in the week that then flipped to give them the 2/3 needed to.
Coming out of the state of Montana, I want to put up this tweet here.
All right, now we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much to Andrew Kraft for that reporting, continuing our coverage of the Montana transgender lawmaker now censured by Republicans in that state over comments that she made within the past week. We're going to take a quick break here again on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we're going to go ahead and listen in to Zoe Zephyr's comments, again, that lawmaker that's recently been censored in Montana. We're going to listen to her comments right before that vote happened. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We're going to go ahead and turn to that latest conversation from Zoe Zephyr. She was speaking on the House floor over in Montana right before she was censored. Again, we were bringing that to you right before our break. Just to recap a little bit here, the Montana Republicans barred that transgender member of the House, Zoe Zephyr, from the House floor on Wednesday, censoring her over, quote, decorum rules after she rebuked colleagues supporting a ban on gender-affirming care for children and protested their efforts to silence her. Let's listen in to what she had to say right before that vote happened to censor her on Wednesday.
Serving time for assault and burglary.
You're talking about a very violent...
Speaker, it is my honor today, as with every day in this body, to rise on behalf of my constituents in House District 100 from Missoula, Montana, who elected me to be their representative in the People's House. Today, I rise in defense of those constituents, of my community, and of democracy itself. Last week, I spoke on the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 99, which banned gender-affirming care. This was a bill that was one of many targeting the LGBTQ community in Montana. This legislature has systematically attacked that community. We have seen bills targeting our art forms, our books, our history, and our health care. And I rose up in defense of my community that day, speaking to harms that these bills bring and that I have firsthand experience knowing about. I have had friends who have taken their lives because of these bills. I have fielded calls from families in Montana, including one family whose trans teenager attempted to take her life while watching a hearing on one of the anti-trans bills. And in that hearing, our caucus pleaded with the Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee to not allow certain testimony, to keep decorum. And we were told a lot of people have a lot of opinions on these things. So when I rose up and said, there is blood on your hands, I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking to the real consequences of the votes that we as legislators take in this body. And when the speaker asks me to apologize, what he is, on behalf of decorum, what he is really asking me to do is be silent when my community is facing bills that get us killed. He is asking me to be complicit in this legislature's eradication of our community, and I refuse to do so, and I will always refuse to do so. I would also say that if you use decorum to silence people who hold you accountable, then in the name of all you are doing is using decorum as a tool of oppression. Additionally, when the speaker disallowed me to speak, what he was doing is taking away the voices of the 11,000 Montanans who elected me to speak on their behalf. And when I continued to not be recognized, what my constituents in my community did is came here and said, that is our voice in this body. Let her speak. Let her speak. And when the speaker gavelled down the people demanding that democracy work, demanding that their representative be heard, when he gavelled down, what he was doing is driving a nail in the coffin of democracy. But you cannot kill democracy that easily. And that is why they kept chanting, let her speak. And why I raised my microphone to amplify their voices, to make sure that the people who elected me here are heard. And that when this body seeks to pass bills that harm our community, that get us killed, that this body is held accountable for those actions. I'm not sure what comes next here, but what I will say is I will do what I have always done. I will rise in support of my community. I will take the hard and moral choice and stand up in defense of the people who elected me to do so and the people in our communities. And I will say I'm grateful for those who stood up in defense of democracy on Monday. And I will also say that I hear everyone. I hear my constituents. I hear your constituents.
1 minute.
Who say thank you for standing up. And while there were comments about safety, I would say that the protest was peaceful. And I would also say that when we talk safety, we think about the safety that our bills bring or don't bring. Because you say there was staff endangered, but I know in this building, in the quiet hallways when it's just me, the staff come up to me and they say thank you. They say thank you for defending our community because they have loved ones who these bills attack, who these bills hurt. And I will always stand up for them. And I will always, no matter what happens today, stand up for democracy in the state of Montana. Thank you.
All those in favor of the majority leader's motion, vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. Clerk, record the vote. Are there absentee votes?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Weatherwax votes no.
Clerk, record the vote.
Mr. Speaker, 68 representatives vote aye, 32 have voted no.
Motion passes. Majority Leader Vinton.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following out of Orlando. Take a look at your screen as Sky Fox is overhead at this point. We do have reports here that two planes have actually collided there over at Orlando Executive Airport. The information is extremely limited right now, but here is what we know just coming in from our Fox 35 Orlando team. Two small planes collided while on the ground at the Orlando Executive Airport moments ago. That is according to a spokesperson for the Orlando Fire Department. You're taking a look there at the scene as the Cessna planes were taxiing on the runway when they made, quote, minor contact. That is according to a statement. We are told that no one was injured in the collision. Crews said the planes did appear to have minor damage. The Orlando Executive Airport, located about 3 miles from downtown Orlando there, and provides 24-hour flight service for corporate travelers. So those two planes colliding there, minor damage and no injuries reported. If we do get any more details, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We are also taking a live look here out of the Bronx. You can see a Peacock right there coming up. In about 15 minutes, we're going to go live to Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses to break down exactly what is going on here. We do have just a few basics, and here is what I can tell you based on what we know so far. A peacock apparently escaped from the Bronx Zoo and attacked and bit a man there. It appears the peacock is in sight, as you can see there, but has not been captured at this point. Once again, we do expect that Robert Moses with Fox 5 New York will join us any moment here, about 15 minutes, to break down what we do know so far. I do actually want to go back to the Orlando area here as we continue to cover this story that we brought you as breaking news just yesterday. This involves a lawsuit that has now been filed by Disney against governor there in Florida, Ron DeSantis. You're taking a look on your screen there as we do have a copy from our Fox 35 Orlando team of that lawsuit. Now, let's get to the latest here. The lawsuit over the Republicans' takeover of its theme park district and alleges the governor waged a targeted campaign of government retaliation after the company opposed a law that's been dubbed Don't Say Gay. The lawsuit came minutes after a Disney World oversight board appointed by Governor DeSantis voted to void a deal that gave the company authority over design and construction decisions in its properties near Orlando. Our Fox 35 Orlando team takes a closer look at the lawsuit.
This is the lawsuit Walt Disney Parks and Resorts filed against Governor Ron DeSantis and the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board. Disney releasing this lawsuit shortly after the board did this.
Passes unanimously.
That move voids a land agreement which gave Disney the power to decide what to do with land around the district.
So I think Disney felt that it was forced into a corner.
UCF political science professor Aubrey Jewett says the trouble started when Disney spoke out against the parental rights and education legislation.
Don't Say Gay bill And so that's sort of at the heart of the lawsuit, is this First Amendment challenge.
The lawsuit states Disney regrets that it has come to this, but having exhausted efforts to seek a resolution, the company is left with no choice but to file this lawsuit to protect its cast members, guests, and local development partners from a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney in retaliation for expressing a political viewpoint.
Sometimes Governor DeSantis and others have said, oh, well, this is more about trying to make Disney play under the same rules as everybody else. But the problem for them legally is they've also said a lot of times that this is more about punishing Disney.
But the new board says they wanted to work with Disney and blames the company for creating a legal mess.
Because that is going to cost us money, that we're going to have to raise taxes to pay for that.
And that worries both residents and business owners.
The discussion of additional taxes, additional utilities has been very concerning for us.
It's not just between the governor and Disney, it's affecting everyone around him. I have never lived in a state where I have feared the leadership.
Let's get the two sides talking. Let's get back to business.
And this fight between Governor DeSantis and Disney will continue in court. Reporting in Lake Buena Vista, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
All right, our Fox 35 team, of course, covering that very closely. So as we get updates, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. X-Magazine advice columnist E. Jean Carroll has taken the stand in her defamation case against former President Trump. Carroll cried on the stand Wednesday, saying, quote, "Being able to get my day in court is everything to me." She eventually regained composure, adding, quote, "I am not going to sit here and cry and waste everybody's time." Carroll claims Trump raped her in a luxury department store dressing room in New York back in the 1990s, which Trump says never happened. Carroll never reported the alleged rape to law enforcement and went public with her accusation in a book in 2019. In response, Trump reportedly called Carroll a, quote, nut job, claimed the case was a big fat hoax, and said Carroll was, quote, not my type. Because of those statements and denying the rape happened, Carroll is suing Trump for defamation. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team has been covering this trial around the clock and has a wrap-up of day 2 as day 3 does get underway.
E. Jean Carroll, the 70-year-old author accusing former President Donald Trump of rape, got her day in court and took the witness stand with an emotional testimony. Carroll told the jury, "I'm here because Donald Trump raped me, and when I wrote about it, he said it didn't happen. He lied and shattered my reputation, and I'm here to try to get my life back." The former advice columnist laid out chilling details of the alleged sexual assault, testifying that she ran into Trump in Bergdorf Goodman's in spring of 1996. Then she says he asked her advice about a gift for a woman, and she agreed to help him. Carroll went on to say that she recommended a hat, but Trump suggested lingerie. She admitted to joking and flirting with the former president and even following him into the dressing room. That's when he allegedly attacked her. Afterwards, Carroll only told 2 friends and didn't file a police report, claiming that she was afraid Trump would retaliate. She went public with the accusation in a 2019 memoir and is now suing Trump for sexual battery and defamation. As Carroll was giving her testimony, Trump was busy on his Truth social media platform, denying that any of it ever happened and calling the whole thing a made-up scam. The former president writing in part, "There are no witnesses. Nobody saw this. She never made a police complaint. This is a fraudulent and false story. Witch hunt."
That was Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team. She is outside the courthouse and inside the courthouse gathering the latest information there. I do want to head out live here to London. This is where the UK House of Commons is going on as Foreign Secretary James Cleverly takes questions on the situation in Sudan and the evacuation operations. As we mentioned, there are American, British, Chinese, and French citizens that are being evacuated there from Sudan in that ongoing violence that is now responsible for more than 400 deaths. This is an ongoing battle between the Sudanese army and a paramilitary group. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
is of the essence. The Minister for Africa said on TV last night, we cannot guarantee how many further flights will depart once the ceasefire ends. He added, we hope there will be enough capacity to get them all out. With the numbers arriving at evacuation points doubling or even trebling at the moment, why are they relying on hope rather than action? The Minister for Africa also admitted on TV, when asked about safe and legal routes for Sudanese refugees, that they, and I quote, don't exist. So will the Foreign Secretary comment on that? And what is the current status of how many people have fled into Sudan, fled Sudan into neighbouring countries to escape the violence? Bordering countries such as Ethiopia, Chad, the Central African Republic have already become politically insecure. So what are his plans to ensure that people fleeing here will be safeguarded?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the African Minister, the Development Minister, is absolutely right that we will endeavour to continue to support British nationals in their evacuation once the or if the ceasefire is not extended. We are one of only 3 nations in the world that have established an airhead in the vicinity of Khartoum to facilitate air evacuations. We, the French, the Germans, the only 3 countries in the world that have done so, and that has allowed our aircraft and the aircraft of a wide number of other countries to airlift their nationals out. However, no one can guarantee what will happen when the ceasefire comes to an end. With regards to the wider push of refugees because of this conflict, I would remind him and the House that Sudan is not the only live conflict in the world. I know it is in the forefront of many, many people's minds, and therefore it is completely legitimate that he asks questions specifically about it. The gentleman stops interrupting. You might hear that I will answer his questions. We will. Now that the illegal migration bill has, despite his attempts to thwart it, gone through the parliamentary stages here in the Commons, we will be, as we have promised, establishing safe and legal routes. That will be as part of our plan to control illegal migration, and further details will come through. And with regard to preventing regional instability, remain very closely aligned with the African Union and our partners in the region, with whom I speak regularly, to try and ensure that this conflict does not escalate and does not spill over into neighbouring countries.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This country will always play its part in providing sanctuary to those who are fleeing from war. May I thank the government for its actions in Sudan to date. Is my right honourable friend able to confirm that the UK is indeed the 4th largest recipient of individuals from Sudan through those routes operated by the UNHCR, and that these routes will remain open for as long as feasibly possible?
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. This country has a long-standing reputation and tradition of hospitality and generosity to those fleeing individual persecution or violence from around the world. And we have demonstrated that time and time and time again. And there have been tens of thousands of people who have come to the UK using safe and legal routes over the last few years since we've been in government, and we will continue to establish safe and legal routes. Our ability to do so will be enhanced by the legislation that I and our colleagues voted on last night.
Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful constituents have been airlifted out, and I too thank the teams who've worked so hard to do it. But can I raise with the Minister plight of those steps because they were waiting visas, like a constituent's partner who's been in Khartoum for over a year now, waiting for UKVI to handle her visa in the East Africa Processing Centre. She's now had to flee to Uganda, another very dangerous journey. Will the Home Office, will the Minister impress upon the Home Office that their backlog has been pushing people into further dangerous situations?
I will ensure that I pass on her concerns. I pay tribute to the intense work that Border Force and Home Office staff have done in conjunction with the officials from my department and the Ministry of Defence and others to try and ensure that we facilitate as quick a flow of British nationals and their dependents out of war-torn Sudan, and we will continue to do so.
Blackman. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend my right honourable friend for the progress that he's making and the calm way in which he's operating in a very difficult set of circumstances.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the time is 9:11 over on the East Coast and 6:11 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there in the House of Commons in London as the UK Foreign Secretary is taking questions about the evacuation in Sudan. As we've mentioned, the fighting does continue there, and we have heard from the Sudanese army that they are working to evacuate American, British, Chinese, and French citizens who are trapped there in Sudan. We have heard several stories of Americans who have been able to escape, one of which through hitchhiking to get her way out of there. That is an American blogger who was able to essentially hitch a ride and escape. We will have more coverage of that coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. And look to the top right-hand side of your screen. Any moment now, we do expect the U.S. Secretary of State to be meeting there with the UN. That is a live image, so we'll bring you any comments here as we do. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, back to your top stories and live coverage here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everybody, here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. We're following a story out of New York where a peacock that apparently escaped from the Bronx Zoo attacked and bit a man. Now, it appears the peacock, as you see there, is in sight but has not been captured just yet. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team is following the latest for us. He joins us live with a look at the efforts to take that peacock into custody, so to speak. Robert, what is the latest?
Well, we have been on Peacock patrol all morning, and Raul, as this neighborhood has named him, is still perched probably 45 or 50 feet off the ground in a tree on a playground just a couple blocks away from the Bronx Zoo. He is one of hundreds of free roaming peacocks that live at the zoo. But yes, somehow yesterday he got out, which we're told is not all that uncommon. And police tell us he did bite a man sometime around 8 o'clock last night. That man's injuries were not serious. He refused medical attention. Raul fled the scene, as it were. and into that tree, but he has been residing there pretty much since last night. He's been moving about within the tree from branch to branch, but he has not come down just yet. Now, we spoke to a man who lives in this neighborhood. His father actually worked at the Bronx Zoo, and he tells us this is not uncommon at all. He sees peacocks in this neighborhood all the time. They're on the sidewalk. Yes, he has seen them in trees, but to many of us here, this is a strange sight to see right in the middle of New York City. For its part, the zoo says that these birds roost in trees at night, which this one did, but the zoo is concerned that all the commotion on the ground, all the media attention, the cameras, the live trucks, will prevent this peacock from being able to return to the zoo on its own. So that is the hope, that this peacock, once hopefully the attention dies down a bit, will make its way back to the zoo. And I asked a worker from the zoo, I said, does he know how to get back? And she says, yes, he does. He has a sense of where his home is. Let's hope he can get there on his own without any incident or any injury. Back to you.
So I guess what is next in this situation? Are there any plans to, I guess, climb that tree to get the peacock, or they're really just waiting for it to come down at this point?
Yeah, they're really waiting for it to come down. I mean, you can probably see the NYPD showed up maybe half an hour or so ago to move us away from that tree. So they're really trying to set up kind of a perimeter around the base of it so that if the peacock does come down, it can be perhaps wrangled or, ushered back toward the zoo. But there's no plans, from what I can tell, from what I've been told, to climb that tree. That would be an impossible task to do that. So the hope, again, is that the peacock just kind of uses its own instincts and Raul goes back to the zoo from whence he came.
All right. Hopefully they're able to get Raul safely back to the zoo. Thank you so much, Robert Moses, there with our Fox 5 New York team. And we'll, of course, keep you updated as that does get underway there. I do actually want to bring you out to D.C. right now. That is where we do have U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking. Let's pop up the audio.
Secretary General for his remarkable leadership, particularly in upholding the principles of the United Nations Charter, the work that he's personally undertaken with regard to the Black Sea Grain Initiative in Ukraine to try to make sure that grain and wheat food from Ukraine continues to make it onto world markets. We're working very closely together to deal with the crisis in Sudan, hopefully working toward a more enduring ceasefire, cessation of hostilities, and helping to put Sudan back on the track that it was on to civilian-led government, while dealing with, I think, an increasingly challenging humanitarian situation there. And of course, we're also working closely together when it comes to Afghanistan, the deep concerns that so many countries share about the steps the Taliban has taken when it comes to denying the rights of women and girls, the broader humanitarian and economic situation, where again the United Nations is playing a leadership role. On this and so many other issues, our collaboration, our coordination is more vital than ever. And then finally, but last but not least, the United States is intensely focused on the concerns that the vast majority of members of the United Nations have day in, day out when it comes to building greater food security around the world, when it comes to dealing with climate change, energy security, inclusive economic growth, and the absolutely vital development goals that we have set for ourselves and that we need to continue to drive to achieve. There as well, for us, the United Nations is the vital partner. I look forward to discussing all of this, and no doubt more, with the Secretary General. Antonio.
Indeed, when the world is in trouble, as we are today, with the war in Ukraine, with conflict spreading everywhere, with being late in our efforts in relation to climate change, and with enormous difficulties in large parts of the world due to a dramatic economic and financial crisis that developing countries are facing. In this troubled world, the cooperation between the United States and the United Nations is absolutely essential. But I wanted particularly to express my gratitude and appreciation for the cooperation we have had recently in Sudan. both Secretary Blinken and myself were trying to broker ceasefires, by the way, successive ceasefires, in both cases with some success, but not the success we would like to have. And I want to express my gratitude for the support that U.S. security officers have given to the important operation of relocation that we did. A convoy of 1,200, both staff members of the UN, but also of NGOs and of different missions, from Khartoum to Port Sudan, in the middle of a very difficult situation. And indeed, the cooperation with the US and with the US Security Office was absolutely precious for us. So thank you very much for that support.
Thanks, everyone.
What more can be done to bring this war to an end, sir?
All right, so we did hear from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken as he is meeting there with the UN Secretary General. I believe they are going to speak a little bit more later on, but don't forget we also do have severe weather that we are tracking across the country. That includes over in Dallas and Louisiana there. Also to the top right-hand side of your screen, that quote-unquote vicious peacock is still on the run. Right now, we do know that they are hoping that it will come out of that tree, but it did escape from the Bronx Zoo, and that is a live look there as it sits in a tree after apparently attacking a man. The injuries, though, are not serious. Again, this is a live image coming in from New York. It is 9:22 on the East Coast and 6:22 on the West Coast. Let's head to a brief 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back to your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to be on Peacock patrol right here in the Bronx area. That is where you can see a live image of this quote-unquote vicious peacock that has now been located after attacking a man there in the Bronx. That man reportedly suffering some minor injuries after being bitten by that peacock, who has been nicknamed Raoul, according to people in the neighborhood who are pretty much just standing around watching the peacock as crews are hopeful that it will come down from the tree where it is. Again, it did escape there from the Bronx Zoo. We are waiting to get any updates on how they are going to get Raoul out of that tree, and we'll keep you posted right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have a live image that is just coming in here. This is where we do expect House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to speak any moment alongside South Korea's president. They are going to walk up to the podium there to the press and begin their conversation They're going to speak after they did talk. We know that South Korea's president is there in Washington, D.C. for a state visit. We'll bring you those comments here, live, raw, and unfiltered. In the meantime, I do actually want to head back out to London. That is where we are hearing comments that are in connection here to the situation ongoing there in Sudan. That is where we are told that American, British, Chinese, and French citizens are being evacuated from Sudan as a result of the ongoing fighting. We do know that the Sudanese army is taking on a paramilitary group outside of Khartoum and inside of Khartoum as well. Let me pop up the audio and let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as we hear the UK's plan to get its citizens out of Sudan.
And to check the provenance of information, particularly if they're about to make life and death decisions based upon it.
Kevin Brown. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I get some real clarity now from the Foreign Secretary on this business of people who are not British nationals, but nevertheless, as in the case of my constituent, have been working for Public Health Wales for the last 2 years, live in my constituency, went to Sudan to celebrate Eid with their family, and are now trapped there, and are being told, as I understand it, that they will not get help from the British government to return to their home and their workplace in my constituency. Now, is that the Foreign Secretary's policy? And if that is his policy, can he change it forthwith?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the eligibility criteria have been a part of our travel advice throughout this situation. I completely understand the point he's making. However, I would make the point, as I said in response to another question from an honourable member, that we cannot just expand the eligibility criteria for the instances that have been brought forward by honourable and right honourable members in the House. To do so could substantially, unsustainably increase the number of people who we've given implicit an implicit implication that we could evacuate them. I've said the window is limited. The ability to evacuate beyond that is completely unpredictable, and we have a duty to ensure that we do everything we can to evacuate British nationals and the dependents as per the criteria that has been already published.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have all of us watched the descent into civil war of Sudan with horror, but for the Sudanese diaspora in Britain and British nationals in Sudan, this is a time of immense trauma and suffering, and recalls the trauma and suffering of the evacuation of Kabul. A different situation, but the casework that I am seeing, that we are hearing today, is very familiar. So will the Secretary of State confirm, visas are not his responsibility, he tells us, but he confirmed that he's working with the Home Office as a matter of urgency to put in place a consistent and humane approach to those who do not have the requisite travel documentation. That includes babies born recently, spouses in the process of applying for visas, and as we've heard, people living here who are on holiday in Sudan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is inevitable that comparisons will be made between this operation and the evacuation from Kabul, but they are fundamentally different. The operation that we have conducted, both the initial military operation to evacuate our diplomatic staff and those of other nations, and then the ongoing airlift of British nationals and their dependents from Wadi Sidna, is fundamentally different to the situation in Kabul. As I say, I'm very proud of the fact that we are one of the 3 framework nations who have facilitated the operation from Wadi Sidna, which has allowed French, German, British and others to airlift people out. We will, of course, always make sure that we protect the vulnerable where we can, and I have said that in my statement. That is reflected in the travel advice. Ultimately, our duty is towards British nationals and their dependents, and we have, of course, facilitated the evacuation of Sudanese nationals who are dependents of British nationals.
Jim Shannon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I also thank the Secretary of State very much for his determination and his leadership at a time whenever we look to the right honourable gentleman for that leadership. And 512 people have died, thousands have been injured since the power struggle began 2 weeks ago. The Foreign Secretary has urged all UK nationals to leave before the ceasefire ends at 12 o'clock tonight. I understand, and the Secretary of State of course can confirm this, that there's still a number of UK nationals could be left behind due to poor mobile phone contact, due to embassy staff not being available. Not their fault, by the way. It's just about contact for people. So, I believe we have a duty to each and every one to ensure protection. I know the Secretary of State also believes that. So, will the Secretary of State what will the Secretary of State do to protect those UK nationals who were not fortunate enough to get out in time?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the airhead at Wadi Sidna is one of our preferred options. That's why we made the commitment to be one of the 3 framework nations who have facilitated the use of that air base. He's absolutely right to identify it is very, very difficult for us to make any kind of commitment beyond the ceasefire. One of the best things we can do to protect British nationals in Sudan is to try and make sure this ceasefire continues, and we work incredibly hard, both directly and with partners and with regional power bases to facilitate that, to try and bring a lasting peace. There will, even if the airhead is no longer operational, there will be other routes out, and as I say, our presence at the borders and at Port Sudan will be to facilitate that, and we will keep communicating best advice in terms of evacuation options and keep safe options through all the channels, notwithstanding the point that I made earlier that communication remains incredibly difficult.
Finally, Kirsten Oswald.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been reading reports about 2 NHS doctors who've been denied passage on planes evacuating from Sudan, and that struck me because my constituents, who are NHS doctors themselves, are in Sudan with their young children, and I'm very keen to hear what the plan is in relation to NHS doctors. I don't believe for 1 minute that the general public would expect that they will be abandoned by this government to their peril in Sudan. And how many children who are British nationals are in Sudan and are not yet on one of these planes? And what is the Foreign Secretary going to do to maintain proper food and water supplies for them? And how does he plan to get these children home?
Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said in response to the Right Honourable Gentleman's initial question, it is not possible for the UK or indeed any other country in the world to know exactly how many British nationals are in Sudan or indeed any other country. We do not demand British nationals register with the government when they are overseas. We have put out a Register Your Presence which gives us some idea, but no one in the world, no government in the world can say with certainty, and indeed, people that have registered on that Register Your Presence website may well have already left. So that is the explanation of why no one can give a complete figure as to who is available. We have pumped out messages across a wide range of channels, letting people know that the airhead exists, and we have called them forward to do so. And we will make sure that British national children and, of course, dependents of British nationals are airlifted out. And as I've said, even if we are not able to maintain that airlift capability from Wadi Sidna, we do have a presence at the borders, we have a presence in Saudi Arabia, and we have a presence in Port Sudan.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary and the Opposition Front Bench for their presence, and anybody wishing to leave the chamber, please do so quietly. Point of order, Mr Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I did ask the Speaker's office this morning for clarity in this matter, and it probably comes off the back of the voter ID question this morning and electoral fraud. When nominations closed for the Northern Ireland local government elections, I became aware that a man listed as one of the proposers of Gerard McGee in Ballyclare was the victim of identity fraud by Sinn Féin. The victim met the CEO of Antrim Council and established that his identity had been stolen. He was fraudulently listed as a proposer on the nomination papers of Sinn Féin's Gerard McGee. Purportedly, this includes the act of forging the signature of the victim on official nomination papers. For clarity, the victim doesn't know Gerard McGee and did not sign his nomination papers. The problem occurs, Mr Deputy Speaker, because this matter cannot be investigated until the election is over. So can you, Mr Deputy Speaker, advise me on how I can best stand up for democracy in this case in advance of polling day, as it can't be answered before then? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for informing the Chair that he wished to raise this matter as a point of order, but as he's fully aware, it is not, in fact, a matter for the Chair. More importantly, given that the actions that he described are potentially criminal, I think that it would be inappropriate for me, or indeed anybody else in the Chair, to seek to preempt or interfere with what might become a judicial inquiry. I'm afraid I can't help the honourable gentleman further. Presentation of bills. Secretary State. Mr. Heaton-Harris.
Northern Ireland Interim Arrangements Bill.
Second reading what day? Now. We now come to the debate on progress on reform of NHS dentistry. Judith Cummings to move.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that this House has considered the matter of progress on reforms to NHS dentistry. I also thank the Backbench Business Committee for once again granting this important debate, and to my co-sponsor, the Honourable Member for Waveney, for all his work in helping to secure this. And in preparing for this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thought it was useful to consider and reflect on the foundations of our NHS in the Beveridge Report, which was published 80 years ago last November. Though it would be an understatement to suggest that the world has changed since its publication, the identity of this country is still proudly centred around our National Health Service, an idea so powerfully contained within the pages of this report. For the great British social reformers of the 20th century, dentistry was not some Cinderella service of secondary importance. Beveridge himself concluded that no one could seriously doubt that a free dental service should become as universal as a free medical service. 80 years after its publication, it is time that this House reaffirmed our commitment to universal dental care in this country. It is worth noting that the Beveridge Report and its proposition for universal access to NHS dentistry was published by a multi-party coalition government. And as I stand here today, both sides of the chamber will agree that the crisis in NHS dentistry deserves the same cross-party attention that it was afforded 80 years ago, because the system has decayed. Access has fallen to an historic low, and inaction over the past 13 years has caused untold damage. There can no longer be any more of half measures or excuses, because now it is time to establish a new preventative dental contract fit for the 21st century. My words over my campaigning over the last 8 years now serve as a compendium of forecasting doom, because in 2016 I warned of a mounting crisis and drew the government's attention to a digital report warning that half of dentists were thinking of leaving the profession. And between 2017 and 2019, I warned of 60% of dentists planning to leave NHS dentistry. And in 2020, after years of repeated warnings, I once again informed the government that of those remaining, that 58% of the UK's dentists were planning on moving away from NHS dentistry within 5 years. The government once again fudged and ignored, and over 1,000 dentists left the NHS. This NHS dental crisis has been a devastating, slow-motion car crash of the government's own making. And yet, year after year, minister after minister, they have assured me of their commitment to reform. Last year, when I pressed the Health Minister for action on this matter, she informed me that she had started work on a dental contract reform. But just yesterday, we became aware that after 13 years in power, the government has started once again with an announcement of a plan to publish a new plan to improve access to NHS dentistry, a plan for a plan. We would all welcome further clarification about what this plan might involve. I can only hope that with mine and other members' sustained campaigning on this issue, that this plan could result in some positive change for my constituents in Bradford South. I certainly will.
I want to thank the honourable member for giving way and congratulate her on this excellent and incredibly important debate. Would she agree with me that, as we see in Newcastle, where NHS dentistry access has become almost impossible for so many of my constituents, there is also growing up a whole generation of young people and children who have never had access to an NHS dentist, and that is absolutely storing up, or causing immense suffering now, and storing up not only pain and suffering, but also additional cost for the future.
My honourable friend makes a very, very important point, and I've got to say I cover access specifically to NHS dentistry for children later on in my remarks, because experience would suggest that this, in terms of the positive change for my constituents, in terms of the government's plan for a plan, that this may well be wishful thinking, because my constituents are suffering and they take no solace whatsoever from the government's commitment to plan for a plan for reform. The contract has been in place since 2006 and the government has been undertaking a review of the process since 2011. 12 years of working on it, and it's still a work in progress. I certainly will.
The British Dental Association has shown that over half of dentists have reduced their NHS work since the start of the pandemic. Official workforce data counts people, not how much NHS work versus private work they do. Does she agree that it is important that the government actually collects this data?
Thank you, and I thank you, the honourable member, for her important remarks, and I absolutely agree with her. Collection of data is paramount in solving this issue. Because I've got to say, this dodging of responsibility over 12 years is just nothing short of a disgrace, because now we all bear witness to the consequences of this crisis, and they are human consequences. The victims of government negligence are, as they almost have been, the most vulnerable people in our society. And in Bradford, 98% of dentists are now closed to NHS patients. And as I informed the Prime Minister just last month, 80% of practices are now refusing to accept new children as accepting children as new...
You are listening right there, live, raw and unfiltered in the House of Commons in London, as the UK Foreign Secretary is taking questions about the evacuation from Sudan. We have been telling you for days now that the Sudanese army says they are working to evacuate American, British, Chinese and French citizens who are stranded there in Sudan amid the fighting. There has been the ceasefire that was expected to last for 72 hours, so they are making the best they can of that and evacuating those citizens. It is now 9:43 on the East Coast and 6:43 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:46 on the East Coast and 6:46 on the West Coast. The Massachusetts airman accused of leaking highly classified military documents online back in federal court in the coming hours to determine whether he will stay in custody. The detention hearing for Jack Teixeira, seen there on your screen, had been postponed for about 2 weeks at his attorney's request. Molly Line with Fox News is outside the federal courthouse in Worcester, Massachusetts, and joins us live with more on that and new developments in the case. Molly, thank you so much for joining us.
Josh, thanks for having me. The big news in this case is this really no punches pulled motion that's been filed by the federal government, by prosecutors who are going to make the argument today at this detention hearing at the federal courthouse in Worcester that Jack Teixeira should remain behind bars before trial in this case. They argue that he is not only a flight risk, but that he is a danger to national security and also the greater community at large. Let me give you a little bit of insight into what is in this very long, about 50-page motion that includes really a considerable amount of exhibits that the prosecutors are using to back up the case that they're planning to make today. Prosecutors say the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman, quote, may still have access to a trove of classified information that would be of tremendous value to hostile nation states that could offer him safe harbor. Prosecutors say Teixeira took steps to thwart the government's ability to ascertain the scope of what he obtained and also the universe of unauthorized users with whom he shared. A smashed tablet, laptop, and Xbox gaming console were all found in a dumpster at his residence. And prosecutors also warn that Teixeira owned a virtual arsenal of weapons, listing a high-capacity AK-style weapon, a bazooka, handguns, rifles, and much more. And he had regular discussions, prosecutors say, about violence and murder on the same platform in which he discussed classified information. They note Teixeira was also suspended in high school after a classmate overheard him make comments about Molotov cocktails, guns at school, and racial threats. Now, when that courtroom activity gets underway, the defense, those on Teixeira's side, are going to argue that he actually should be released pending trial, and with hopes that he'll be able to stay at his father's home here in the state of Massachusetts. Josh?
And do we have any indication as to whether this detention hearing could actually be postponed again? We know the attorney did ask for a 2-week postponement the last time this was set to happen. Do we believe at this point this is going to happen today, or could it potentially be postponed again?
I haven't gotten any indication that this hearing is not going to happen. At this point in time, they have actually given out the media slots. We've been able to sign up to get access to the courtroom later on this afternoon. So we'll see what ultimately happens. The defense has also released a document, a motion arguing many of the reasons why they believe their client, Jack Teixeira, should be able to be out, essentially staying at his father's home before trial. One of the other things that's particularly interesting that's been revealed in some of these documents, particularly from prosecutors, that kind of give us a greater idea of what they're looking at, is that records show just how far back they believe Jack Teixeira began sharing information and accessing information. They say that in February of 2022, Teixeira began accessing hundreds of classified documents with no bearing on his role as really essentially an IT specialist there in the Air National Guard, searching terms related to mass shootings and also the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And that is some of the information prosecutors argue he was sharing in these online chat rooms. In one chat room, court documents show Teixeira brags of prior revelations, acknowledging things he has previously shared, offering a full report to one of his online pals, writing, quote, I've reported stuff like this almost daily as I get it to my friends. And that's one of the big challenges that U.S. agencies are grappling with in this case. They're still trying to get their hands around the full scope of what sort of documents were released and how far they traveled potentially around the globe and what people may be doing with that information. Josh?
All right, Molly Line there with Fox News. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and we'll stay in touch as we learn what happens in that courtroom. The hearing set for 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It is now 9:50 on the East Coast and 6:50 on the West Coast. Let's head out to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back into the headlines and your live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look there in the New York City area. This is actually over in the Bronx. That right there in the tree is the escaped peacock known as Raoul. We spoke with Robert Moses over at Fox 5 New York as crews are out there waiting for the peacock to come out of that tree. This all coming after that peacock apparently escaped from the Bronx Zoo, went and bit a man, and then went to hide in that tree. Right now, Robert says they have no plans to climb into the tree to get that peacock out, but instead are just waiting for Raoul to come down. We'll keep you posted right here on Live Now from Fox. You're also taking a live look here in Washington, D.C., as we do expect House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to approach the podium that is set up there in the coming minutes, and he will speak alongside South Korea's president. We've been keeping an eye on this as it has been developing. Let's actually head back out of the House of Commons there in London for a live look, as we do have questions from Parliament. They are asking officials there how they are going to go about evacuating British citizens from Sudan. This is amid that ongoing fighting that has been going on for weeks at this point. More than 400 people have died amid the fight between the Sudanese army and that paramilitary group. We do know that they've been fighting once again for several weeks, and the Sudanese army said days ago they are working to get American, British, Chinese, and French citizens out of Sudan safely. Let's pop up the audio and listen in for a few minutes, live, raw, and unfiltered.
That ambition, obviously delivering it and when is the key, and I would ask him to expand on that today when he sums up. He also talked about making NHS dentistry, Mr Deputy Speaker, more attractive to dentists, which is clearly crucial. So I know that the Minister said that the problem is not a shortage of dentists per se, it's a shortage of dentists who are undertaking NHS dentistry, and the figures certainly do bear that out. Our work has highlighted the point that there is a problem with data as well. There are headcounts for the number of NHS dentists, but we don't know whether they're part-time or whether they're full-time and how much NHS activity they do. That is a gap that needs closing. We need to know about the workforce that's available to deliver the Minister's ambition, because until we do that, the ambitions are likely to be achieved. And the Minister reminded us this week, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government is in the final throes of drawing up its workforce plan, which I understand will include dentistry. That is good. I hope that plan will be published in the not too distant future, maybe once we get past a certain electoral event next Thursday. There's also an issue that I just want to touch on, Mr Deputy Speaker, about overseas recruitment into this profession. According to the General Dental Council, almost a quarter of dentists registered in the UK gain their dentistry qualifications overseas. And that's fine. But for these dentists, the primary means of assessment is something called the Overseas Registration Examination, or the ORE. Now, the pandemic created a backlog of overseas dentists waiting to take their exams. That's the good part. The ORE is subject to practical and legal constraints that make it difficult to adapt capacity to meet changing demands for places. Now, recent legislative changes should help to ease the problems, but are unlikely to make a significant difference in the short time. Discussed, the Minister can correct me if I'm wrong. One of my constituents, Christopher Hilling of SPA Dental Group, who's spoken to me about the subject on several occasions, has outlined the difficulties he's facing. He has a number of dentists who are waiting for the opportunity to sit the ORE exam, but he's struggled in the past to get accurate information about when the exams will even take place. He's concerned that he might lose more of his overseas dentists due to a lack of exam opportunities and communication by the General Dental Council as to when they might be able to practice as dentists in the UK. Now, given the delay in changes to overseas registration taking effect, can the Minister tell me what the government are doing to support the GDC in this, especially with regard to clearing the backlog of applications? I was also very encouraged, Mr Deputy Speaker, to hear this week the Minister and the Chief Dental Officer, Sarah Hurley, talk in our evidence session about the importance of driving forward work on prevention. It's a passion of mine. Colleagues will know it's a major inquiry the Select Committee is undertaking. And one of our witnesses at this week's session talked about the importance of early prevention work, focusing on young children. The expression she used was getting gums on seats.
All right, looks like we lost that feed there out of the Parliament. That is over in the House of Commons, and they are discussing, or were discussing there, several issues that did include how they were going to get British citizens there out of Sudan. That has been a story that we have been following for quite a while. Again, that feed there just dropping out. If we do get it back, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here. I do actually want to get to the latest on another story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox, and this includes a story we brought you as breaking news just yesterday. The latest on the lawsuit filed by Disney against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The lawsuit over the Republicans' takeover of its theme park district and alleges the governor waged a, quote, targeted campaign of government retaliation after the company opposed a law that's been dubbed Don't Say Gay. The lawsuit came minutes after a Disney World oversight board appointed by Governor DeSantis voted to void a deal that gave the company authority over design and construction decisions in its properties that are near Orlando. Our Fox 35 Orlando team does have the latest.
This is the lawsuit Walt Disney Parks and Resorts filed against Governor Ron DeSantis and the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board. Disney releasing this lawsuit shortly after the board did this.
Passes unanimously.
That move voids a land agreement which gave Disney the power to decide what to do with land around the district.
So I think Disney felt that it was forced into a corner.
UCF political science professor Aubrey Jewett says the trouble started when Disney spoke out against the parental rights and education legislation.
Don't Say Gay bill. And so that's sort of at the heart of the lawsuit, is this First Amendment challenge.
The lawsuit states Disney regrets that it has come to this, but having exhausted efforts to seek a resolution, the company is left with no choice but to file this lawsuit to protect its cast members, guests, and local development partners from a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney in retaliation for expressing a political viewpoint.
Sometimes Governor DeSantis and others have said, oh, well, this is more about trying to make Disney play under the same rules as everybody else. But the problem for them legally is they've also said a lot of times that this is more about punishing Disney.
But the new board says they wanted to work with Disney and blames the company for creating a legal mess.
Because that is going to cost us money, we're going to have to raise taxes to pay for that.
And that worries both residents and business owners.
The discussion of additional taxes, additional utilities has been very concerning for us.
It's not just between the governor and Disney, it's affecting everyone around him. I have never lived in a state where I have feared the leadership.
Let's get the two sides talking. Let's get back to business.
And this fight between Governor DeSantis and Disney will continue in court. Reporting in Lake Buena Vista, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
Valerie, thank you for that report. We will, of course, keep you updated as we do get the latest there. I want to get back to a big story we are following today as the Massachusetts airman accused of leaking highly classified military documents online is back in federal court in just a few hours to determine whether he will stay in custody. The detention hearing for Jack Teixeira has been postponed, or had been, for 2 weeks at his attorney's request. I want to talk more about all of this here. Kevin Mulcahy is a former federal prosecutor and current partner at Flannery George Alice. He joins us live to talk more about all of this. As always, Kevin, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
First off, just kind of walk me through what happens at a detention hearing and how all of this plays out.
Yeah, so the judge will hear arguments from both sides. So the prosecution, on the one hand, will say that Mr. Teixeira belongs in prison as he awaits trial. On the other side, the defense will say that there are conditions that could be set as a bond so that Mr. Teixeira won't be essentially free like everyone else. We'll have certain limitations on him, but that those limitations are sufficient to ensure that Mr. Teixeira shows up at trial and doesn't commit any crimes while he's out. So each side will make their arguments, and the judge will consider a series of factors that frankly cover the wide scale of almost everything about Mr. Teixeira before he makes his decision about whether Mr. Teixeira stays in custody or is released on bond.
And what might the argument actually be from federal prosecutors about keeping Teixeira in custody? We've heard several different possibilities that they might be arguing, but what are we likely to hear from them about why he does need to remain there in custody?
Yeah, so federal prosecutors actually have quite a few points to argue, and they filed a document to the judge to sort of outline their arguments, and their arguments involve a variety of things. So first, they're going to argue that this is a breach of trust by Mr. Teixeira. The whole crime here is that he breached his responsibility to keep classified information secret. And because he couldn't abide by the trust given to him as part of his job, the court shouldn't trust that he will return to court for future hearings in this case. So there's that breach of trust part. The second thing that they've pointed to is that there was essentially what they called an arsenal of weapons recovered from Mr. Teixeira's home. These were long guns, AR and AK style weapons, rifles. They even claim there was a bazooka recovered from his residence. So you have this arsenal of weapons, and you couple that with this third point they're going to argue, which is that they went through his computer and they found that he was doing online searches for things like Ruby Ridge, the Las Vegas shooting, Uvalde, the Buffalo shooting, and that he had made other statements about violence. So they're going to portray Mr. Teixeira as someone who is prone to violence and prone to loving weapons. They're also going to talk about him. They have claimed that he may still have access to classified information. Frankly, I don't know how he could, given the thorough search that the FBI did of his residence. But if he has hidden some in a way that the FBI couldn't find, they might claim that they have claimed that there are a possibility that Mr. Teixeira could continue to disclose classified information. And then the last thing is they pointed out that he destroyed evidence. In other words, as the government was sort of focused on him and he knew his time was limited, he was trying to destroy electronic devices. So they're going to put all of that together to say, look, this man can't be trusted both from a standpoint of coming back to court, and he's a danger to the community.
Based on your experience, what do we expect is actually going to happen today? Do you think he's going to remain in prison there, in jail?
I do. I think the chances that he is released are quite small. And I say that because if you put yourself in the shoes of this magistrate judge who'll be making this decision, this is one he doesn't want to get wrong. Doesn't want to be the one to release someone who has breached our national security, sent documents all over the world, and at the same time seems to have, at least according to prosecutors, a penchant for violence. Those things adding those things up, I think it's unlikely that he's released.
And also, based just in your experience here, do you think Teixeira's age of 21 could actually play a role in a decision made by the judge today in any way?
Yeah, I do. I think, his age as being a young man, I think frankly could help him. If I were his lawyer, and I expect his lawyers will do this, I would argue that he's a young man. He doesn't have criminal history. Yes, he's charged with a very serious crime, but he doesn't pose a danger to the community anymore because the FBI seized all classified information and the FBI seized all of his weapons. At the same time, he's not a risk of non-appearance because the court could put other conditions on him. So, for example, the court could require him to wear a tether, which would let the FBI know where he was at all times. The court could order him to be on house arrest, which essentially means he can't leave his home unless he's meeting with lawyers or going to see a doctor or something like that. And so if you put these combination of conditions together, Mr. Teixeira should be released from custody. That's the argument that they'll make, and I do think they'll point to his age and lack of criminal history. Whether that will work or not, I guess we'll find out.
Do we know at this point the magnitude of what role this plays, how bad it could be for national security, and if it even poses a risk? Do we have kind of a grasp on that just yet?
So I would say yes and no. I think we have a grasp on some of the damage to national security, but I think you're right to suggest that we don't understand the full magnitude of this. So, for example, some of the folks, other countries, or even perhaps groups that are adversaries to the United States, we don't know what they've done with the information that Mr. Teixeira put out there. Did they use it to their advantage in some way? Did they use it in real time to help them? I know there was suggestions that some of it had to do with the war between Russia and the Ukraine. And so did the Russians use that in real time? Our other adversaries, have they used this information? So that's, I think, information we don't know at this point. But what we do know is that this leak of classified documents is going to call the other side of the world, our allies, to wonder whether or not they can trust the United States. We rely on our allies all over the world for all manner of things to give us information and to be our allies, and they're going to wonder whether or not we can keep a secret.
Do you think we're going to get any new details at all during this? I mean, I know that we seemingly get new details pretty much, I would say, on a weekly basis. Could this lead to any new information being released?
Absolutely. This hearing today, like I said, prosecutors have put a written filing together that is really going to outline their arguments. I suspect that they're going to stick pretty closely to that outline. But the judge may have questions, the defense may bring up points, and once the defense brings up a point or the judge brings up a question, prosecutors are going to have to answer. And when they do, my expectation is that they will provide information that none of us have heard before. So this is going to be a fascinating hearing.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much as always for taking the time here to join us and help break it down for us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much.
All right, everybody, I do actually want to head out. We did just see House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who did walk by with South Korea's president. No words spoken or anything like that, so we did not get a speech or any questions asked. It was a very quick walkthrough that did happen there. 10:09 on the East Coast and 7:09 on the West Coast. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of live events going on. Right now we do have a White House press briefing that involves children right here. I believe it's child reporters being able to answer questions. I heard Karine Jean-Pierre tell children not to eat the chocolate that is in their seat. Let's just pump up the audio for a few seconds and listen in.
It has 132 rooms, 35 bathrooms, so each one of you can have a bathroom if you choose. Lots of place to play, lots of space to play and hide and seek from your mom and dad. Oh, okay, we got to take her up here. All right, maybe I'll go play with you too. Hide from your mom and dads. Okay, it also has a bowling alley, a movie theater, a tennis court, well, a putting green, and a swimming pool. All of these things exist on at the White House here, and there's even a swimming pool underneath us right now. There's a swimming pool. Did you know that?
There's a swimming pool, but I didn't know there was a bowling alley, a movie theater, or a putting.
Now you know. We only give you the facts here. Ask your parents.
I knew there was a swimming pool.
Did you? Do you know that you guys are actually sitting on top of a swimming pool? It's pretty cool.
Is it a swimming pool?
There's a swimming pool right underneath your feet. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, and now some breaking news, because I know you young reporters love breaking news about the president. So his favorite ice cream is Graters? How do you Graters? I don't eat ice cream. Don't. Shh. I know. Chocolate chip, and he loves a good pair of sunglasses. Have you guys seen the president wear sunglasses?
All right, that is a White House press briefing for younger reporters, children, where we're learning more about the White House, the president's favorite ice cream, and that Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, apparently does not eat ice cream. A lot of interesting information coming out of that press briefing. A little different than the normal press briefings that we do have in that room. I do want to head over to the Senate right now. There is the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Oversight Committee hearing, and they are examining the credit reporting agencies. Obviously some economic news here, so let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And then hiding that breach for several weeks. It's amazing how tirelessly this administration works to put dollars on the sidelines instead of in the taxpayers' pockets. And I look forward to getting answers and holding Director Chopra responsible. At the end of the day, if the data that lenders use becomes less secure, less reliable, and predictive, it will simply result in higher rates and fewer loans made to people at the margins of the credit box. People just like me. Yet another example of the Biden administration's policies hurting the people who can afford it the least. However, there is good news. American innovation and free market competition are creating new avenues towards prosperity. As technology develops and lenders are able to use new or alternative sources of data to better predict the risk of default, credit-invisible Americans will increasingly be able to participate in our financial markets. And that's really good news. Common sense and technological innovation has the potential to bring an estimated 50 million Americans with thin or no credit files into the financial system, and is a goal I have been working on, as I said at the beginning, for years. My Credit Access and Inclusion Act, the Building Credit Access for Veterans Act, and finally the Credit Score Competition Act, which was signed into law in 2018, are all designed to allow for the use of new, reliable, predictive data in our system. As we push forward with these improvements in technology and new sources of data, which are already showing promise at making our markets fairer and more accessible, we should also consider what guardrails may be needed to ensure responsible growth and consumer protection. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today on this really important topic, and look forward to asking you some questions as well.
Thank you, Senator Scott. The three witnesses joining us today, Mark Beggar has served as CEO and board member of Equifax since April 2018. From March 2016 to April 2018, he served as a member of the board of directors at FICO. Chris Cartwright has served as president and CEO of TransUnion since May 2019. He joined TransUnion in August 2014. Welcome. Mr. Brian Casson served as CEO of Experian since July 2014. He was previously appointed to the board as CFO in April 2012. Thank you all for joining us. And Mr. Beggar, please begin.
Good morning, Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Mark Begor, the Chief Executive Officer of Equifax. Since 2018, I've led the transformation of our company to build a new Equifax and a culture that values and supports consumers, customers, and communities. I recognize the important role that Equifax plays in the financial lives of consumers, and I take this responsibility very seriously. Our company's purpose is to help people live their financial best, and Equifax is committed to putting consumers first and helping people access useful and affordable financial products and services in a responsible and sustainable way. We know that every financial first, whether it's a college loan, a credit card, or a mortgage to purchase a first home, can spur positive economic change, and we constantly look for ways to bring greater financial opportunity to more people in more places. Over the past 5 years, we've invested an incremental more than $1.5 billion to rebuild our IT infrastructure to the most advanced cloud technology capabilities available. This is one of the largest cloud investments ever undertaken in our industry and is changing every facet of our infrastructure and our operations. Our new cloud capabilities are allowing us to enhance the accuracy of data and to more effectively leverage our alternative data to expand access to credit while also delivering industry-leading security. We know that one of the keys to responsibly expanding consumer access to credit and supporting a more inclusive economy is leveraging information that is not traditionally included in the credit report. And we're focused on offering innovative solutions that can bring increased visibility to underserved consumers. For example, we recently became the first in our industry to provide a new mortgage credit report that combines utility and cell phone data with traditional credit data. The majority of American adults have at least one utility or cell phone bill in their name, and using this additional data in a mortgage underwriting could raise the credit scores of as many as 2.4 million consumers by an average of 30 points, moving them into a higher score band and potentially enabling them to either get approved or to receive more favorable mortgage interest rates. In addition to our efforts to expand access to credit, Equifax is taking strong steps to be more consumer-friendly at every touch. We've invested over $75 million to improve the overall experience that consumers have with Equifax. We are ensuring that our written communications are in plain language. We have added tools like video clips to our website to help consumers navigate the dispute process, and we've made it easier for consumers to both manage their disputes online and track their disputes throughout the process. We are committed to correcting errors on consumer reports quickly and transparently, and we're working with our industry colleagues to limit errors from occurring in the first place. Another element of our focus on consumers is ensuring that we maintain the most accurate data possible. Even one single error on a consumer's credit report is one error too many. It's a personal priority for me that consumers trust their credit reports to contain accurate and complete data. To strengthen our accuracy program at Equifax, we are driving initiatives in 3 key areas. We are streamlining our dispute processes and rewriting our consumer communications to use more plain language. We are implementing automation to more quickly identify errors in data before it goes on the credit file. And we're working more closely with our furnishers to communicate issues that we find and correct them going forward. While I'm proud of our progress, there is more we can and will do. We are deeply committed to putting consumers first, and that means ensuring that we are providing lenders with accurate information so that consumers can get the credit that they need. And we continue to focus on our leadership in data security and to foster a culture where data security is central to our team's DNA. We've built one of the world's most advanced and effective cybersecurity programs, and our security capabilities exceed all industry benchmarks. We believe that transparency, communication, and collaboration deliver stronger security, and we continue to actively engage with our customers, policymakers, and other organizations regarding the challenges and opportunities in cybersecurity on a daily basis. While we still have more work to do, I'm proud of our progress that we've made over the last 5 years. Our resolve to achieve our company purpose to help people live their financial best and put consumers first has never been stronger. Thank you again for the opportunity to share some of the key priorities of the new Equifax and for your dedication to your constituents and American consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Begor. I appreciate your being here. Mr. Cartwright, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for this invitation to appear. My name is Chris Cartwright, and I am President and CEO of TransUnion. TransUnion is a global company headquartered in Chicago and one of 3 major credit reporting agencies in the United States. We have nearly 5,000 employees in the U.S. and over 12,000 worldwide. TransUnion's mission is to help people and society through information, to ensure fairness for consumers, and to assist businesses in identifying underserved communities and managing business risks. The credit reporting agencies are the backbone of the modern consumer credit economy. We play a key role in the efficient and stable functioning of the nation's financial system. We serve as clearinghouses and record keepers, and we help consumers gain access to credit quickly and efficiently. We do not make lending decisions. We provide information that helps consumers obtain credit and helps lenders in underwriting and establishing credit terms. Our credit reports help more than 254 million consumers per year obtain important financial products, allowing them to achieve their personal goals through affordable credit. Today's consumers expect near instant access to credit. We help make this possible by providing an efficient and reliable way for lenders to assess consumers' willingness and ability to repay their loans. Ultimately, this system enhances quality of life and strengthens the American economy. We also play an important role for the lending community and for preserving financial stability. We help banks and financial institutions of all sizes more accurately manage risk, and we have seen in the past several months, ensuring lending institutions have the data to understand and mitigate risk is critical to the overall health and resilience of the U.S. banking sector. At the core of TransUnion's business is a commitment to data accuracy. Data accuracy is the fundamental underpinning of the entire credit reporting system. We must get it right. A strong and accurate reporting system benefits consumers, businesses, and the economy. TransUnion has led the industry in building a system that helps consumers quickly address any errors in their credit reports and work directly with furnishers to expeditiously resolve any inaccurately reported items. Through our efforts, our turnaround time in addressing consumer disputes is now approximately 9 days, well below what is required by law. We understand the great responsibility we have in stewarding data that touches the lives of nearly every American. Financial inclusion is a key pillar of our company strategy. We're proud to be industry leaders in promoting expanded credit access through alternative data. Alternative data sources, such as rental and utility data, provides opportunities for people to build credit profiles quickly and accurately. We believe alternative data is really a story of economic fairness. If this information were reported at scale, it would substantially increase credit access for millions of Americans. We also know the real impact credit reports have on consumers' lives. We are committed to getting it right every time. Since I became CEO of the company, TransUnion has undergone a transformation focused on improving the consumer experience. Among other things, during this transformation, we have partnered with our peers at the outset of the pandemic to provide consumers with free weekly credit reports. We are continually investing in our operations to build a best-in-class dispute resolution infrastructure to make sure our data is as accurate as possible and consumers' experiences are seamless. We recently removed all paid medical debt from credit files, and we made changes that will remove more than 70% of all unpaid medical collections from credit reports. Senators, we recognize that partnering with policymakers is essential. We appreciate the work of this committee, in particular Chairman Brown and Ranking Member Scott, for your leadership in helping to make the credit reporting system stronger. We want to continue to build on our successful history, and we will continue to work with Congress and our regulators to provide consumers with the tools they need to realize economic opportunities. Thank you, Senators, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. Mr. Casson, welcome.
Committee Member Scott and members of the committee, I am Brian Casson, CEO of Experian. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the important work Experian does for the benefit of consumers, lenders, and the U.S. economy. Let me begin by stating why credit bureaus exist, how consumers benefit, and how our work provides underlying stability to the entire consumer credit ecosystem. Credit bureaus accurately compile consumers' payment histories reported to us by individual creditors, so that all lenders can use this data to make sound underwriting decisions. Good lending decisions mean fewer defaults. Fewer defaults reduce the cost of credit and increase the availability of consumer credit across the economy. Because credit bureau data does not include demographic factors.
All right, you are listening in there to the Senate committee hearing on the credit reporting agencies. That is going to be going on for a while, so we will dip back in to get the latest information here. I do want to get to some breaking news that we are following here at this hour. It is breaking. Jerry Springer, the controversial and influential talk show host, has died. That is according to our partners over at TMZ, as well as the Associated Press. Now, you probably know that he did host the Jerry Springer Show for 27 years. A family spokesperson says Jerry had been diagnosed with cancer a few months ago, and this week he took a turn for the worse. He died at his home in the Chicago area. We will have more on that coming up a bit later on today. I do want to get to another story that we are following and have been, along with our Fox 2 San Francisco team and with our Fox News team as well. We have new details after a former San Francisco fire commissioner was beaten with a metal rod. Now, he himself is facing some backlash after new video was released. Claudia Cowan with Fox News is following the story now and joins us with the latest. Claudia, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, Josh, good morning to you. A big legal twist here in this ongoing case because, as you mentioned, now that former fire commissioner here in San Francisco, Don Carmignani, is being accused of provoking the attack after he was beaten with a metal pipe by a homeless man. The public defender calls this a case of self-defense, and she wants all of the charges against her client to be dropped. 24-year-old Garrett Doty faces a number of felony charges of assault and battery stemming from that April 5th attack, which was caught on camera. Surveillance video released by Don Carmignani shows Doty swinging a metal pipe at his head, leaving him with a fractured skull and other serious injuries. Carmignani said he was attacked after asking Doty and other homeless people encamped outside his mother's house to leave. But yesterday, Doty's public defender released this video taken minutes earlier. She claimed Carmignani had sprayed her client with bear mace, as well as this video from 2021, which she says also shows Carmignani dousing a homeless person with bear spray. Carmignani's lawyer denies it's him, but the public defender says she believes Carmignani could be responsible for at least 8 unsolved bear spray attacks on homeless people.
First thing that Mr. Doty does when he realizes it's Mr. Carmignani coming at him is he ducks out of the way with his coat covering his head, implying he knows and has been subjected to the violence of the bear spray in prior incidents.
The district attorney here in San Francisco says the case against Doty will proceed so long as Carmignani shows up here to testify today. Now, in a local media interview, Carmignani admitted he did have bear spray with him that day, but he says he accidentally sprayed himself. So, Josh, the question is, can his assailant claim self-defense when video clearly shows him chasing Carmignani down the street and viciously hitting him in the face multiple times with that metal rod? We have a preliminary hearing here at San Francisco Superior Court getting underway in less than 2 hours. Back to you.
All right, Claudia Cowan there with Fox News. A very bizarre story, and I'm sure there will be more developments, so we will keep in touch. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us. It is now 10:31 on the East Coast and 7:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot of live events going on right now, as well as breaking news. So let's head to a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back to this breaking news that we are following here. Jerry Springer, the controversial and influential talk show host, has died. The information just coming in a short time ago from our partners over at TMZ and at the Associated Press. Springer hosted the Jerry Springer Show for nearly 3 decades, a very popular and controversial show. A family spokesperson saying that he had been diagnosed with cancer a few months ago. His situation quickly got worse, and he died at his home in the Chicago area. Jerry Springer was 79 years old. I do want to head back over to Washington, D.C. at this hour, as we do have this hearing still underway. This is a Senate hearing, and they are discussing the oversight of the credit reporting agencies. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Some of the most complex out there. You know that the industry, the 3 credit bureaus, made a proactive move to, number one, exclude all debt for a year, medical debt, to give consumers a chance to sort that out, and then second, to exclude medical debt below $500, which eliminated about 70% of the trade lines. So we thought that was a proactive step going forward. And then we're doing more around ensuring that the medical debt that is contributed is accurate inside of the credit file.
Okay. As I understand it, when you announced that that medical debt under $500 would be exempt from credit reports, that you noted that this applies to what is the initial report balance. But depending on the care that folks receive and the providers that take care of them, you could end up with multiple bills that exceed $500. How would you address that?
Well, same thing, Senator. I think it's something we can look further into. We agree with you the complexity of medical debt is something that needs to be addressed, and we thought the move on $500 was proactive. I think there's more we can do to look at the issue.
I would encourage you to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Scott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Smith, I have something called the Credit Access and Inclusion Act that allows for more information to be added to the system voluntarily, and Mr. Cassins talked about, and Mr. Cartwright's talked about. So I'd love for you to have a conversation with you about the legislation. I do think that there are 2 ways for us to actually see more access to credit, and one way I think is flawed and likely will lead ultimately long-term to less access because you create a less reliable scoring system. And I think we're seeing that in part from the FHFA Director Thompson, who's departing from risk-based pricing on individual loans purchased by the GSEs, creating a perverse incentive structure that will penalize borrowers who have worked really hard to improve their credit or save for the down payment. And so when you look at ways to water down the credit score in order to create more access, I think ultimately you destroy the very system that I talked about that I think needs to be objective, that needs to be based on the credit risk itself. And there are ways for us to make sure that specifically minority borrowers who are more often than not going to be renting a home, not owning the home, based on the fact that 41% of African Americans today own their homes, which means that ultimately 59% do not. So if you're not including the rent payment, if you're not including the other beyond credit card payments, the utility payments, the phone bill, the mobile phone bills, there are other ways for us to make sure. And if we're doing those things and adding them in, we are creating a more fair yet objective system. And Mr. Casson, I know that you talked a little bit about boost in your opening comments. My question to you is, how's it going, number one? Number two, do you find that the accuracy of the information that's being inputted is consistent with the same level of accuracy that allows you to still have a fairly objective system?
Well, thank you, Senator. Yes, since we launched Boost, which was in 2019, we've had over 12 million consumers add additional trade lines to their credit reports. And we do this through a fairly simple process. We gain access to their check account. It's consumer permission, so the consumer opts in to do this. We look for these trade lines and we add them to the credit report, and then we immediately rescore them. What we found is that over half of the consumers that have done this have seen some fairly material increase in their credit scores. So it has been hugely beneficial. It is, we've worked with the industry to ensure that it works and that the information is valid to be included, so the scoring systems work. We've worked with all the scoring companies. So we believe this is a very effective way of actually helping people who have thin credit files. and ultimately also for people who have no credit history. So very proactive step. We did take a further step, Senator, more recently with the launch of a product called Experian Go, which is actually targeted at people who have no credit history, and so they can establish an account with Experian for the first time. And these kind of initiatives, we think, are incredibly helpful at addressing that large population of people who have limited or no access to credit, Senator.
Anyone else want to comment on that topic?
Senator, I agree with Brian, as well as your points around more data results in better decisions. And we have some large databases of non-traditional credit data. For example, we have a database of 220 million American cell phone payment records and utility records.
Yes.
And we've recently taken that data and added it to our mortgage credit file. And that drives the predictability of the consumers, particularly those at the lower end of the credit space that have less trade lines. So if you're adding in someone's cell phone bill that they pay every month, it's a predictor that they're going to pay their financial bills on time. And from that new product, we think as many as 2.4 million consumers will see a 30-point lift in their credit score by adding those non-traditional data elements in. We're going after rental payment data, as you suggested. Very complex to collect,
Indeed.
as was already pointed out. But we have a big priority around adding non-traditional data sources to expand access to credit.
And I'm running out of time, so I'll just say this. The use of objective standards is so critically important. And I see this move across the country that somehow we're going to make the lives specifically of minorities better by eliminating objective standards in everything, in education, in credit scores. And that, to me, is insulting as an African American, that the only way for me to be competitive is for you somehow to eliminate the thresholds. That's ridiculous. I can't think of anything more ridiculous than that. I would say this on this topic. There's lots of things more ridiculous than that, but not on this topic. I also hope that you all are spending a lot of time investing in financial literacy as a path forward to helping people understand and appreciate the necessity. What you look like on paper might become the most important single factor in how you live your life in the future as it relates to being creditworthy. Thank you. Perhaps I'll continue while I have.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Thank you. I will take my 5 minutes now. Thank you for your response to Senator Smith. It was a start, but inadequate, but I want to talk to you more about medical debt.
You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there to that Senate committee hearing. That is on the credit reporting agency there. We're going to kind of pop in and out of that, as it is going to be ongoing for quite a while. I do want to remind you, if you look off to the top right-hand side of your screen, we have learned from the Associated Press there that controversial talk show host Jerry Springer has died at the age of 79. Now, his family members had said that recently he had been diagnosed with cancer. He took a turn for the worse and died earlier on in the Chicago area. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go over to the LA area. Street racing could be to blame for a deadly overnight crash in Pomona. That is a city in eastern LA County. Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 LA team is following this and joins us live with the latest details here on those victims. Mario, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Josh, good morning, and we're talking about another tragic accident, a suspected street race here on the streets of Pomona that turned deadly. One person was killed, another in the hospital this morning, and witnesses, several, report that both vehicles were speeding here down this stretch of road. And we have video showing you the cars that were involved, at least the two cars that were here on the scene. First, a maroon Honda, then a dark blue Dodge Charger with major damage after the crash here on Holt Avenue, just east of Lorraine. Now, the Dodge Charger, it's believed to be the driver inside of that car is an innocent bystander involved in the crash. Paramedics transporting the driver in the Honda to a nearby hospital, Pomona Valley, in critical condition, while the passenger, a woman in that car, died at the scene. Now, the driver in the Dodge Charger was checked out, but not transported, and he did cooperate with investigators here. Witnesses say the driver in the Honda racing another driver in a black souped-up Mustang that took off here. They say it was speeding westbound on Holt Avenue before the Honda lost control and crashed into that passing driver, again, just east of Lorraine here on Holt Avenue. Police are still looking for information on that driver in the black Mustang that took off here from the scene. Meanwhile, the victim who died in that red Honda, they are believed to be around 30 years old, a woman, her name being withheld pending family notification. Josh, back to you.
And so I know we hear about this nationwide at this point, but is street racing specifically a problem in that area where you are, or is this the first incident they've had?
It absolutely is. Pomona Police, that department, along with agencies across Southern California, are really struggling with the growing problem of not only street racing, but street takeovers. Those large groups, massive groups of drivers taking over an intersection, doing dangerous stunts. There have been programs introduced from the LA Department of Transportation where neighborhood residents can apply for speed humps along streets where they notice drivers are speeding, but that's a process that could take 6 months to a year. It requires an application and a review process from city officials. Meanwhile, a lot of these departments say their officers are just overwhelmed when they run into these street takeovers, and they're sort of coming together and trying to figure out exactly what to do moving ahead, because oftentimes, too often, these types of incidents turn deadly.
All right, Mario Ramirez there with our Fox 11 LA team. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us, and we will stay in touch to get an update on that investigation.
Thank you, Josh.
It is now 10:47 on the East Coast and 7:47 on the West Coast here. I do want to take you out to a live image. You can see right now this is over in D.C. as we do have the president of South Korea. He is expected to speak before Congress here, speaking to lawmakers directly coming up really in the next 15 minutes or so. We have seen House Speaker Kevin McCarthy alongside Kamala Harris, vice president there. We will bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back to your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look there inside the House as we do expect to have the president of South Korea, who is on his state visit here to the U.S., speaking before Congress, speaking before lawmakers after meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and with President Biden. Of course, we brought you those images and that video from the state dinner just last night. Everyone kind of taking their seats here. We have seen the president walking kind of back and forth there. We will bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. They're expected to start in just about 9-10 minutes. I do want to head back, though, live into the Senate Banking Committee hearing right now as they are discussing credit. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
That are credit invisible. Actually, in Alabama, this is personal to me. 1/5 of Alabamians, according to the CFPB, are either credit invisible or have a thin credit file, and for lack of credit history. Research indicates that this is predominantly in low and rural consumers, and they are the ones that are fitting into this category. One of our bipartisan goals on this committee is to responsibly increase access to financial institutions and to credit. I want to ask each one of you, given that many of these individuals do not have traditional credit histories, what is your plan to help more Americans no longer be credit invisible or to actually develop their credit history? And we'll just go down the line, and since we are short on time, if you can keep it as concise as possible, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. We're 100% aligned with your goal, and it's already come up in the hearing around expanding access to credit. It's a priority of Equifax's, and we have large databases that are alternative data outside the credit file. For example, we have records on cell phone utility payment records for 220 million Americans, and we've rolled out a new product, a new mortgage credit file that includes those data elements that will expand credit scores by including those more non-traditional elements.
And are you seeing that help more people?
For sure. And we're working to bring more data in. Rental payment data, for example, the 44 million Americans that rent every month. That's very attractive data, very predictive data that will improve their credit score. So adding that data is a priority of ours.
Thank you. Mr. Cartwright.
Thanks again for the question, Senator. And I agree with you. It's a hugely important issue. And in my opinion, it's probably the single biggest issue that this committee could work on to expand financial inclusion to the mainstream system. One point I would like to highlight for the committee is that TransUnion and the credit reporting industry at large adopted what's called trended credit information over the past several years. And the difference is that prior to trended credit information, we took a snapshot, a point-in-time view of a consumer's credit information to calculate a score. Now we look back over history, as much as 3 years of data. That allows us to include consumers who may have fallen off the credit file. As a result, the industry can score tens of millions of consumers that we couldn't previously and score with greater accuracy, which is important to bank safety and soundness. I agree with Mr. Begor that we've got to invest in alternative data. We also at TransUnion have a considerable amount of non-traditional credit information that we use in our scoring algorithms, and it expands access to the financial system for American consumers.
Excellent. I hope you'll continue to invest in that.
We certainly will.
Mr. Kasson.
Thank you, Senator. This is a hugely important issue for the industry, and it's a hugely important issue for Experian. We've been incredibly proactive on this topic. The first thing that we did some time ago was to make access to Experian credit reports and scores free to any consumer. And we now have over 65 million consumers that access those products directly from Experian. So they can go at any time, get access, and to lots of products which give a lot of education around how reports and scores are calculated and how people can improve those. But we've gone further than that, Senator. We've introduced some specific products which really go to the heart of this issue. The first is called Experian Boost, which I mentioned in response to Senator Scott's question. And that's really a service which enables consumers entirely free.
All right, you are listening in there as the Senate committee does speak about credit. They've been going over this for about an hour or so, and it is likely to continue as the day does progress. So we'll kind of dip in and out of that. In the meantime, you are taking a live look inside the House here as we do expect South Korea's president to address Congress really any minute now. You could see Kamala Harris making a few comments, as did House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. So we know South Korea's president is on this visit to the U.S., where he has met and spoken with President Biden. And earlier today, he was on a tour with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. I do want to talk more about the visit itself. Andrew Yeo is a senior fellow and the SK Korea Foundation chair at the Brookings Institution Center for East Asia Policy Studies. He does join us now live to talk more about the significance of this trip. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Thanks for having me here on the program.
So first off, I know it's kind of a loaded question and probably hard to answer, but just kind of break down for me the significance of South Korea's president heading here to the U.S., meeting with President Biden and with Speaker McCarthy.
Yeah, so Washington is really rolling out the red carpet for President Yoon Suk-yeol, the South Korean president. And part of this is in celebration of the 70th anniversary of the U.S. South Korea alliance. But I also think there's recognition that South Korea is playing a larger global role in support of like-minded allies and partners. And also, I think the speech in Congress is in part recognition that Korea has provided over $50 billion investment to the United States since Biden has become president. So these are things that I think the U.S. wants to recognize, but it's also very meaningful for the South Korean president to be here at the highest stages of diplomacy.
And we did learn not, of course, just that President Biden is hosting you in for the state visit, but on Wednesday, the two presidents actually unveiled a new plan to, they say, counter North Korea's nuclear threat, with President Biden issuing that strong warning that an attack would, quote, result in the end of whatever regime took that action. We do know also that the new nuclear deterrence efforts call for periodically docking U.S. nuclear-armed submarines in South Korea for the first time in 4 decades. What is the significance there of that?
Yeah, so this is the Washington Declaration and one of the key deliverables so far from this summit. And South Korea has been a bit anxious about its own security given increasing North Korea threats. And they've been asking for the U.S. for more reassurances to protect South Korea in case of an attack. And I think the Biden administration wants to meet South Korea, meet these concerns. And this is where we have this new nuclear consultative group where now the Koreans are saying the U.S. can have more of a say, more voice in the actual plannings in case there's a nuclear attack. And the U.S. has also committed to greater strategic assets, things like submarines, fighter jets. These will be more regular and routine moving forward because the threat environment has gone up.
Was this trip any sort of surprise, or was it pretty much expected that a trip like this would happen with South Korea's president coming here to the U.S.?
Well, certainly there was some expectation, but, you know, President Biden, this is only his second state visit. You know, the first one was Macron, and the South Korean and U.S. presidents have met already 4 times. So the question is why have a 5th meeting, and why give this state visit to South Korea? But again, as I mentioned, it is in recognition to this growing partnership. And I think Korea and under President Yoon has done quite a bit to try to align himself much more closely with the U.S. So it wasn't a foregone conclusion, but I do think that the U.S. wanted to recognize the role that South Korea was playing in establishing or in supporting a rules-based international order.
Is there growing concern about North Korea, the possibility of nuclear weapons? Is that part of the visit itself, and just securing, I guess, Americans and South Koreans, assuring them that it is going to be okay?
Yes, so part of it was the reassurance. And one thing that I didn't mention is that there's been a lot of talk about South Korea going nuclear, that they want the South Korean public, more than 70% of South Koreans are saying they'd like to have nuclear weapons. And of course, that's a concern for the United States. So as you mentioned, a part of this commitment from the U.S. is to tamp down that discussion and to tell the South Koreans that you don't need nuclear weapons, that we are here to protect protect South Korea, and the extended deterrence should be sufficient to address those security needs.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us and provide some context to the visit here. Is there anything else that you want to make sure to add before I let you go?
No, just one final thought is that I think this will have a lasting impact on the alliance, and I think for the Yoon government, his domestic approval ratings have gone down a bit, and so I think the Koreans hope that this will help boost his image back at home as well too. But thanks again for having me.
Of course. And we are actually going to hear from South Korea's president as he does address the House here. Really quickly, what do you think he is going to have to say? Because we've heard from him a few times with President Biden. Earlier, he sort of spoke for just a minute or so with Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker. What do we expect to hear from him right here?
Yeah, so from what I've heard in advance is that he's going to, of course, mention the 70th anniversary of the alliance. He's going to acknowledge the United States support through the years. He's going to mention increasing South Korean investments in the United States. But from what I've heard, he's going to emphasize democracy, freedom. This is the language that the Yoon government has really been using the past year, and to really show that the U.S. and South Korea are committed partners in defense of freedom around the world. And so I think that's going to be one of the key messages that President Yoon delivers in front of Congress in any minute from now.
All right, Andrew, thank you again for taking the time here to join us and provide some context. We, of course, know the visit is happening, but a lot of people don't fully understand what's going on here. So I appreciate you taking the time to join us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to bring you out live. As we mentioned, we do expect South Korea's president to speak any moment now. I do want to pop up the audio to see if you could hear anything. It did appear that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was speaking just moments ago alongside Vice President Kamala Harris. Let me just pop up the audio to see if anything is being spoken at this moment. So what you're hearing now is just a lot of people talking amongst themselves as we do wait for South Korea's president to begin speaking there. I do want to go over some of the basics here. Of course, we did have Andrew just join us to break down more about the trip itself, but South Korea's president there, Yoon Suk Yeol, is going to address these lawmakers as his trip to America does continue. President Biden has been hosting Yoon for the state visit, and on Wednesday, the two presidents unveiled a new plan to counter North Korea's nuclear threat, with President Biden issuing a strong warning that an attack would, quote, result in the end of whatever regime took that action. The new nuclear deterrence effort calls for periodically docking U.S. nuclear-armed submarines in South Korea for the first time in 40 years, bolstering training between the two countries. The declaration was unveiled as Biden did host Yoon for a state visit at a moment of rising concerns over an increased pace of ballistic missile tests by North Korea. South Korea, they're reaffirming their commitment to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is an agreement signed by several major nuclear and non-nuclear powers that have pledged their cooperation to stem the spread of nuclear technology. The state visit also coming as Biden did announce that he will make a second run for the White House in 2024 alongside Kamala Harris. We know, of course, that it could all lead to a rematch between Biden and former President Trump. Once again, South Korea's president expected to address Congress here in the House any moment now. We can hear Kamala Harris and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy kind of having a discussion right there. Not sure if they're speaking into the microphone just yet, but I do want to pop up the audio once again as this is ongoing there in D.C. This is expected to get underway just about any moment now. You can see Kamala Harris and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are up there, up top, ready to have South Korea's president speak at any moment. Now, I don't want to interrupt South Korea's president as he is speaking, so let's actually head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have South Korea's president who has walked into the House. He is shaking hands with all of the lawmakers there, and he is going to approach the front here, as you can see on your screen, and he will speak before Congress any moment now. This coming, of course, during his state visit here to the U.S. He was at that state dinner last night with President Biden, and earlier today spent part of the morning with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Once again, he is walking there in D.C., shaking hands with each and every House member there. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as he does get ready to speak.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you His Excellency Young Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, honorable members of the United States Congress, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of America, a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. I stand before that nation with a conviction of freedom, belief in the alliance, and the resolve to open a new future. For 234 years, a Congress has been the symbol of freedom and democracy. This chamber embodies the spirit of Constitution. I'm honored to address the members of Congress and the people of the United States. Thank you, both Democrats and Republicans, for passing the resolution marking the 17th anniversary of the alliance. Your support has dignified my visit. I know that no matter where you sit, you stand with Korea. Over the past century, we have faced many threats, but the U.S. has always led the world in defense of freedom. Imperial nations fought for colonies, and humanity greatly suffered from the two world wars. America righteously stepped in to defend freedom. But it was not without cost. We remember the leadership of General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz. But more than 100,000 American men and women perished in the Pacific War. Their sacrifice was not in vain. U.S. leadership established the New World Order based on free trade. It brought peace and prosperity throughout the world. But prosperity was limited to free market economies where communist totalitarian nations did not participate. The world was divided into democratic and communist blocs. In 1950, the Korean Peninsula was on the front line. The Soviet Union helped to rearm North Korea. North Korea's surprise attack threatened the peace on the Korean Peninsula and Asia. Korea's freedom and democracy were on the brink. At that decisive moment, the U.S. did not look the other way. Korean and American soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder and fought bravely. Tales of our heroes were written. General MacArthur caught the enemy off guard with the landing of Incheon and turned the tides of the war. Operation Chromite was one of the greatest decisions ever made in the history of war. The U.S. 1st Marine Division miraculously broke through a wave of 120,000 Chinese troops at the Battle of Lake Changjin. Thank you. Thank you. Sons and daughters of America sacrificed their lives to defend a country they never knew and the people they never met. In the Battle of Lake Changjin alone, 4,500 American service members lost their lives. Over the course of the war, almost 37,000 U.S. soldiers fell. The late Colonel William Weber fought in the battle for Hill 3 to 4 in Wonju. He lost his right arm and leg. Yet, this American hero dedicated his life to honoring the noble sacrifice made by the Korean War veterans. Today, we are honored to have his granddaughter, Ms. Jane Weber, with us. Ms. Weber, would you stand up, please? On behalf of the Korean people, I would like to thank you deeply. We salute his noble service and sacrifice. Thank you, Dane. Some of Korean war heroes are your family and friends. The late John Conyers Jr., Sam Johnson, and Howard Coble were veteran congressmen who promoted freedom and democracy. The former Representative Charles Rangel has been a strong supporter of the alliance. Korea will never forget the great American heroes who fought with us to defend freedom. Thank you. Thank you. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to all the Korean War veterans and their families. You did not hesitate to send your sons and daughters, husbands and wives, a brother and sisters. You answered the call to defend the freedom of a country across the Pacific. I thank the U.S. and its people for honoring the Korean War as a proud legacy. Thank you also for treating the veterans with honor and respect. Thank you. The war ended after 3 years of intense battle. Our two nations signed the Mutual Defense Treaty and opened a new era of the alliance. Ever since, the Korean people rose from the ruins of war to build a thriving nation. And at every step, America has stood together with Korea. We have many reasons to celebrate our platinum anniversary. We had no guarantees of success when it started. But today, our alliance is stronger than ever, more prosperous together, and more connected like no other. Indeed, it has been the linchpin safeguarding our freedom, peace, and prosperity. Once a recipient of aid, Korea is the only nation in modern history to become a donor. This itself demonstrates the success of our alliance. Let me talk about the history of our alliance. The ties of our cooperation and exchange span over 140 years since the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1882. In the late 19th century, American missionaries helped to widely introduce the values of freedom and solidarity to Korea. These values are the foundations of Korea's constitution. They have made a huge impact on our independence movement and the foundations of Korea. Horace Underwood, Hallie Appenzeller, Mary Scranton, and Rosetta Hall are some of the missionaries who set foot in Korea at the end of the 19th century. They built schools and hospitals. They promoted education of women. Their efforts laid the foundations for many Korean women to advance into society as educators, journalists, and doctors. In the early 1960s, the Kennedy administration recommended Professor Lostow's model for economic growth. President Park Chung-hee wisely embraced the idea and pushed economic development forward. It laid the foundation for Korea to become an industrialized country. Known as a miracle on the Han River, Korea's economic growth rate was unrivaled. Korea was one of the least developed countries after the war. Its annual income was just $67 per capita. Now, its economy ranks 10th in the world. Thank you. Thank you. Seoul was once reduced to ashes. Now, it is one of the world's most vibrant digital cities. Busan was once flooded with war refugees. Now, it is the world's second largest port city in terms of transshipment volume. It is also bidding to host the World Expo 2030. Korea is winning the hearts of global citizens. It is dynamic, freedom is thriving, and democracy is robust. Korea and the U.S. have joined forces to safeguard freedom and democracy throughout the world. Since World War II, Korea dispatched its warriors of freedom. We fought side by side with the U.S. in Afghanistan, Iraq, and others. For over 70 years in the history of the alliance, we worked together in military and security sectors. We also expanded our cooperation in the economic field. Our relationship has evolved from one of unilateral assistance to a partnership that is mutually beneficial. The Carroll FTA was approved with the full support of the U.S. Congress in 2011. Since then, our bilateral trade has increased by 68%. Korea's companies' investment in America has tripled. The U.S. companies' investment in Korea has nearly doubled. Korean companies are contributing to vitalize the U.S. economy. They are producing EV batteries, semiconductors, cars, and other products here in America. And more importantly, they are creating decent, well-paying jobs. Take Austin, Texas. Samsung's semiconductor plant has created nearly 10,000 jobs as of 2020. Take Bryan County, Georgia. Hyundai's EV and battery plants is expected to be operational by late 2024. It will produce 300,000 electric vehicles every year. It will employ thousands of Americans. And take Bay City, Michigan. It is a home to SK Siltron CSS, where President Biden visited. It is an example of Korean and American companies merging to achieve even greater growth. I hope to see more economic cooperation in the other parts of America. In this regard, I count on your keen interest and support. My friends, years of active cultural and people-to-people exchange have deepened our friendship. This year also marks the 120th anniversary of Korean immigration to the U.S. Early Korean immigrants arrived as workers on the sugarcane plantation in Hawaii. Since then, Korean Americans have made their way into many parts of the American society. They have played an important role of fostering close friendship and writing the history of our alliance. Representatives Young Kim, Andy Kim, Michelle Steele, and Marilyn Strickland are here with us. They are a testament to the alliance spanning generations. That's true for each party. It is a relief that you are evenly praised across the aisle. Even more, culture is helping to further deepen our understanding and friendship. Nationality and language differences are no longer barriers. Korean movies, A Parasite and Minari, have won Oscars. Hallyu film, Top Gun, and The Avengers are loved by Koreans. I also love Top Gun and Maverick and the Mission Impossible. And even if you didn't know my name, you may know BTS and Blackpink. BTS beat me to the White House, but I beat them to Capitol Hill. Korean and American singers are reaching high places in each other's music charts is no longer a surprise. The U.S. create global platforms like Netflix. Korea has produced a popular series such as Squid Game. We are creating a new pattern of synergy. These cultural exchanges have brought, according to Chicago Council on Global Affairs, Americans' positive views of Korea have reached the highest level since 1978. And according to a Pew survey last year, Koreans' positive views of the U.S. have reached 89%. It marks the largest increase among all the countries surveyed. Korea and the U.S. agreed to set up an assistance program for our students. It will help them to study and find jobs actively in each other's country. Honorable members of Congress, I have two careers in my life. My first job was as a public prosecutor. My second job is serving as the president of my beloved country. As prosecutor, my role model was the late Robert Morgenthau. He was the real-life character of District Attorney Adam Schiff in Law and Order. When I was the Prosecutor General, I printed a book titled Robert Morgenthau, America's Eternal Attorney. I shared it with my junior prosecutors. In the preface, I included the phrase, an attorney who is silent in the face of great evil will not even stop pickpockets in the neighborhood. Today, our democracy is at risk. Democracy is a community's political decision-making system to protect freedom and human rights. Such decision-making must be based on truth and freely formed public opinion. But today, in many parts of the world, false propaganda and disinformation are distorting the truth and the public opinion. They are threatening democracy. The rule of law allows the freedoms of everyone to coexist. It is upheld by parliamentary democracy. False propaganda and disinformation corrupt intellectualism. They threaten democracy and the rule of law. Such totalitarian forces may conceal and disguise themselves as defenders of democracy or human rights. But in reality, they deny freedom and democracy. We must not be fooled by such deception and disguises. We have for so long protected democracy and the rule of law with our blood and sweat. We must work together and fight the forces of falsehood and deception that seek to destroy democracy and the rule of law. Those who cherish freedom also respect the freedom of others. Thus, freedom brings peace. Peace in turn safeguards freedom. Freedom and peace are sources of creativity and innovation. They bring prosperity and abundance. Our alliance was forged 70 years ago to defend Korea's freedom. The alliance has now become a global alliance that safeguards freedom and peace around the world. Korea will fulfill the responsibilities. It will play its part that matches its economic capacity. In his 1961 inauguration address, President John F. Kennedy said, "My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man." Korea will stand in solidarity with the international community. We will do what it can for the freedom of humanity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Korea with the U.S. will march towards the future. As I took office last year, I pledged to rebuild Korea, a nation belonging to the people, rooted in freedom, democracy, and market economy, a nation that the people can be truly proud of as it fulfills its role as a responsible member of the international community.
You've been listening in there to South Korea's president delivering remarks to Congress, at one point thanking Democrats and Republicans both for his invitation to address Congress, saying no matter where you sit, you stand with Korea, and later getting a standing ovation there. Also citing, in the words of former President John F. Kennedy, saying, ask what you can do, not what you can do for your country, ask what we can do together, what we can do together for the freedom of man. And he says Korea will stand for the freedom of international world order. Even at times getting a few laughs, singling out places like Georgia, where electric vehicle car batteries are made, and talking about false propaganda and inaccurate information that threatens democracy and the rule of law. This continues his two-day visit here in the United States, meeting with President Joe Biden again during the state dinner. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we are expecting Brittany Griner to be speaking in her first press conference since her detention in Russia. That's the basketball star that was held for 10 months there. You can see that up on our feed, happening live now. Folks there getting prepared for that press conference as the South Korean president continues to address Congress. We'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a look there inside the United States Capitol as the president of South Korea addresses the United States Congress during his visit here in the United States. We're going to go ahead and pop that audio up live, raw, and unfiltered.
We must raise global awareness of dire human rights situation in North Korea. We must not shy away from our duty to promote freedom for North Koreans. Last month, my government published a report on North Korean human rights. We released it to the public for the first time. The report documents a wide range of abuses in North Korea. It is based on testimonies of 508 North Korean defectors collected over the past 5 years. It records many cases of serious violations of international norms, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other human rights agreements. Unspeakable and horrendous incident took place. Men and women being shot and killed for violating COVID-19 prevention measures. Some being publicly executed for watching and sharing South Korean shows. And people being shot in public for possessing the Bible and having faith. We need to raise awareness. We must inform the world of the gravity of North Korea's human rights violations. I ask for your help in improving North Korea's green condition.
You're listening in there to South Korea's president delivering remarks to Congress, addressing a number of issues, including international security, the overall safety of democracy in the world, and at times even getting standing ovations from members of Congress on both sides of the chamber. We are expecting Brittany Griner, the basketball star who was detained in Russia for some 10 months, to be providing her first news conference since returning to the United States and since her detention in Russia. So we are going to take another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get back into the South Korean president's address to Congress. But as that press conference from Brittany Griner pops up, we'll make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, we'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Stick with us. Thanks for returning here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We're continuing to follow the very latest on all headlines happening here in the U.S. and across the world. You can see on your screen now the South Korean president is currently at the U.S. Capitol. Inside the U.S. Capitol, there addressing Congress, both chambers. Folks from all parties listening in to that. Also, a number of standing ovations for the South Korean president during his state visit here to the United States. We're going to go ahead and pop that audio up live, raw and unfiltered. But first, I want to mention that we do have this feed out of Phoenix, Arizona, where Brittany Griner, the basketball star who was held in Russia for some 10 months, is expected to provide her first press conference, talking to the media, since returning to the United States. But first, we'll go ahead and go back to the U.S. Congress, where the South Korean president continues to address Congress. We'll listen into that live, raw, and unfiltered.
Based on inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity, we will strengthen the rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific. We will take comprehensive and multi-layered approach in expanding cooperation with key partners. This also means that the stage for the alliance is expanding. Korea used to receive assistance from U.S. aid. It is now sharing its experience with developing countries in partnership with the U.S. Korea has greatly increased its ODA budget. It is providing tailored programs in tune with the needs of its partners. Yesterday, President Biden and I adopted a joint statement. It presents a vision of the alliance in action towards the future. Together, our two countries will broaden our alliance. Together, we will lead in innovation beyond the security and foreign policy. We will work closely on artificial intelligence, quantum technology, bioscience, and open RAN. Our partnership in the cutting-edge semiconductor industry will contribute to establishing stable and resilient supply chains. It will also address economic uncertainties. Together, we will open another new successful chapter. We will explore new frontiers in outer space and cyberspace. Korea and the U.S. are the world's top technological powers leading innovation and creativity. Together, we will create a great synergy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and honorable members of Congress, our alliance is an alliance of universal values. Freedom, human rights, and democracy are the very foundations of our bonds.
The South Korean president speaking there at the U.S. Congress at the Capitol building there, Yoon Suk-yeol, along with President Joe Biden, unveiled a new plan Wednesday to counter North Korea's nuclear threat, with the U.S. leader issuing a blunt warning that such an attack would result in the end of whatever regime took such action. It's 11:52 on the East Coast, 8:52 on the West Coast. We're going to take our final commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll return with the very latest of your top headlines happening here and around the world. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a live look there inside the United States Capitol, where the president of South Korea just addressed Congress there. Both chambers in attendance there as the South Korean president answered and responded to a number of issues really across the world, saying, talking about peace and freedom. Here's a shot now of a press conference that we're anticipating to come up within the next hour or so, perhaps sooner. That is in Phoenix as well, where Brittany Griner is expected to be providing her first press conference since she returned to the United States from Russia after being detained there for several months, 10 months actually. All right, we're going to go back to that feed there. Earlier we had the South Korean president again speaking in Congress. This all comes after President Joe Biden and South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol unveiled a new plan Wednesday to counter North Korea's nuclear threat, with the U.S. leader issuing a blunt warning that such an attack would result in the end of whatever regime took such action. The nuclear deterrence effort calls for periodically docking U.S. nuclear-armed submarines in South Korea for the first time in decades, bolstering training between the two countries and more. The declaration was unveiled as Biden hosted Yoon for a state visit at a moment of heightened anxiety over an increased pace of ballistic missiles tests by North Korea. Again, you can see the South Korean president there on the Congressional floor, shaking hands of lawmakers following his speech, which was largely and widely accepted, thanking in the beginning both Democrats and Republicans for his invitation to Congress and saying no matter where you sit, you stand with Korea. Again, the South Korean president speaking there, just wrapping up his speech there at the U.S. Capitol. And we're going to go ahead and switch over our feed now back to, we have the secretary speaking here. We have Mr. Mayorkas announcing, let me switch the feed there. Sorry about that, folks. We have Mr. Mayorkas there speaking about the very latest on immigration policy, which is expected to sunset following COVID area rules. We're going to listen in to his anticipation on what that policy decision may mean.
The smuggling organizations with unprecedented law enforcement focus, strengthening our immigration enforcement tool of expedited removal, working to increase information sharing and resources, having distributed over $130 million this fiscal year, with 290 more to be awarded in the coming weeks. For local communities and their nonprofit organizations, we are partnering with nations in the region to address the challenges of unprecedented migration throughout the hemisphere. For example, 2 weeks ago, we reached a trilateral agreement with Colombia and Panama to attack the smugglers who falsely coax people into the treacherous terrain of the Darién. We initiated a 60-day coordinated campaign with Panama and Colombia to prevent the incredibly dangerous humanitarian situation of migrants traversing the Darién jungle. We have made more than 10,000 smuggling arrests since April of last year and seized more than $47 million in smugglers' illegal property and finances. The Canadian commitment to accept an additional 15,000 migrants was part of a complementary effort to create lawful pathways. Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees our immigration system is outdated and badly broken. We must tackle the challenges before us together. This includes the potential for increases in migration after May 11 and the strain it will place on our communities, our workforce, and our system. That's why today we notified Congress of our intent to reprogram funds within our budget to support other emerging requirements across DHS. This reprogramming of existing funds will not meet our longer-term needs for securing our border and enforcing our laws. The administration requested $4.9 billion for these requirements, but received only $2.7 billion in the funding bill passed this December. While the department is prudently utilizing the limited funding Congress has provided to prepare for the post-Title 42 environment, this notification of repurposing existing funds is only a fraction of what we will ultimately need. We know smugglers will seek to take advantage of the end of Title 42 and that the first few weeks will be challenging. But I have full confidence in the dedicated men and women of DHS. We will do all we can to manage our border and increased encounters in a safe, orderly, and humane way. We are working with our regional partners. We are going after the smugglers. We are surging resources to the border. But we cannot do everything that we need to do until Congress provides the needed resources and reforms. We call on Congress to provide the resources we need to continue our work. We stand ready to work with Congress to pass desperately needed reform to our immigration and asylum system. In the meantime, we will continue to do our part, implementing the approach we have described here today. Thank you.
We will take a couple of questions. I see we have a special guest today. I don't know if you want to ask the secretaries first.
That's right. It's Take Your Children to Work Day, and we'd happy to take a question from you if you have one. Or you can whisper to Matt.
Well, I think she wanted to ask about the geopolitical and strategic implications of the U.S.-China-Russia rivalry, but that's a little bit off topic. Instead, she had a joke she wanted to tell, but I'm not sure she's got a little bit of stage fright. So let me go ahead and start. One, for either of you, on the regional processing centers, do you have a target, an estimate of how many people will be able to, the capacity for these, like per week or per month? And whether you do or not, if you think that they will be so successful and are truly new and innovative, why hasn't this been done before? And then secondly, for Secretary Blinken, I'm just wondering if there's any updates on the Sudan evacuation or non-evacuation situation in terms of the State Department. Thank you.
You want to start?
Happy to. So this is a process that will scale up over time. We are going to begin in collaboration, of course, with the State Department and our partner countries to begin in several thousand each month, 5,000-6,000 plus each month individuals processed, a material impact on the decision-making of people who are seeking relief in a country. The whole model is to reach the people where they are, to cut the smugglers out, and to have them avoid the perilous journey that too many do not make. But we are beginning in Guatemala and Colombia. We are beginning at the level that I described, and we will scale up. We are incredibly proud of the fact that we negotiated this agreement with those foreign countries, and we hope to expand beyond there.
Thanks, Ali. And Matt, just to add one point on that, I think that as this effort moves forward and we establish it, my expectation would be that even beyond the numbers of people who might be processed in a given month, other people seeing that this is now a way to access legal pathways to the United States that doesn't require them to, again, take the hazardous journey to our border and to put themselves in the hands of smugglers and then to come only to be turned away in any event. My expectation would be that many other people, beyond those who are actually being processed in a given month, will stay put and wait to avail themselves of this additional way of accessing legal pathways. So we'll see. We have to build it out, and we're very actively working on doing that. You know, as to why this hasn't been done before, well, I mean, it's like any good idea. You can say, gee, why didn't we think of this before? But the fact is, we're working on it now, and we're working to make it real and effective. On Sudan, just a few things. First, we are very actively working to extend the ceasefire. We've had a 72-hour ceasefire, which, like most ceasefires, is imperfect, but nonetheless has reduced violence, and that's obviously created somewhat better conditions for people in Sudan. It's also enabled some humanitarian assistance to continue to move around. But we want to make sure that, if possible, this is extended. We're very actively engaged on that. I hope and expect to have more information on that in the coming hours. And the focus, again, is on extending the ceasefire and making sure there is humanitarian access. With regard to American citizens in Sudan, a few things to be said about that. We are providing the best possible advice that we can to anyone asking for our assistance about conditions, about safety, about security, so that they can make decisions with the most information possible about what they want to do, whether they want to stay, whether they want to try to go. As you know, the vast majority of American citizens who are in Sudan are dual nationals, most of whom have made their lives and livelihoods in Sudan for years, decades. So these are very challenging decisions for people to make. But we're in contact with Americans who have registered with us in one way or another, and very active contact. What's happened over the last 72 or so hours is that the reduction in violence that we were able to achieve through the ceasefires that we helped produce has allowed partners and allies in coordination with us to conduct some aerial evacuations. We're providing important logistical support to these efforts. This is a collaborative process, and we have managed to direct many Americans who were seeking to leave to that evacuation process, so that they could, along with other nationals, take advantage of it, and that's ongoing. At the same time, what happens in these situations is you have people who are not all at once, everyone making a decision in a given moment, at a given time, about what they're going to do or not do. This changes over time. So people who today think that they're going to stay put may decide next week, next month, that they want to leave. What we need to do, and what we're working to establish, is a sustained process for enabling people to leave, assuming that the conditions that we see now are maintained, by which I mean, on the one hand, yes, ceasefire, however imperfect, but also ongoing violence, confrontation between the two rival military groups, et cetera. As we've looked at this, we believe that the best way to have an enduring capability to help people leave Sudan, if that's what they so choose, is overland. And we are working to establish a process that would enable people to move overland to a place where they can more easily exit the country, in all likelihood, Port Sudan. So that's under very active development. And again, that will be the most effective way to have a sustained process, a sustained mechanism, an enduring capability to enable people to leave if that's the choice that they make.
All right, you've been listening in there to Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressing Biden administration working to set up migrant processing centers in Latin America as Title 42, the COVID-era expulsion of migrants policy, is set to sunset. The Biden administration again setting up migrant processing centers to screen and greenlight migrants to come to the U.S. using a variety of legal pathways as part of a strategy to discourage migrants from entering the U.S. illegally after the Title 42 public health order expires next month. We are expecting soon a press conference out of Phoenix, Arizona, to hear from the basketball star Brittany Griner, saying she's ready to share the, quote, unfathomable experience of being arrested and incarcerated in Russia. That basketball star Brittany Griner is now working on a memoir that's scheduled for spring 2024. We're expected to hear from her in her first press conference on since returning to the United States after being detained for some 10 months in Russia. We are going to take our first commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. I'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You can see a number of the feeds and the stories we're following today. We have U.S. officials addressing migration at the U.S. border. This again over the Biden administration setting up migrant processing centers to screen and greenlight migrants that come into the U.S. using a variety of legal pathways as part of a strategy to discourage migrants from entering the U.S. illegally after the Title 42 public health order, which is a COVID-era pandemic order, will expire next month on May 11th. And also you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, Brittany Griner is expected to hold a news conference in Phoenix, Arizona. That's the basketball star who was detained in Russia for some 10 months. Griner was arrested last year at the airport in Moscow on a drug-related charge and detained for nearly 10 months, much of that time in prison. Her plight unfolding at the same time Russia invaded Ukraine and further heightened tensions between Russia and the U.S., ending only after she was freed during an exchange for the notorious Russian arms dealer Viktor Bout. And in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see it's Bring Your Kids to Work Day at the White House. Earlier we saw folks at the White House, including some young reporters, young reporters inside the press briefing room where they got to ask questions of the U.S. Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. What a delightful and cute event that we were able to see. Again, all of this happening as the U.S. President hosts South Korean President this week. The South Korean President spoke at the U.S. Capitol within the hour, addressing both chambers of Congress there and oftentimes receiving standing ovations. We're going to go ahead and dip back into the coverage of U.S. officials addressing migration at the U.S. border, but we are expecting that press conference from Brittany Griner to appear any moment now when she begins speaking. We'll make sure to pop the audio up live, raw, and unfiltered.
Point here is to do the following. It's to take advantage of the fact that international partners have physical locations in a number of countries where they're doing very, very important work, and to be able to bring some of our own officers and experts into these centers so that people can come to them and explore whether they're eligible for one of the various legal pathways to come to this country, whether it's as a refugee, whether it's for family reunification, whether it's for a labor pathway. And that means that it's a lot easier for people who are contemplating coming to determine from their own countries whether they have a legal pathway to do that. So it's making legal pathways much more accessible. And as Secretary Marcus was saying, as this gets up and running, and as people see that there is now a more accessible way to determine whether they're eligible to come to the United States through a variety of pathways, we believe that that will take significant incentive away for people to instead make this incredibly hazardous journey to the United States, put themselves in the hands of smugglers, encounter all the terrible dangers that we know they encounter along the way in an effort to pursue asylum, and in any event, not get in.
All right, we see here, you've been listening in there to U.S. officials, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, addressing migration at the United States border, but we are going to switch our feed over to Brittany Griner, who is now appearing in Phoenix, Arizona, expected to hold her first press conference since her detention in Russia for some 10 months. This will be her first U.S. press conference here speaking with American media. We're going to go ahead and dip into that coverage here on Live Now from Fox. This is Live, Raw, and Unfiltered.
Today's press conference. To begin, I'd like to introduce Phoenix Mercury President Vince Kozar. Thank you. Good morning. I'll be brief. I just want to start off with some thank yous to all of the media members who are here today and all of you who have been with us for the past 15 months. It's because of you we were able to tell BG's story, and I think all of us who were a part of this we're a part of keeping her name top of mind and a part of bringing her home. So we thank you for being here today, and we thank you for everything that you've done for her and for us since last February. I also want to thank our staff. There's a lot of our Mercury and Son staff at the back. Many of you played integral roles in everything we did, from BG's rally to BG's shoe drive to all the efforts that we put in since last February, and we appreciate all of you very much. There are a couple special guests that I want to welcome as well. On behalf of the entire organization, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is here. Thank you very much for being here, Governor. Seth Scott, the Chief of Staff to Congressman Greg Stanton. The Congressman couldn't be here today, but he's been not only a Mercury fan for a decade, but he's been an incredible supporter of BG throughout the last 15 months, so thank you for being here as well. I want to welcome Netta Shargi from the Bring Our Families Home campaign. Netta and her group are the families of Americans who are detained overseas, and they're doing the work to help bring folks home on behalf of themselves and their own families and on behalf of folks like BG. So Netta, we're very thrilled to have you here today.
All right, you're listening in there to a press conference about to begin in the case of Brittany Griner, speaking for the first time since her 10-month detention in Russia, that Phoenix Mercury basketball star again. But we are going to take our commercial break ahead of her speech. We have not seen her yet, so we're going to go ahead and take that break now. And when we come back, we'll make sure to get into this press conference live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a look now. You have folks with the Phoenix Mercury they're speaking now, and they're actually about to invite basketball star Brittany Griner to the stage to discuss and speak with folks. There she is for the first time since returning from Russia. Let's listen in.
House Representative Brittany Griner's head.
Looks like they are having some technical difficulties with the microphone there. We weren't hearing that audio there. Not sure if we're going to get it. We're working to bring that to you as soon as we can. Oh, there we go. Looks like it's coming in.
Here today. I guess I'm going to start with y'all today, right now. First off, I just thank y'all for covering me and all the exposure that you gave me, my family, to get me home. I really appreciate it. That coverage was much needed. I would like to encourage all of you to be at our first game as well, and the whole entire season, covering not only the Phoenix Mercury with the best fans in the league, but the whole entire league as well. You know, from start to finish, I expect to see this same coverage because we have a great product, and you'll see it this summer. Start off with the Mercury. Thank you so much, everybody with the Phoenix Mercury organization, all the hard work, long hours, everything that y'all did for me, my wife, my family, getting me back home, being there, supporting me, letting me know that I wasn't alone. It means everything to me, to everybody, Vince, Bryce, Jim, coach, everybody, the players. It goes all the way down to the people that keep this building running. It's a family with the Mercury. I would also like to bring our families home. Netta, thank you so much for being here and representing everybody here. It means the world to have you here right now, and everything that you did also, and that you're doing. You're so strong. I just want to say thank you so much. Of course, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Governor Richardson. The list goes on to everybody that was a part of this. The WNBA, WNBPA, Wasserman, my agent who's here as well. A lot of long hours. You, of course, my wife. Come on now. I couldn't have did it without her. A round of applause for my wife, honestly. She had the hardest job, honestly. Thank you so much, babe, for being there for me. Oh yeah. You the one. We could just get into it. Love to start taking some questions, so we just keep it moving along like it's post-game.
Hello. Hi. Welcome home.
So good to see you.
You too. What resilience has been required for you to be sitting up here today? How have you found the resilience personally to be here with us?
I'm no stranger to hard times, so. See, you cried and you made me cry. Just digging deep, honestly. You're going to be faced with adversities throughout your life. This was a pretty big one, but I just kind of relied on my hard work, getting through it. I know this sounds so small, but, dying in practice, and just hard workouts. You find a way to just grind it out, just put your head down and just keep going, just keep moving forward. You know, you can never stand still, and that was my thing. Just never be still, never get too focused on the now, and just, you know, looking forward to, you know, what's to come.
Hey, Britt. BG, Matt Gutman with ABC News. I think I echo everyone and my colleagues here. We are so happy to see you here.
Thank you.
And I don't know if it was timed with your availability today, but you may know that the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal put out an ad demanding the release of Evan Gershkovich today, right? So during your detention, were you aware of all of the efforts on your behalf, of the hashtag #WeAreBG, and what message would you send to Evan and Paul Whelan today?
Yes, I was aware. There was a little bit of a delay in getting news sometimes, but I was aware of the efforts and everything that was going on. I was able to see pictures sometimes of different things, the WeAreBG. So just knowing that and having that, just being aware of what was going on when, you know, you don't know anything. You're there, you're sitting there, you're like, okay, I know people are fighting for me or bringing awareness to what's going on. And those times where I was able to see what was going on, it definitely, you know, it made me a little bit more comfortable. It made me a little bit have hope, which is a really hard thing to have, a really dangerous thing to have, because, you know, when it doesn't work, it's so crushing. And I would say to everyone that is wrongfully detained right now across the world, stay strong, keep fighting, don't give up, just keep waking up, find a little routine and stick to that routine and as best you can. I know that's what helped me, just finding little things, if it was just whatever it was, you know. Just keep pushing, because we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop fighting. We're not going to stop bringing awareness to everyone that's left behind right now.
Hi, it's Ewan McCarty with CBS News. First of all, welcome back. We're so thrilled to have you here. I was wondering if you could explain a little bit about what your ordeal did for your mental and your physical health, and what your journey has been to get back to the place where you are now, where you're about to embark on preseason.
You know, it was strenuous, and coming back from basically, you know, doing nothing, not having any gym or anything to be at. Getting back into it was hard. It's still a process. You know, just the little things. I mean, doing a plank, you know, was so simple before, and couldn't even stay up very long, you know, and just a regular plank when I first came back. Because as an athlete, you always want to be where you left off. And I left off playoffs, you know, finals, Chicago. And I wanted to be that player when I started back. And just everybody telling me to give myself grace and it's going to take time. But that's the hardest thing to do to a pro athlete, because we always want to be right back at our tip-top shape. So it's been a struggle, but like I said, it's liberating as well at the same time, just as a release, just getting back to my craft. And then being here in Phoenix, you know, with my coaches and my teammates really supporting me, you know, at every step of the way on the court. So it's been pretty good.
Hi, Brittany. I am Stephanie Elam with CNN. And first of all, I have to say there's a great amount of lightness around you, which I think is kind of shocking considering what you've been through. It's extraordinary. I'm curious if the desire to play overseas in the off-season is a need or a want, and if that is something that needs to be addressed, and if it is a need, what do you think needs to be addressed about it?
Well, I can say for me, I'm never going overseas to play again unless I'm representing my country at the Olympics. You know, if I make that team, that would be the only time I would leave the U.S. soil, and that's just to represent the USA. I'll say this, you know, the whole reason a lot of us go over, you know, is the pay gap. You know, a lot of us go over there to make an income to support our families, to support ourselves. So I don't knock any player that wants to go overseas and, you know, make a little bit extra money. I'm hoping that our league continues to grow, and with as many people in here right now covering this, I hope you continue, like I said, to cover our league, bring exposure to us. I hope a lot of these companies start to invest in our craft, because as you'll see this season, if you haven't watched before, we have a really good craft in ourselves in the WNBA. And it's a shame that we have to leave our families for holidays. I mean, you're missing everything being away. But at the same time, as much as I would love to, you know, pay my light bill for the love of the game, I can't, you know. So I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons people are still going overseas. And that's why I was there, you know. So hopefully that changes, though.
BG, Lena Washington, 12 News. Welcome back. So good to see you. We've seen you out around town at the MLK Day March, the WM Phoenix Open, recently a Suns game. What did that feel like for you, and how did just walking around town change from maybe 2 years ago?
Walking around town is a little bit different, a little bit different now. But it felt good just being back, just being on U.S. soil, especially being back here in the Valley. Made this my home. And it was really warming. I had nothing but love, you know, being out and about, and just trying to get back to just being normal, you know, just being able to walk out the door and go see and do things. So it's been amazing. All the things that I really couldn't do either, because I was overseas playing, so I got to do a couple of those things here recently, which was really nice, actually.
Hi, Brittany. Nick Soletti from ABC 15 here in Phoenix, and I just want to welcome you back to the Valley. I think I speak for everyone who is just thrilled to see you back here where you belong. You mentioned something I found very interesting just a few moments ago. You had said that hope is a dangerous thing to have. I was wondering if you could dive deeper into that for us, and also explain throughout this whole process if you ever had a moment where you lost hope, and how did you get that hope back?
I'll say this. When I did lose my hope, looking at photos of my family, that brought my hope back. Just being able to see their faces, that did it for me, you know. In a moment where you kind of want to give up, you look at the photos and it kind of brings you back. You know what you're waiting on. You're waiting to be back with your family, you know, with your loved ones, and in a safe place. So I'll go that far and say that. But the rest, you know, you have to wait a little bit later, catch the rest of that.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Entering this season, how did your mindset change as a person and athlete given all you've gone through?
Not taking anything for granted. You know, life is short. Things can change at the stroke of a match. So going into this season, just appreciating everything. I mean, you know, the things that I always say, you know, appreciate every moment, you know, don't take it for granted. But it's so true. Once something like this happens to you, like when people say that, it hits home, like it hits closer to you. So just taking it all in. I mean, just walking in to the arena, one day I had a workout here, and they had, you know, mercury all around and everything, and it was just such a surreal moment. No one was in there. I was the first one to walk on the court, and it hit me hard, you know. So just looking forward to all those moments, just walking in on the first home game, the grind, you know, the sweat, the blood. Hopefully not too much blood, because that means injuries, so hopefully not too much of that. But just taking all that in, you know, I missed it. Like I would have rather been doing a 2-a-days, you know. Coach, don't get any ideas. But I would have rather been in a 2-a-day dying, and you know, than to be where I was. So just looking forward to being back to that.
Yeah, Brittany, M.A. Vopel from ESPN.com. You've said really throughout your career that basketball was a sanctuary for you. has it felt like that coming back? You talked about you want to be back where you were. Has it felt like a sanctuary, and where do you think you are as a player at this point, and where can you reach during this season?
Well, I mean, I always believe in my ability. If we had a game tomorrow, I mean, we're gonna go get that dub. But you know, being realistic, am I exactly where I want to be? No, but you know, I'm on the right track to getting there. That's for sure. I will say that. It's still a sanctuary. I mean, in the beginning, no. You know, the first, I want to say day, but what was it, babe? Like 2 weeks? First month. It was hard. It's funny because she was literally filming me in the beginning, and yeah, those videos are really, really different to how they are now, you know, where I'm at now. You know, I feel like I've hit the corner and just loving it now. But at first there was a point where it was like, wow, like, dang, do I really want to do this fast right now? But no, it was so worth it, so worth it.
Hi, Brittany. Over here. Jen Ortiz, Arizona Republic. When you came back, Vanessa was your new head coach. How have those conversations been, and how is your support system here in Phoenix?
I think the first thing I said was sorry, you know. She was with Vegas that my last year playing, and we kind of sent them home. So, you know, I kind of made a joke about that. I'm a jokester. I use humor a lot throughout this whole experience, just laughing at things. But no, it's been great getting to know her as a person. I'm really looking forward to the season, honestly. It's going to be really good things here, and I'm looking forward to being coached by her.
Hey, Brittany, Robbie Baker with Fox 10. Good to see you and welcome home. You mentioned being back in the arena. We've seen you at the practice facility a few times with a big smile on your face. What were the emotions like the first time you got your hands on a basketball again and getting back on the court?
So the first time I had a basketball in my hand actually was in San Antonio. It was good. It was good. You know, got some shots up. I mean, I was in some chucks. So I was in some low-top chucks, you know, just I was outside and, you know, like real, I thought I was like 16 again. I mean, my ankles did not like it, but it was good. I threw it down just to see, you know, I was like, let me just see if I can still throw this thing down. And I did. You have to ask, that's a good question for my wife. Ask her how it felt getting dunked on. Oops. Did I say that? Did I say that out loud?
Brittany, this is Alexis with AZ Family. Welcome home. So at this point, you've become the face of Americans detained overseas. What's that feel like? How are you feeling? And how do you continue to raise awareness throughout the season and really, you know, throughout your career?
Well, I'm really fortunate to have this platform that I have. And every chance that I get, if it's wearing a shirt, saying their names, any interview that I have, and you'll see a theme throughout the season with that. That's just bringing awareness to everybody that doesn't have the platform and the followers and, you know, the exposure to everyone like this right now. That is a way that you know, I'm trying to help out in any way that I can. You know, we're partnering with Bring Our Families Home in Phoenix Mercury, and we're going to be doing a lot of good things throughout this season. I know we're doing we're writing letters to the families. Fans can come and write, which I will suggest everyone doing, please, because you don't understand how good it felt to get a letter from your family, from just random people that I've never even met. It just lets you know that you're not forgotten, and it's so easy to feel forgotten, to feel like no one's thinking of you. And then when you get a letter from people that you know and people that you don't even know, it just does something to you. It just gives you like a spark of life to keep holding on, keep fighting, not to give in. So these are things that, you know, we're gonna do throughout this season.
Yeah. Good morning, Brittany. I'm Bill Roden from ESPN.
landscape, and it's really great to see you. It's good to know the prayers have been answered. The question, you've always represented so much throughout your entire career about access and, being able to do stuff. And I hate to put one more thing on your plate, but there are a number of states who are aggressively moving to prevent transgender athletes playing. And I was wondering, again, I hate to put one more thing on your plate, but in terms of on your radar, where is that? You're going to have a tremendous platform, but where is that going to be on your radar in terms of advocating for, athletes, all athletes, transgender athletes, to be able to play?
Oh, I mean, that ranks high on the list of things that I'll be fighting for and speaking up against. Everyone deserves the right to play. Everyone deserves the right to come here, sit in these seats, and feel safe and not feel like there's a threat or they can't be who they are or like it's just all eyes on them. So I think it's a crime, honestly, to separate someone for any reason. So I definitely will be speaking up against that legislation and those laws that are trying to be passed, for sure.
Hey, Brittany, Chris Rim, New York Times. Two questions for you. Have you spoken with Evan, the reporter from the Wall Street Journal, or his family at all? And secondly, when you returned, did you feel any worry or guilt or any type of...
You're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there in Phoenix, Arizona, as WNBA star Brittany Griner is speaking publicly for the first time after her 10-month Russian detainment there on drug charges. Now, media members are able to ask her questions, and this likely will go on for a while. For now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to pop that audio back up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to that news conference underway as Brittany Griner is speaking publicly for the first time since that 10-month Russian detainment. We know she was swapped for a man known as the Merchant of Death, but she is obviously back here in the U.S. It has been a few months now, and we are hearing from her publicly. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. No, I'm just so glad. I was really worried, honestly. Legit, I was worried. I thought she was gonna retire on me or something while I was gone, or I would miss it, and that honestly was killing me. Knowing that was a possibility. So I'm really thankful that she's still here. She hates it, but, you know, she's a mentor. I look up to her. You know, how could you not when you have the GOAT, you know, right next to you? So I'm really thankful to have her another year here in Phoenix. Like I'm looking forward to getting out there on the court.
Hey, BG. Sabrina Merchant, The Athletic. You kind of alluded to this already, but after the year that you had, how are you so certain that you wanted to play in the WNBA this year, and how were you certain that you'd be able to play so quickly after you came back?
Oh, man. I mean, I've said it before. You know, I believe in me. I believe in what I can do. I know that I can, if I put my mind to it, you know, I can achieve any goal. And, you know, I'm not trying to sound big-headed, but I just really, you know, I bet on me. And I have all the resources here to help me get to that point where I can play. And it was no question to be back in the WNBA, back in Phoenix and playing.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Hey, Brittany, Eliav Gabay, Sports 360 AZ. So picking back off of Jeff's question a little bit, what was the reaction being with the teammates again and now really feeling physically part of the team again now that you've been able to be in it a little bit longer?
I mean, just seeing everybody, just being back. On my ride back from San Antonio here, actually, I was lucky that Dee was able to come, so she was the first player that I got to see. You know, Vince was there, and it was just really good, just seeing them. It was like a relief. Like, it was once, I've said it before, it's hard to really realize it's happening. You know, it's like, I'm really here. Like, this is really my teammates here. So it was just liberating. It was so great to be on that plane, riding back with her, and then seeing everybody at the gym. It was crazy. Oh man, it was such a good feeling.
Hi, Brittany. I'm Sydney from USA Today. What did it feel like first when you were gone, but also when you came home, to have not only the WNBA community rally around you, but also the LGBTQ community fight for you and support you?
I mean, like I said, just seeing everybody backing me and supporting me, supporting my family. You know, I heard about the standing ovation my wife got when she came to a game. You know, like just little things like that. All-star, you know, with the league. Just knowing that everyone was going above and beyond, people that I'd never even met, you know, going to bat for me and supporting me. It really shows how much you've kind of impacted, or you've, you know, touched so many different people in a different way. So I was just abundant of joy, honestly, I will say.
Thank you so much, Brittany.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And that concludes that press conference there as we hear from Brittany Griner, the first time she has spoken publicly and answered questions there from members of the media since she was released from that detainment in Russia. She did spend 10 months overseas there, much of that time in a prison. But again, she did say that she has no plans to play outside of the U.S. again anytime soon, with the exception of the Olympics. It is now 12:49 on the East Coast and 9:49 on the West Coast. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back into those headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look there in D.C. as President Biden is speaking during a Take Your Child to Work Day event. We actually heard a fake kind of press briefing a bit earlier there in the White House as the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, was speaking to children, child reporters there. But now there's an event going on, so let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Finish up here, okay? Hang on. Okay. The lady in pink. You.
Me.
Fire away.
Hello. Okay. What have you eaten for breakfast? And also, can I have a fist bump?
You can have a fist bump. And I had a bacon and cheese on a croissant.
Thank you. I'm going to try that.
I mean, bacon, scrambled egg and cheese on a croissant.
That sounds very
I forgot the scrambled egg. Yes, honey. Sure, you can have a fist bump. You sure can.
My name is Sophie. I was wondering what your biggest accomplishment so far in the White House has been.
Well, I think the biggest accomplishment we've had so far is helping people be able to get health care and be able to afford health care. You know, people need, you know, your moms and dads and a lot of people you know need prescription drugs. They need a prescription to stay healthy. I'll give you one example. Do you know anybody, any of you kids know anybody who has diabetes? Any kid you know? Well, guess what? It used to be when I came to office to pay for the diabetes for a month, a lot of parents had to pay $300, $400, $500 a month. Well, I was able to change it. They don't have to pay more than, they're not going to have to pay more than $35 a month for that. Those kinds of things. The other thing is, I think one of the biggest things is, and that's going to, it's not complicated, but it is a little bit. There is a concern when I got elected whether or not, I'll get your question. There is a concern that whether or not we would hold all of our allies together, the people in Europe, France, England, Italy, Germany, to stay in what a thing called NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Assembly. And we've always been able to keep the peace since World War II that way. And so I spent a lot of time pulling all those folks together to stay on the same page to take on the Russian aggression, what they're doing to the poor people in Ukraine. And so I think I consider that an accomplishment. And the third thing I think is an accomplishment is that, you know, we have to be the strongest and most prosperous nation in the world, we have to have the best, what they call infrastructure, bridges, roads, highways, internet, all those things. And I was able to convince a lot of my Republican friends to join us. And so we passed a significant bill to rebuild all our roads and all the things that are going to make your generation much, much stronger. Yes, honey.
Who is your biggest inspiration?
My biggest inspiration, let me see, and politically my biggest inspiration was probably Dr. Martin Luther King. But in terms of personally, my biggest inspiration were my mom and my dad. My mom, for real, my dad used to say things when he was alive. He'd say, remember, to be a person of your word, to be a man or a woman of your word, you have to keep your word. Whatever you say, you have to commit to. You have to stick with what you say and tell the truth. And it really does matter. And my mom used to say, just remember, Joey, never bow, never bend, never kneel. Just get up and fight back. And that's for real. And so I think my mom and dad are my two biggest inspirations. Yes?
How many guards are in the building?
How many guards in the building? Well, other than the 4 Secret Service people over there right in front of the podium. But, you know, to tell you the truth, I don't know how many there are. There's a whole bunch, though. There's a whole bunch. I don't know, honey. There's a lot. I wish I knew the number. I don't know. Yes, baby.
What's it like in the White House?
Well, what's it like in the White House? Well, here, come here. You hang with me for a minute. And you don't want to go in the White House? Okay.
Do you watch the Stanley Cup playoffs? And if you do, do you have a favorite team?
I did and I do. The Philadelphia Flyers. Oh,
I'm rooting for the Devils.
All right, that's a good thing.
Can I have a fist bump?
Yes. There you go. Hey, man.
Can I have a selfie? And what was your favorite team in the Super Bowl final round?
Well, let me grab that. What was your favorite team?
Kansas City Chiefs.
I got to admit, it was the other team for me. But Kansas City, pretty cool. You ready? There you go.
What do I say?
Whatever you want to say. You want to make a speech?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Yuri.
Did you have a question?
Yes.
You want to tell me what it is?
Yuri Newman. That sounds crazy.
Can't answer that one.
What was the last country you traveled to?
The last country I've traveled, I'm thinking what's the last one I was in. I've been to 89, I met with 89 heads of state so far. So I'm trying to think, where was the last place I was? It's hard to keep track. I mean, yeah, you're right, Ireland. That's where it was. How'd you know that? Oh, you're kidding me. All right, man. Okay. Yes.
What is your favorite rose in the rose garden?
My favorite rose is the white rose. And the reason that's my favorite rose is that that's the rose I always give my wife, the white rose. Folks, I'm keeping you a long, long time, and I promise I'll answer some questions back here, but let me just say to, your mommy and daddies are doing really important work, for real. And, in America, you're allowed to have really different points of view. You can really disagree on which direction you think that we should take the country, whether we should be spending money on this program or that program, or we should be dealing with one country or another. But in the past, we've always, at the end of the day, come together. We've always come together. And so the most important thing to remember is that, America is the most unusual country in the world. And for you little kids, unique, meaning there's not any other country like it. Most countries become countries because they are all the same religion, or they're all the same ethnicity, or they all have the same backgrounds. They're all very similar. But America is the only country that was built on an idea. And no matter how young you are, I hope you remember the idea. And that is that we're based not on where we live, not the geography. We're based on this idea. And this is true. It says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator, endowed by God, with certain inalienable rights, meaning rights that they have just because they're born. And those rights are life, to have a good life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. No other country is based on that idea. No other country in the world. That's what makes us so special. And that's what makes us the envy of the world. And I tell you, your moms and dads, both in the press as well as in government, they allow us to be able to make it work. We've never completely reached our goal, but we've never walked away from it. So remember, in America, you should be able to do anything. You can accomplish anything. And there's an awful lot of people who have become very, very, very consequential and done incredible things for America because we afford them access to an education. We afford them access to be able to do neat things. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I can see everybody's going, slow it up, Biden. We better get back to work. But thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I could take more of your questions, but I'm going to say hi back here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Hey guys, I didn't ask you guys asked me any questions. What do you?
I'm Gwen, and what are you going to do to ensure the health care and money for the employees of the White House?
What am I going to do to make sure we have health care for the employees of the White House? We're going to make sure that we tell the American people what we're doing and why if everybody paid their fair share in taxes, if the super wealthy, like regular people, paid their fair share, we could easily afford this. You know, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. They only pay 8% of their taxes. Your moms and dad pay 25% of their taxes. They don't make anywhere near that. So we just got to make sure everybody pays their fair share. We can do all these things. We can do them well. Yes, honey.
First, what's your favorite part about being president, and can I have a handshake?
My favorite part about being president is doing what I'm doing right now. Getting to look the American people in the eye and hear what's on their mind. I really mean it. That's my favorite part of being president. Yes, honey.
What's your favorite room in the White House, and can I also have a handshake?
My favorite room in the White House is the room that's off the bedroom where I made into a study, where I'm able to go in there and write my speeches and do a lot of things very quietly. And I also like that little place called the Oval Office. That's a pretty neat place too. Okay? Thank you, man. What's your question, honey?
When you became president, did it take you a while to get used to everyone crowding you and taking pictures?
Well, yeah, it did a little bit, but see, I had an advantage when I became president. I had for 8 years shown up every single day in the Oval Office as vice president. So I got used to being with Barack and being in that circumstance. So it wasn't like all of a sudden I was just in the national position, but it made it a little bit easier. I'll take one more question here, then I'm going to go across and ask for a question over there.
Where were you born?
That's a good question. I was born in a place called Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it's north of Philadelphia. It's almost into New York. But Scranton, Pennsylvania is where I was born. I'll be right back.
What do you do on a daily basis?
What do I do on a daily basis? Well, without getting into the whole, every morning I have a meeting with what they call the National Security Count, the people who collect all the information overnight, the secrets around the world, and fill me in on what they know is happening and not happening. And so I sit with the head of the CIA, the head of the military, and I do that. Every morning I meet with my chief of staff to find out what the most important things are going on that day. And then it depends. For example, today I'm going to be, anyway, the schedule varies, and then I meet with my press team, and I talk to the press as well. Yes?
What's your favorite movie?
My favorite movie was the new movie that was about that guy who flies jet planes. You know who I'm talking about? Top Gun. Did you see Top Gun Maverick? That's been my favorite movie I've seen this year.
Can I please have a fist bump? Mr. President, I heard you have to get back to the Oval Office.
What was that? Oh. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I said you have to get back to I heard you had to get back to the Oval Office.
And by the way, the one thing I thought when I got to be president, I'd get to give orders. But I take more orders than I ever did, and you're right, babe. What's your name?
Kathleen.
Kathleen, what a beautiful name. Kathleen's reminding me I've got to get back to the office. If I don't go, they're going to get the Secret Service working on me, so I'm going to be in trouble. Well, thank you all for taking the time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. That was President Biden right there as he is answering questions from children outside the White House on Take Your Child to Work Day. We did have several different cameras that are pointed in his direction as the children are outside the White House as we speak. I do actually want to pull up Another live image that we do have, this one is coming out of the Boston, Massachusetts area. We've been telling you throughout the day that we do expect that the Massachusetts airman who is accused of leaking very sensitive, highly classified material is back in federal court to determine whether he is going to stay in custody. That was scheduled to begin at 1:00 p.m. Eastern Time. It is now 1:07. Cameras, of course, not allowed in the courtroom, so we will let you know what does happen. Now, the detention hearing for Jack Teixeira had been postponed for 2 weeks at his attorney's request. Federal prosecutors are going to argue that the 21-year-old should stay in custody as he may still have access to secret national defense information that he could expose. Teixeira was taken into custody earlier this month at his home in North Dighton, Massachusetts. He is charged under the Espionage Act with unauthorized retention of classified and national defense information. In court documents filed late Wednesday here, the Justice Department lawyers said releasing him from jail while he awaits trial would be a grave threat to national security. Investigators still trying to determine whether he kept any physical or digital copies of classified information, including files that have not already surfaced publicly. That is what they are concerned about. Once again, this hearing underway in that federal building right there. We'll let you know what happens here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look there inside the White House. You heard President Biden say that he had somewhere to go. Well, it looks like Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken are going to host a state lunch here with the President of South Korea. We did hear from him a bit earlier on today as he addressed Congress, but he is going to speak again during this lunch that will be hosted there by Vice President Harris and Secretary of State Blinken. We'll bring you those comments as we do right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have this live image that does show Boston, Massachusetts. This is where, coming up in about, I would say, a few minutes or so, we should have more information after the Massachusetts airman accused of leaking those highly classified military documents is expected to appear in court. This is a detention hearing and will determine whether or not he does have to stay in custody pending trial. Again, we will keep an eye on that and bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to the latest here on the war in Ukraine. Kitty Logan with Fox News just filing this report with the latest on the ongoing war.
As the war in Ukraine grinds on, China says it will send representatives to the country to discuss a possible political settlement to Russia's invasion. The offer came during a call between President Xi Jinping and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Wednesday. Beijing insists it won't profit from the discussions.
China will continue to facilitate talks and make its efforts for early ceasefire and restoration of peace.
But some remain skeptical, given that China has never formally condemned Moscow's attacks on Ukraine.
Clearly, during this conflict, Russia and China have grown closer together. China's diplomatic and political and moral support for Russia's illegal invasion has been notable.
Meanwhile, Russia is launching new strikes on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. On Thursday, a Russian missile hit a home and apartment building in the south, killing at least one person and injuring about 24 others. The latest strike comes ahead of Ukraine's expected counteroffensive. The U.S. and its allies are now racing to supply Kyiv with the weapons it needs to win the war. NATO's chief says so far the alliance has delivered nearly all of their promised combat vehicles, including hundreds of tanks and other equipment.
NATO allies and partners have provided unprecedented support to Ukraine. This will put Ukraine in a strong position to continue to retake occupied territory.
President Zelensky says Ukraine is already investing in its own facilities to produce weapons and ammunition. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
All right, everyone, I do want to take you out to an event that we did have a bit earlier on today. This is where the state of Florida did announce a new initiative aimed at helping survivors of domestic violence. Let me pop up the audio and let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Well, hello and good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. As you can see, I have a all-star lineup behind me for today's announcement. Of course, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, Hillsborough County Clerk Cindy Stewart, Volusia County Clerk Laura Roth, Martin County Chief Deputy John Budenseek, the Spring of Tampa Bay President and CEO Mindy Murphy, Crisis Center of Tampa Bay President and CEO Clara Reynolds, and a woman who has gone through a lot in her personal life and is with us to share her story and explain why today's announcement is so important, Elisa Mathewson. And I'll note that Elisa's judge that heard her case is also present today. We're always grateful for his service. I am here during National Victims' Rights Week. It is also National Victims' Rights Week. It is also Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And the intersection of these fits perfectly for our announcement today in a new initiative focused on helping victims and survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, stalking, sexual violence, repeat violence, regain some sense of security as they rebuild their lives. According to the latest reports from the Florida Department of Children and Families, 1 in every 4 women in America are victims of domestic violence at some point in their life. I was stunned by that statistic. My guess is those here with me today are not shocked by that. It is incredible. And in Hillsborough County, like the state of Florida, we want to be proactive and facing our challenges within the criminal justice system and within our communities head on, and that is what today is about. We know that in Florida, thousands of people have been affected by these terrible crimes, and it takes a lot of courage and bravery and determination by those that have been victims of these crimes to step outside that and seek help. And we want to help them and encourage them to do that. And so that's what brings us here today. That's why we are launching a new initiative called Project Protect. Project Protect is designed to help make the lives of survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, stalking, repeat violence, sexual assault, make these victims' lives a little safer, a little more secure after they take that brave step of reporting the crime and getting help. Through this initiative that we are launching today, in 2 counties, it's a pilot project. It will be launched first in Hillsborough and Martin counties, and thereafter the Clerks Association will begin to build that out in conjunction with the Attorney General's office and the sheriff's offices around the state to make sure we can spread this program statewide. As survivors of domestic violence,
that is a new initiative there over in Florida. The announcement, it's meant to help domestic violence victims there. We're going to have more on that coming up a little bit later. I do actually want to stay in the state of Florida right now and talk about a story that is gaining national attention. Take a look at your screen as you have probably seen this video quite a bit over the last few days. We have the latest on the lawsuit filed by Disney against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We brought you that news as breaking news on Wednesday. The lawsuit is over the Republicans' takeover of its theme park district and alleges the governor waged a, quote, targeted campaign of government retaliation after the company opposed a law that has been dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill. The law prohibits public school teachers from instructing on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Jim Clark is a senior lecturer in the University of Central Florida's History Department. He joined us over the weekend to talk about this and is now back to talk more about the new developments. And Jim, it seems like a lot has happened even within the few days since we last spoke.
Yes, we had thought last week when we talked that this might go into the courts, and sure enough, yesterday it did go into the courts.
What were you thinking when you heard that? I know that initially you kind of predicted it was going to happen, but what went through your mind when you heard this lawsuit had been filed?
First of all, they filed in federal court, not in state court. Secondly, their argument is retribution. They are not particularly going after the original bills. They're saying the governor targeted them because of their opposition to the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. So that kind of surprised me. And this thing is going to be in the court now for a year, 2 or 3 years.
Do you think that this is going to have any sort of impact on people who do want to go take a trip to Disney? Is there any sort of effect that would actually be felt there due to any kind of lengthy legal battle?
No, not at all. We're not seeing any dip in attendance. In fact, Disney is looking for ways to actually reduce crowding at the park. It keeps raising the admission fees, and people keep going. This is the #1 attraction in the world, and it shows no sign of losing that status.
We know that Disney has laid off more and more of its employees, I believe including this week, as they get closer and closer to their 7,000 goal of layoffs. If Disney were to lose this legal battle here, could this impact any of the workers themselves?
I don't think so. The 7,000 layoffs are hitting high-profile places like ESPN, but Disney has made it clear it is not going to lay off any of the hourly workers at Walt Disney World. So those are the safest people in the Disney organization.
Why do you think that people across the country, first off, are paying close attention to this, but also why should they pay attention to this battle, this legal battle, as it is underway?
You know, I think it's a couple of things. First of all, it's Disney. This is a 100-year-old company that touches everyone's life nearly every day. They, through ABC television, through streaming, through ESPN, through their parks and movies. And this is a company everyone in this country has heard of and has had some association with. So I think this is one of the most high-profile companies the governor could have gone after. Secondly, I think it's a battle over the governor's power. Can he do this to a private company? Is it retribution for Disney opposing his Don't Say Gay bill? And I think these are going to be the issues we're going to be hearing about in the coming months.
Could we see this go all the way to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, Disney has hired an army of lawyers. Governor DeSantis has already hired 4 private law firms to deal with this. So this is going to go on and on. Remember, something to reach the Supreme Court can take 2 or 3 or 4 years, and by then the governor could be out of office.
All right, so the next question, of course, is going to be what happens next. I mean, we kind of just touched on that there, but where does this go from here? This legal battle seems to show no signs of letting up, ending anytime soon.
No, it doesn't. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see what discovery yields, whether there are confidential emails that are going to come out during the discovery process, and how this is going to play out. Will this be a public kind of spectacle over the next year? Disney clearly now is ready to fight back. You know, for the last year, Josh, they were fairly quiet. They didn't seem to be mounting any huge opposition. But now clearly they've hired some of the best litigators in the country, and they're ready to fight.
And I know Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has not entered the race for president just yet. We've heard, of course, that he does plan to do it in May at the earliest here. So how does this whole thing impact his chances of being elected there or being named the Republican nominee over, let's say, Donald Trump?
Well, first of all, Josh, this is a question I have, whether Disney on purpose filed it this week because Governor DeSantis is on his around the world trip trying to show his grasp of foreign policy. But as you saw yesterday, he was in Israel, not talking about relations with Israel, but answering questions on Disney. So I think that's going to be a huge issue for him as he campaigns. The polling is very confusing. Republicans by 2 to 1 say they approve of him going after Disney, but by 2 to 1, they don't like the idea of politicians going after companies. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can mount an attack on Donald Trump and the other candidates, or whether he's going to be talking about Disney World for the next year.
And you said something interesting when we talked last time. You said that Governor DeSantis cannot run for election against Disney. Is that still how you feel?
It is, Josh. Disney is extremely popular. And as we talked a minute ago, they touch almost everyone's life in some way. And he needs to get back on track. He has fallen precipitously in the polls. The newest Fox poll out today has former President Trump up by more than 30 points over the 50% margin. DeSantis has fallen close to 20%. So DeSantis, I think, is going to need to start focusing his campaign on Donald Trump, not Disney.
All right, Jim Clark, one of my favorite guests over the past week. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I think we're going to be talking about this for a long, long time, Josh.
I'm sure we will. All right, thank you again for taking the time here to join us.
Thank you.
Taking a live look here inside the White House press briefing room. We took this live a bit earlier on today as we did here, Take Your Child to Work Day. You had these child reporters who were answering questions or asking questions of Karine Jean-Pierre, including questions about Biden's favorite type of ice cream, where we did learn that Karine Jean-Pierre herself does not eat ice cream. Coming up here, I believe in about 30 minutes or so, we do expect to have a real White House press briefing with questions from adult media members. 1:26 on the East Coast and 10:26 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look here at the White House press briefing room, where coming up in about 30 minutes or so, we should actually have Karine Jean-Pierre answering questions from the media. In the meantime, we do have a live image of Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking alongside South Korea's president. We'll play this in full a bit later, but for now, I do just want to pop up the audio and listen in.
Year. I thank you, Mr. President, for the warm welcome you offered me when I visited Seoul last September and when the second gentleman was there to attend your inauguration in May of last year. President Yoon, you campaigned for office on a promise to strengthen the alliance between our nations, and you have delivered. My visit to Seoul, as well as this state visit, are a demonstration of the expansive agenda between our two nations, and that our alliance is truly a global one, an alliance that is leading on the most pressing issues of our time. In Seoul, you and I outlined steps to strengthen our collective defense in the face of aggression and provocations in the region. We renewed our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific and the freedom of navigation and the free flow of commerce. I thanked you then, as I do now, for standing strong in the face of Russia's unprovoked aggression in Ukraine, and for standing up for international rules-based order. We have strategized together on a clean energy future, on resilient supply chains, and advanced technologies. We have consulted on democracy, and I thank you for your speech today. We have discussed gender equality, and of course, we have talked about our mutual excitement about space exploration. In fact, earlier this week, you and I advanced our space cooperation during a visit to Goddard. And on a personal note, we share a background as prosecutors and a mutual commitment. Yes. And our mutual commitment, therefore, to the rule of law, to justice, and to accountability. President Yoon, you have set South Korea on a path to economic and global success. And together, the Biden-Harris administration, with your administration, has set our alliance on a path forward to continue to deliver security and prosperity for our people. On the issue of security, the alliance between the United States and South Korea was forged in shared sacrifice, as you so eloquently described earlier today. During the Korean War, Americans and Koreans fought and died together to defend against aggression. We fought together for peace and security and for freedom. More than 36,000 American service members paid the ultimate sacrifice for this noble cause, as did 137,000 soldiers from your country. During this state visit, we once again solemnly honor that shared sacrifice. And in a demonstration of our enduring commitment to our collective security, today, more than 28,000 American service members stand guard in your country to continue to deter and defend against shared threats. It was my great honor and privilege to meet with some of them when I visited the DMZ last year. They have demonstrated extraordinary dedication, skill, and discipline.
You're listening in as Vice President Kamala Harris does speak with South Korea's president and Secretary of State Antony Blinken. We did hear from South Korea's president a bit earlier on today as he spoke to U.S. lawmakers there in Congress. It looks like he is going to make some comments again, so we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. And we will hear more from Kamala Harris coming up in just a few. In the meantime, I do want to get to some of the other big stories that we have been covering here on Live Now from Fox. And the violence in Sudan does continue. The fight between the Sudanese army and a rival paramilitary group going on in and around Khartoum American, British, Chinese, and French citizens and diplomats are being evacuated from that area. That's been going on for several days here. I do want to talk more about that. Naomi Pendle is a lecturer in international development at the University of Bath and joins us live to talk more about all of it. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Thank you for having me and for your interest in what's unfolding in Sudan.
Of course. Now, first off, your thoughts overall as you do watch all of this play out.
So I think on the one hand, there is this focus on this military contestation. As you said, you've got the Sudan armed forces really battling it out with the rapid support forces, this paramilitary force, which has backed the Sudanese armed forces and made their kind of retention of power possible, but is now competing with them for military strength. And at the moment, we don't know which is going to be stronger. And that is what we see playing out in Khartoum. But they are also not just battling for military superiority, but also for legitimacy. And I think that's important to remember. The Sudan armed forces over previous decades have themselves carried out significant violence against civilians. And so it is unclear which one has the moral high ground. And that's also partly because in Sudan, for many decades, you've had a concentration of economic and political power in the center in Khartoum, and many of the areas far from the capital have had less power and resources. And really, the paramilitary that is fighting in Khartoum is from those areas. But also you have the humanitarian issues, and I think we have to keep that in mind, like what a humanitarian situation is going to unfold now in Sudan as these two large militaries kind of fight it out between themselves. What's really interesting as well is the kind of democratic element that has emerged in Sudan over the last few years and become increasingly kind of dominant on the kind of national stage. These resistance committees now that were part of that democratic move seem to be key to the kind of humanitarian response that is happening in Khartoum while internationals aren't there. So, for example, a South Sudanese friend who fled the fighting in South Sudan, fled to the safety of Khartoum, obviously now has been thrown back into another context of kind of growing and evolving war. And he was desperate to get out. He had no money. He had his children, his wife. He didn't know how he'd do it. And it was the resistance committees, local people from Sudan who helped the South Sudanese refugee, took him in a car to a bus station, gave him money to get on the bus and get out of Khartoum. So the kind of power of the people, despite all of that's going on with these big warring parties.
We've heard a lot of people refer to this as a quote unquote civil war. Is that what it is?
There's got to be a fear that this will evolve. We're already hearing about skirmishes outside of Khartoum and kind of violence in areas that are at a distance. And of course, fighting has happened in those areas before. And in a way, it's come to Khartoum now because of these paramilitaries in the capital. But it is already kind of starting to erupt outside of it. And we have to fear that it will become a larger conflict that will affect bigger parts of the country, that as people fight for control of the state in Khartoum, they'll also fight for control of the state apparatus outside of Khartoum. But if a civil war means it's only involving national actors, then I fear that will not be the case. Already there are rumours that kind of regional actors are involved, neighbouring countries are involved, and the fear has to be that there will be kind of other larger scale international involvement that won't necessarily be helpful, that won't prioritise the Sudanese people. So it does feel like it's going to be a growing conflict, but maybe a conflict that's not limited to domestic actors. And I think that's something that's still to be decided.
Just based on your experience and your opinion here, do you believe that the U.S. and the U.K. are going to get involved in any way here?
I think it comes back to that question of what other countries and regional powers and global powers will be involved, and therefore what the US and the UK think is strategic to do. So there are obviously rumours of kind of Egyptian involvement and kind of Middle Eastern involvement. There are the Rapid Support Forces, who are the paramilitary groups, have had troops in Yemen and kind of acquired some of their money and military training from time in Yemen. So you already have these kind of regional entangled relationships. And therefore, of course, in this context of increasingly polarized global politics over the last year, you have to fear that is this politics of Sudan now going to become polarized as global politics has become polarized? But we just have to hope that the UK and the US government prioritize the Sudanese people and the safety of the Sudanese people. So as they decide what alliances will be formed and what positions to take, that will be their priority. And the humanitarian need will obviously be extreme. And so I'm sure and hopefully that the US and the UK will be involved in that humanitarian response.
And I know you have your own story of being evacuated from South Sudan. Can you explain to me what it's like in a situation like that as you are being evacuated amid, let's say, violence?
Yeah, so in 2013 in South Sudan, in a relatively similar fashion, people feared the tensions that were growing, but no one actually thought the conflict would erupt, a bit like has happened in Sudan recently. But then it did erupt, and the concern is how to get safely to the airport, how to safely kind of get to your option to leave the country. You'd be hiding away initially because you fear a city that you know well has suddenly turned into a theatre of war. And then suddenly you have to try and leave your place of safety and get out to the airport or get out to whatever is going to take you out of the city. But I think one of the hardest things I've been reflecting is having to leave people behind. Of course, everyone has different resources, they have different passports, they have different networks. And as people are leaving Sudan now, many of them are having to leave family and friends and loved ones behind as they access evacuation flights or they find their own ways to on buses or ferries to leave Sudan. And I think it's that kind of inequity, but also that's with your own friends and family often that's really hard to leave people as you go and to not know when you'll see them again and not know what will happen in terms of the war.
All right, Naomi, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us and provide perspective. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, I just think it's important to keep watching this humanitarian situation. I mean, in terms of South Sudan, where I've spent a lot of time, the US has been so significant in supporting the South Sudanese people. And very quickly, what's happening in Sudan will become a regional matter in terms of the humanitarian situation, but also in terms of the politics. And I urge the US to watch it carefully in their long-term investment in this region. Thank you.
All right, Naomi, thank you again. All right, everybody, taking you live outside the federal courthouse there over in Boston, Massachusetts, as the Massachusetts airman who is accused of sneaking those Pentagon documents, the highly classified ones, and posting them online is now in court for a detention hearing. A judge will hear both sides and decide whether Jack Teixeira, just 21 years old, has to stay there in jail pending trial. We'll let you know what happens inside that courtroom. Of course, cameras only allowed outside. They are not allowed inside that courtroom. It is 1:41 on the East Coast and 10:41 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, back to your live events and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And a short time ago, we did actually hear from Kamala Harris, the vice president there, alongside South Korea's president, who is now speaking. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
And all distinguished participants gathered here today are the mainstays of the global comprehensive strategic alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States. We look forward to your continued support as the ROK-U.S. alliance marches forward. Thank you very much.
All right, it appears those comments there from South Korea's president just ending right there. I do actually want to take you back out live over to Boston, Massachusetts. As you can see, we are still live outside. Well, there it goes. That was live outside the federal courthouse as we wait to hear what happens inside there. As we do know that Jack Teixeira is in that building right now before a federal judge as he does work to determine whether he will stay in custody. I do want to get you to the latest on that right now, as the Massachusetts airman accused of leaking highly classified military documents online is appearing in federal court. The detention hearing for Jack Teixeira had been postponed for 2 weeks at his attorney's request. Federal prosecutors are going to argue the 21-year-old should stay in custody as he may still have access to secret national defense information that he could expose. Teixeira was taken into custody earlier this month at his home in North Dighton, Massachusetts. He is charged under the Espionage Act with unauthorized retention of classified and national defense information. Again, you are taking a live look here inside the White House, as we do expect that we are going to hear from Karine Jean-Pierre any moment now. The news briefing was expected to begin around this time. She will answer questions there from the media. If you were watching us a bit earlier, it was Take Your Child to Work Day, and that is where she did have child reporters who were asking some questions, including what President Biden's favorite type of ice cream is. And we did learn his favorite type, but also that Karine Jean-Pierre does not eat ice cream. So we'll have an actual White House press briefing coming up a little bit later on, and we are going to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to get to the latest here on that lawsuit that we were talking about. This is Disney versus DeSantis. Our Fox 35 Orlando team brings us the latest information.
This is the lawsuit Walt Disney Parks and Resorts filed against Governor Ron DeSantis and the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board. Disney releasing this lawsuit shortly after the board did this.
Passes unanimously.
That move voids a land agreement which gave Disney the power to decide what to do with land around the district.
So I think Disney felt that it was forced into a corner.
UCF political science professor Aubrey Jewett says the trouble started when Disney spoke out against the parental rights and education legislation.
Don't say gay bill. And so that's sort of at the heart of the lawsuit, is this First Amendment challenge.
The lawsuit states Disney regrets that it has come to this, but having exhausted efforts to seek a resolution, the company is left with no choice but to file this lawsuit to protect its cast members, guests, and local development partners from a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney in retaliation for expressing a political viewpoint.
Sometimes Governor DeSantis and others have said, oh, well, this is more about trying to make Disney play under the same rules as everybody else. But the problem for them legally is they've also said a lot of times that this is more about punishing Disney.
But the new board says they wanted to work with Disney and blames the company for creating a legal mess.
Because that is going to cost us money, that we're going to have to raise taxes to pay for that.
And that worries both residents and business owners.
The discussion of additional taxes, additional utilities has been very concerning for us.
It's not just between the governor and Disney, it's affecting everyone around him. I have never lived in a state where I have feared the leadership.
Let's get the two sides talking. Let's get back to business.
And this fight between Governor DeSantis and Disney will continue in court. Reporting in Lake Buena Vista, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
All right, Valerie, thank you so much. Our Fox 35 Orlando team is covering that very closely. All right, take a look at what you just saw. There was a peacock that apparently escaped from the Bronx Zoo and then attacked a man. You heard that right. Right now, crews are waiting around by a tree, hoping that peacock will come out and they can, I guess, take it into custody. I don't know if that's the right term there, but Robert Moses with Fox 5 New York does have more for us on this peacock attack.
For the evening, you know, it's wild, but, you know, at the end of the day, like, the whole neighborhood came out. We named him Raul. They say he's Puerto Rican. Now, I mean, like, what kind of story? Come on.
Don't let Raul's beautiful feathers fool you. He meant business. After apparently flying his coop at the Bronx Zoo just a couple blocks away, police responded to Vice Avenue and East 180th Street around 8 last night. Raul was wanted for biting a man identified only as Mike.
He was following the peacock for a couple of hours first, and then he said that the peacock turned around and just attacked him.
Chris Gutter documented the evening on Citizen app. After the peck, police say Mike refused medical attention. Raul fled the scene, but he didn't go far.
The peacock flew up in the tree after attack Mike.
Peacocks can fly, though not for long periods. Raul's assault on Mike will not appear in any NYPD crime statistics, but it will live on in neighborhood lore for a long time.
I lived here for 53 years in this block.
Have you ever seen something like this?
No, it's the first time.
All right, so search underway there for that peacock that is technically missing, even though it's in a tree. It attacked somebody. The man had some minor injuries, but we're going to keep on top of that story and bring you the latest from our Fox 5 New York team. In the meantime, I want to head over to Phoenix, Arizona. That is where we find our DJ, Andy Mack. He is preparing to take over in the hot seat. And Andy, I'm sure you're covering some serious stuff, but I'm not sure if you do have a peacock story in your show there.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. Very colorful transition there, Josh. So thank you so much. We're going to be covering all of the major news, including the search and rescue, or maybe detainment of the peacock. I'm not sure how you would classify it, but his name is Raul. So that is a very interesting story there out of New York City. And I'm sure we're going to be covering it. Of course, we're covering all the other big news of the day, including KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House. We're hearing from the South Korean president there as well, making those speech on Capitol Hill to lawmakers. So we'll get back to that. Also, Brittany Griner making her first public appearance in an easy transition in sports, as it's the first day of the NFL draft, round one getting going. So certainly a lot of big news, including that peacock. So we'll get to all of the news live, raw, and, well, colorfully unfiltered here. Back to you, Josh.
All right, we're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, Andy Mack is in the hot seat. He'll have all of your top stories.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here as we continue on covering all the major news of the day. I'm Andy Mack, like I said. We're going to get to all of the top headlines from around the country as we are awaiting a White House briefing right now from Karine Jean-Pierre. Of course, that's a live look at the podium there in Washington, D.C. at the White House as we're expecting to hear from her, taking a lot of questions regarding the re-election again, as we heard from her just after that announcement was made a couple days ago. So we'll get you out to this live on Unfiltered as soon as it happens. We want to continue on, though, covering all the top news of the day. Certainly some big news in the media and entertainment world regarding Jerry Springer as he has passed away at the age of 79. I want to put up this here on Live Now from Fox and talk a little bit about the life and legacy of Jerry Springer. Certainly, a lot of people know him from the TV show as the one-time mayor and news anchor whose namesake TV show featured a three-ring circus of dysfunctional guests. Well, to bear it all, sometimes literally, as they brawled and hurled obscenities before the audience, died on Thursday at the age of 79. At its peak, the Jerry Springer Show was a ratings powerhouse and U.S. cultural pariah synonymous with drama. Of course, Springer called it an escapist entertainment, as also certainly a lot of people know Jerry Springer, and that name is Springer. Died peacefully at his home in suburban Chicago after a brief illness, a statement from the family said. Of course, on his Twitter profile, Springer jokingly declared himself as a talk show host, ringmaster of civilization's end, as he often told people, tongue-in-cheek, that his wish was for them, may you never be on my show. Certainly 4,000 episodes of the Jerry Springer Show. It ended in 2018. Never straying from its core salaciousness as well. So certainly tough news to hear today about Jerry Springer and the loss that is right there. We want to continue here on Live Now from Fox and continue to cover all the top news. One more look at the White House as we're going to get back to D.C. with some major news coming out of there, as well as sticking with D.C. and the D.C. police. Robert Conti III will be moving on from that department in his role as police chief in D.C. to a role with the FBI. For more on this, let's take you out to our Fox 5 team with the story.
It's time for me to retire.
After 33 years on the force and 2.5 years as the chief of police, Robert Conti III is saying goodbye.
That it has been my greatest honor to serve as your chief of police.
Chief Conti, a D.C. native, grew up in the Carver-Langston community in Northeast. He joined the department as a cadet at the age of 17. People say the news of his retirement is surprising.
I was a little shocked. Honestly, I can't say I was disappointed, though, because I think change, after a while, change is necessary. Sometimes you just need a new voice.
Robert Barrett lives in Anacostia. He's fighting for a safer community, so participating in crime prevention walks like this one, hosted by MPD, is important. He's disappointed in the constant change of faces in his neighborhood officers, and now it's at the highest level.
We've had a lot of turnover. People come through, and we worry about the knowledge transfer. So now hear this at the chief level. It's the same concern. So when the next person comes through, are they aware of the issues here in Anacostia? Are they aware of the hotspots?
District leaders like Councilwoman Brooke Pinto says the timing of Conti's departure isn't the best.
I think transition is always going to be really hard, and it's certainly not a great time.
But she's excited for the chief, who will be taking a new role as the assistant director of the FBI.
It is a huge loss for the Metropolitan Police Department and the district.
One ANC commissioner says she's pleased with the chief's work.
I think he's done as best as he can do, given a very difficult situation here in our community.
In Conti's announcement video, he thanks Mayor Muriel Bowser.
I want to thank you for supporting me as your chief of police.
And the community thanks him for his service.
Good luck. You know, I have nothing but well wishes to him.
As we continue on covering this story that we followed late last night, certainly some breaking news as Robert Conti III, a familiar face here on Live Now from Fox when there is different events, different situations happening there in Washington, D.C., revolving around crime and whatnot. We saw his face and his voice here on Live Now from Fox, giving us details, being very transparent there. Let's take you out to some press conference from earlier today with Robert Conte, with the mayor there of D.C., Mayor Bowser. So let's listen into these remarks from earlier here on Live Now from Fox.
A couple of members of my team were with me, and you get a call telling you that somebody with an automatic rifle is shooting at a school with children in it. And one of the people who are critically wounded is a guy who you used to be his commander. And I turn around, pack my stuff back up in my bag from my hotel room, find a flight to make it back to Washington, D.C., to get here, to be able to walk up to the microphone and say that in all of this time, the suspect has now killed himself, etc. I mean, like, those are not average, everyday experiences. And my God, I'll tell you, if I never have to hear another parent who lost their child screams, if I never have to hear that again, I'm okay with that. Because that sound, it pierces my heart, man. It pierces my heart to see some of our young people, where they are right now, in some of the situations that they find themselves involved in gun violence in our city, and how they will recklessly take the life of someone else without thinking twice about it. So the reason that there's an average 2 to 5 year tenure for a major city chief is that you carry the weight of the world, the weight of the city on your shoulders. And I'm okay with that because I'm born and raised here. And anybody in this room from D.C. will tell you we are some resilient people. And I think I've demonstrated that in my tenure. I'm able to leave out of here with my head high and my chest stuck out. You know why? You know why? Because I did everything that I possibly could for my city. Did I get it right every time? No. But I put it all out there, everything that I could for my city. If one child didn't die because of something that I did, we can never count that number. If some kid don't go out and carjack somebody because of some influence that I had somewhere within this agency, some influence somewhere, some community partners in here that I've had some personal conversations with that kept situations that could have exploded down to a very small minimum level, I've done my job. And I'm proud of the work that I've done. And now I transition to this new space with new opportunities and new challenges ahead of me on a national level. And I'm very happy about that.
So the chief also in his comments outlines why the job of chief of police for the Metropolitan Police Department, while having a huge amount of responsibility, is also very attractive for law enforcement professionals. This is a unique department, unlike any in the United States of America, who of course has the job of policing our wonderful neighborhoods and communities and building partnerships with our residents. But also it serves to provide protection for federal events, support federal law enforcement, to help lead federal partners in local strategies as well. So this is a unique job. We know if history is any indicator, we will have a lot of interest in this job, and we are looking forward to talking to people who share our values, who want to make sure that Washington, D.C. is safe, who are crime fighters and great leaders. Yes, Mark.
Maybe I have 2 quick questions. One, will Chief Conte still accompany you to the Hill when you testify?
The chief is the chief as long as he's the chief.
And then can you give us a timeline on when you would name, and is it going to be acting or interim? Where do we go to next?
Mark, we will be conducting a search, as I mentioned. Deputy Mayor Apia and her team at the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice will kind of be our lead agency. We will release, actually, we have probably already released on a website. And let me turn to Deputy Mayor Apia, who will have all of these down.
Sure. So as the mayor said, we will have already posted on DCHR, on MODA, on MPD's website a position description. We are conducting a national search and we encourage people to apply. There'll also be a site where we will engage our public and the community and our stakeholders in the process. And so our goal is to have an expedited national search so that shortly after the chief departs from us that we are able to name a new chief.
But I'm wondering about naming an interim chief in between when he leaves and when your national search is ended and you name a permanent replacement.
I mean, our goal will always be to name a permanent chief as quickly as possible, but to the extent we need to name an interim, that will be a part of our process that we're conducting in this period as well.
Mayor Bowser, could I ask you, just reflecting, you mentioned you're a third-term mayor. Mm-hmm. Some people have been with you since day one. Some people who were with you on day one are no longer with you. It has been a tough year for you the past 12 months in your administration in many ways. I don't have to list all the negative things that have been in the press, but you've lost 2 deputy mayors who left not because they wanted to. You've had congressional interference that no mayor has had to deal with in 30 years. You're now facing a huge budget shortfall in the next 3 years of your third term. Can you just kind of reflect on the weight of that? Chief Conte was very candid about the weight of being chief of police. The weight of being mayor this past year, things have not necessarily every day gone your way, and I'm just wondering if you can kind of reflect on that.
Well, I have a different view. In the last 12 months, I got elected to a historic third term. That's how I look at the last 12 months. And every day of being a big city mayor, people have asked me, third terms or this day or that day, every day of being a big city mayor is tough. The chief reflected on his first week. My first week, or first several weeks in office, there was a major disaster on Metro. Somebody died. And so every season of being mayor of a big city requires tough decisions, requires discipline, requires you always to be recruiting great people and putting them in place. So I am energized by challenges. I would say that the biggest challenge facing us as a city is how we focus on bringing people, workers, and revenues back to pre-pandemic levels that allow us to make the type of investments that we're accustomed to in our city, be it schools, parks and rec, public safety, transportation. I would regard that as the biggest issue. You raised personnel changes. As I mentioned earlier, Mark, we conducted a transition process coming into the third term. So I'm fully aware of the number of changes that we had, some expected, some unexpected, but the process that we go through to make sure we have good people in place, that continues. And it will continue in this case as well. You talk about congressional interference. That is, we know the political nature of that interference, and also not unexpected. We saw the signals coming to a Republican House majority were signaling for months what they might do to further their political goals in the district. So we stand ready to deal with that as well. As far as budgets go, we've had a run in this city. I've been here since 2007. We haven't had since the last recession, the 2009-2010 area, situation where we've had declining revenues. But we are dealing with the tails of the pandemic, especially in our downtown. And we are going to be dealing with that for several years. But the tools that we have to deal with it are pretty robust. I submitted a balanced budget to the council that was fiscally responsible and sustainable over the financial plan, and I expect that we'll get there at the end of their process as well.
You're just listening in there, Mayor Bowser, as well as the D.C. Police Chief Robert Conte there talking about his departure to the FBI. And as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we'll jump back into that press conference in just a little bit. I want to give you some Live Now looks around the country, sticking with Washington, D.C. The White House press briefing expecting to get going at any moment. This is a live picture. Also out of New Hampshire, we're expecting to hear from former President Donald Trump there at the podium within the next couple hours or so. So not necessarily imminent, but coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you out to those remarks as well. We're going to slide away first for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. There's a live look at the White House as we continue to wait for the press secretary there, Karine Jean-Pierre, to step to the podium. We'll have that to you here as soon as it happens. Well, continuing on, the field for candidates for the White House in 2024 is expanding, and President Biden is addressing the age issue as he begins his own campaign. Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning, where the new Fox polls are giving us a look at where the race stands at right now.
We're at the stage now where more candidates are entering the race, and there is growing pressure for those on the sidelines to make up their minds.
Do you honestly believe that's credible?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis sparring with reporters in Israel this morning, part of a high-profile international trip, the kind of thing you would do if you were running for president. And NBC now reporting that DeSantis will take some of his first formal steps to announcing his candidacy next month. He'll have some ground to make up, though, with our new poll showing that he is trailing frontrunner Donald Trump by 32 points among Republican primary voters.
Let me offer some solutions today.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, meantime, is the latest to join the Republican field, hoping to take on President Biden, who took a handful of questions at the White House yesterday.
First question from Courtney of the Los Angeles Times.
But for that question, the president was using a crib sheet, showing him not only the name and picture of the reporter for that first question, but details about the question itself, suggesting coordination behind the scenes. He did later talk about his advanced age becoming an issue in the campaign.
With regard to age, I can't even say, I guess how old I am, I can't even say the number. It doesn't register with me.
And our poll also shows that one of Biden's challengers for the Democratic nomination, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is already polling at 19% among Democratic primary voters. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much. We'll be watching that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Some 20 months out from the 2024 election for president. Of course, also looking at the White House press room as it slowly starts to fill up with reporters. We'll take you out to there as soon as that happens. We want to also bring you a shot out of Massachusetts as the 21-year-old allegedly behind one of the biggest document leaks in decades will be in court on Thursday for his detention hearing. Jack Teixeira's defense team is calling for his release despite allegations that the accused leaker could have more top secrets than is even known. Fox's Caroline Shively has more from Washington, D.C.
A serious flight risk. That's what prosecutors are calling accused Pentagon leaker Jack Teixeira, the 21-year-old Air National Guardsman who prosecutors say posted a trove of classified documents online starting last year.
How could someone of that background at that age, with that rank, have access to something that could literally cause such strains in our relationship?
Justice Department lawyers want Teixeira behind bars as he awaits trial. They argue Teixeira could have access to more top secrets that hostile nation states would love to get their hands on and could offer him safe harbor in return. And they say the information he allegedly accessed far exceeds what's been disclosed.
This process has included dedicated, vigorous efforts by the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, working literally around the clock to identify potentially classified material that had been disclosed.
A new court filing says Teixeira obstructed federal investigators by instructing friends online to delete all messages. Authorities found a smashed laptop and other items in a dumpster and an arsenal of weapons at his home. Teixeira also has a history of making violent and racist remarks. Teixeira has been in jail since his arrest in early April. As an IT specialist with a top security clearance, the Justice Department says he had the access and ability to expose military intel on allies and adversaries, including battle conditions in Ukraine.
If our adversaries can see it, whether they care about the information or not, it tells them how we got it.
The Air Force has suspended 2 commanders in the unit where Teixeira works. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thank you so much. Again, this is a live look there in Worcester, Massachusetts, as the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman accused of leaking those very highly classified military documents kept an arsenal of guns, talked about, quote, violence and murder on a social media platform and a, quote, assassination van. This, according to some filings from prosecutors on Thursday, as the 21-year-old potentially could be walking through those doors at any moment, and we'll keep you up to date on any developments out of this major story there on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we want to continue covering some international news potentially related to Ukraine and Russia as well. Somewhat around those documents as Ukraine is preparing for an expected counteroffensive. It comes as China tries to mediate in Russia's invasion. Fox News correspondent Kitty Logan has more.
As the war in Ukraine grinds on, China says it will send representatives to the country to discuss a possible political settlement to Russia's invasion. The offer came during a call between President Xi Jinping and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Wednesday. Beijing insists it won't profit from the discussions.
China will continue to facilitate talks and make its efforts for early ceasefire and restoration of peace.
But some remain skeptical, given that China has never formally condemned Moscow's attacks on Ukraine.
Clearly, during this conflict, Russia and China have grown closer together. China's diplomatic and political and moral support for Russia's illegal invasion has been notable.
Meanwhile, Russia is launching new strikes on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. On Thursday, a Russian missile hit a home and apartment building in the south, killing at least 1 person and injuring about 24 others. The latest strike comes ahead of Ukraine's expected counteroffensive. The U.S. and its allies are now racing to supply Kyiv with the weapons it needs to win the war. NATO's chief says so far the alliance has delivered nearly all of their promised combat vehicles, including hundreds of tanks and other equipment.
NATO allies and partners have provided unprecedented support to Ukraine. This will put Ukraine in a strong position to continue to retake occupied territory.
President Zelensky says Ukraine is already investing in its own facilities to produce weapons and ammunition. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest report. Of course, there's a few live now looks we're keeping an eye on out of the White House, out of Massachusetts, and also out of New Hampshire. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as it's just about 11:20 on the West Coast here is covering all these major headlines. As you can see, out of the White House, there are some Live Now looks. We're expecting to hear from Karine Jean-Pierre momentarily on a variety of topics. Let's take you out right back to Washington, D.C., though, as some lawmakers and legislators making some remarks from the floor just earlier here. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
Be ended responsibly. While we should not mistake this poorly crafted resolution for an honest assessment of U.S. policy on Somalia, it is important that we support the question before us. I and many Somali Americans support this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the gentleman from New York that we will have a more fulsome discussion regarding the continent of Africa, because the next in our legislative series may very well be Niger. And so we'll have that opportunity as well. And to my colleague from Minnesota, I think she really hits the nail on the head that the partnerships between the existing government in Somalia and the clans that exist throughout the country is the essential glue to resist the violence and destabilization that we see from al-Shabaab. It is my belief that the government's entrees to those groups to get them to not side with al-Shabaab are not facilitated by extensive U.S. presence. I just don't believe that to get one group of Somalis to stop killing another group of Somalis, that the essential ingredient is us. And it may be other African influencers to a positive extent, but there's great wisdom in what the gentlelady shared regarding the utility of those partnerships and relationships. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 6 minutes to my colleague from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my distinguished colleague from Florida, Mr. Gates. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Mr. James and Mr. Zinke, for they, like myself, are combat veterans who understand the total cost of warfare. Now, before I get into my statement, I want to address a couple of things that was made by my colleagues here today. We talked about the idea that we are here to preserve freedoms and we are here to preserve democracy. But let's talk about our role in democracy. When we went into Iraq in 2003 under the auspice that we were there for weapons of mass destruction and to liberate the people of Iraq, only 2 years later did we supplement this with the 2005 Iraq Constitution, whereby Article 76 in its own design created sectarian democracy that gave rise to the Iranian control, which ultimately gave rise to China's domination. You know, we are not a nation-building element. We are war fighters. We are there to conduct counterterrorism operations when needed, but only at the expense that it is to the benefits of the American national security and U.S. interests. Now, he talked about timely, but I ask you, Mr. Speaker, we started our operations in Mogadishu in the early 90s. We started the operations in Afghanistan in 2001. We started the operations in Iraq in 2003. So by what definition do we determine is timely? You know, the idea that my colleague, and rightfully so, and I agree with him, Mr. James, said about the repeal and replace piece of the AUMF, which I do view as an abdication of our roles and responsibilities as legislators under the Constitution, Article 1, Clause 8. But it does have a replacement, and I just stated it, and it's called the United States Constitution War Authorities. At no point in time can you find in the Constitution whereby it says we can repeal our rights as legislators under the Constitution to put in something which abdicates our roles and responsibilities for 20-plus years on an AUMF that was designed and now being abused by presidents on the left and the right who have been using it for its non-intended purposes. And while I agree with my colleague, Mr. Gates, that Afghanistan is completely not relevant to the discussion that was made, we're talking about an area whereby President Biden utilized political optics over military strategy, endangering the lives of our military when we know that it was a conditions-based withdrawal. But one thing was actually stated as correct, which is the threat in which China possesses when it comes to the Africa continent, and that a vacuum could be created. But let's go ahead and focus on what China's ultimate goal is, because it is not kinetics. It is not about the bomb-to-bomb, gun-to-gun, or bullet-to-bullet mechanism. It is about the economic and resource warfare impact. It is about the Belt and Road Initiative, which expands out the Eurasian border, takes over Africa, Oceania, cuts off Western Hemisphere supply chain, in an effort to utilize the WHO, WEF, and OPEC to eliminate the U.S. dollar from the global currency. So let's address that issue, which is not one that is done by kinetics and warfighters, but by a whole-of-nation approach that deals with Treasury, that deals with the economic build-out, that deals with strengthening the industrial base at home, that stops the reliance on the very adversaries that we pay to slap us around every day. And this idea that we're going to play this terrorist whack-a-mole, where every time one pops up we send a new force, does nothing to actually try and help with stabilization. And let's talk about our interactions. We had a terrorist organization known as the Al-Qaeda Arabian Peninsula that was based in a small portion in the Gulf of Aden, out in Yemen. And it wasn't until our drone strikes that caused numerous civilian casualties that did we not play right into the ideology that Americans are here to destroy us and kill us due to our religious beliefs. We were actually the reason that Al-Qaeda Arabian Peninsula continued to grow. And my colleague on the left, who I have a great deal of respect for, and we sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, he talks about the fact that we've had no Americans killed in Somalia, but that's absolutely false. And in fact, we just had another soldier killed in 2018 as a result of an explosion that resulted in 3 more. And also in 2017, where we had 3 more killed that was there. You know, as someone who has had to go visit Arlington Cemetery on many occasions to see my brothers that are no longer here with me today, I don't think that we need to spare one more life of American bloodshed in an effort that we don't have a clear strategic military objective to begin with. And so I ask that we look at not being isolation.
You're just listening in there to some remarks there on the House floor from different speakers, different lawmakers, legislators from around the country. Of course, we'll take you out to all of these different live events that are slowly popping up, including out of the White House, including out of Massachusetts as the accused classified documents leaker appears in court, and also the Pentagon press briefing taking place in just a little bit. I'm Andy Mack, though. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and happy draft day to all that celebrate. And, of course, I'm talking about the NFL draft. Here's a tweet right now from the Fox NFL account there. It says, dreams become realized today. Happy draft day. Certainly some big dreams today for a lot of people as we get the first round underway. We're going to continue our coverage here. We're going to bring in a sports beat writer out of Tampa Bay. We're going to be joined right now by Corey Long. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, today, dreams get turned into reality. What are our initial thoughts about this draft? We do think potentially Bryce Young going first overall to the Carolina Panthers. After that, though, it's anybody's guess, right?
Yeah, we call it lying season over the last week because you see a lot of names thrown around. The draft kind of begins this year with the Texans at number 2. Are they also going to go for a quarterback? Are they going to go for a defensive player? If they go for a quarterback, it's been rumored to be C.J. Stroud for a month, but over the past 72 hours, Will Levis's name has come up as a potential number 2 pick. It's just, a lot of things are happening. I think the Texans are really going to set the stage for what could be a rather fun and interesting draft night.
And it's going to be really interesting because everybody kind of guns for those gunslingers. At quarterback, if you get your franchise guy early, you could really set the table. When you look at guys like C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, like you said, out of Kentucky, different guys there, some maybe lower names, Anthony Richardson out of Florida, a state that you are in right now. Maybe who intrigues you and maybe who has the biggest upside about guys beyond Bryce Young?
For me, they've all got a little something interesting about them. I think C.J. Stroud is the better fit for a team like the Colts at number 4, which struggled last season, but they've got a little bit more of an established roster because I think C.J. Stroud played with the best roster in college football last year at Ohio State. I think he's one of those guys that can go out there and plug and play type of guy. He can get things moving right away. I think he's very ready. His upside isn't as high as somebody like Anthony Richardson, but I think his readiness is he's more ready right now to go in there and play as a rookie. Anthony Richardson, I think, is the most intriguing prospect in the draft. I mean, you're talking this is going to be either a franchise boom or potentially a bust. He is a grown man at 6'5", 240 pounds. He checks off every box you want athletically. He is not an accurate passer. He hasn't had a ton of starts in the college game. But I think when you start to look at accuracy, you can look at somebody like Josh Allen, who was also had a lot of tools, struggled his first 2 years in the NFL, then started to turn it around. You could look at Jalen Hurts, who struggled with his accuracy. But could have easily been the MVP of the Super Bowl this past year. Guys get better. They get more accurate if they're willing to work. I think the team that gets Anthony Richardson, if they can get him on the right development track, they might have the best quarterback 5 years down the road.
Yeah, that's always an interesting picture to look at because it's not just about the prospect, it's about the team, about the organization, and how you can develop guys. Obviously, a lot of talk tonight's going to be in round 1 about the quarterback, but there's some other good products out there beyond just the quarterback position. Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, 2 guys from the SEC that in your neighborhood. Maybe who do you look at maybe outside of the QB role that could sneak up some draft boards as well?
I'm curious of where Northwestern tackle Peter Skoronski goes. I've seen him mocked as high as 3rd. I've seen him generally around the top 10. I think he's the best tackle in the draft. He doesn't have some of the measurables of, say, a Paris Johnson or a Broderick Jones, who are tackles I have a little bit behind him, but he's the most technically sound. He's got the most experience playing left tackle in college football. I think he had 33 starts. So that's a player that really intrigues me to see where he's valued at. You've got a lot of edge rushers in this draft beyond Will Anderson, Miles Murphy, Tyree Jones, Lucas Van Ness. There's a lot of guys that could go anywhere from top 5 to the back end of the first round. I predict there's going to be somewhere between 6 and 8 pass rushers taken in the first round. So it's just going to be curious to see when that run on pass rushers begins.
That's usually how it happens, and obviously the left tackle blind side as well. That is such a money-heavy position for the NFL teams, is if you can get after the quarterback, you can certainly win a lot of ball games. I want to talk about your area, about Tampa. As we all know, Tom Brady has moved on, but potentially they already have a quarterback right there in Baker Mayfield, kind of going to take those reins. At 19, maybe still looking, and maybe not too high in the draft, but not too low. What are they looking at 19, moving forward, moving back? What are the prospects at 19 for the Bucs?
I think the Bucs would love to get an offensive tackle. I think that is an area where I think they can improve that and shore up their line. Broderick Jones out of Georgia is somebody that's interesting. Darnell Wright, a player out of Tennessee, is someone that I've seen, mock to them. They can also go with a pass rusher, especially a defensive-minded coach like Todd Bowles. You can't have too many pass rushers in there. I think they're going to go up front. If a quarterback drops to 19, or if maybe they are interested in one of the quarterbacks outside of the top 4, say Hendon Hooker from Tennessee, I can see them going that route. I can also see them trading down later in the first round, possibly out of the first round if they get the right offer. They've got some areas to fix, and I think that they can use the additional draft capital to do it.
And I think it's a strong point that you made about the offensive tackle, because they did get Tristan Wirfs at 13, and he's turned out to be just an absolute monster up front for that team. So maybe some guy like that could slide down into the teens that you get him. So certainly a lot of intriguing storylines. Corey Long, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, as I know a lot of people are going to be watching tonight if that NFL draft gets going. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. One more time, putting up this tweet from our Fox Sports team as the dreams become a realized today. Happy draft day. That gets going a little bit later tonight. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to take you right back out to a live picture taking place in Massachusetts as the accused leaker of classified documents appears in court. Of course, Jack Teixeira, they're accused of leaking those highly classified documents from the Pentagon as he's appearing in court there. Certainly a story we're following here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, security kind of ramped up outside of this courtroom there in Worcester, Massachusetts. Let's see if we can hear anything that's happening. As you can see, these coming in place as the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman accused of leaking highly classified documents, kept an arsenal of guns, talked about, quote, violence and murder on a social media platform. The court filings raised new questions about why Teixeira had such high security clearance and access to some of the nation's most classified secrets. They said he may still have material that hasn't been released, which could be a tremendous value to hostile nations that could offer him safe harbor and attempt to facilitate his escape from the United States. That, according to a new court filing, so something we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. We did see people walk out of the courtroom. I want to give you just a picture from just a little bit ago. From what we were seeing, people on Jack Teixeira's side. Of course, this is just a little bit ago as happening in Worcester, Massachusetts. You can see someone walking out with a free Jack piece of paper there. Certainly media asking him questions. Doesn't look like he had a ton of information. He's not really related to Jack. That's according to what he said. But certainly on Jack Teixeira's side in this courtroom there in Worcester, Massachusetts. Of course, I'm going to put up this live picture one more time as we continue to wait. As something might be happening here. So let's listen in on Live Now from Fox. It appears that this could be happening very, very momentarily. Of course, papers urging a federal judge to keep Teixeira in custody detailed a troubling history going back to high school, where he was suspended when a classmate overheard him discussing Molotov cocktails and other weapons, as well as racial threats. More recently, prosecutors say he used his government computer to research past mass shootings and standoffs with federal agents. He remains a grave threat to national security and a flight risk, prosecutors wrote, and investigators are still trying to determine whether he kept any physical or digital copies of these classified information, including files that have not surfaced publicly. Teixeira has been in jail since his arrest earlier this month on charges stemming from the greatest known intelligence leak in years. Teixeira has been charged under the Espionage Act with an unauthorized retention and transmission of classified national defense information. He has not yet entered a plea. His lawyers are urging the judge to release him from jail, arguing in court papers filed on Thursday that appropriate conditions can be set even if the court finds him to be a flight risk, such as confinement in his father's home and location monitoring. The defense said Teixeira no longer has access to any top secret information and accused prosecutors of providing, quote, little more than speculation that a foreign adversary will seduce Mr. Teixeira and orchestrate his clandestine escape from the United States. Of course, this is a live look there in Worcester, Massachusetts. You can see some security personnel on hand, potentially to escort anyone out of this courtroom there. We have not seen anyone leave very momentarily, but we'll get out to this as soon as it happens. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. As someone walks out of the courtroom, as I see a Pentagon press briefing just getting going. We're going to dive right into that, but keep an eye on this feed here on Live Now from Fox out of Massachusetts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to recognize our distinguished guests in the Pentagon today, the children of many of our employees who are here for Take Your Child to Work Day. It has been great to see so many smiling faces in the halls of the Pentagon and to realize that light-up tennis shoes really do make you go faster. So kudos to all of those who played a role in hosting today's event and for helping our families better understand the important work that's done here in the Pentagon every day in service to our nation. So now to business. I do have several items to pass along at the top, and then I'll get right to your questions. First, the department continues to stay actively engaged with State Department and our allies and partners regarding the security situation in Sudan, to include planning and preparation to assist with evacuating U.S. citizens who decide they want to depart the country. As previously mentioned, U.S. Africa Command has established a deconfliction cell to flatten communications and ensure that DoD is prepared to support State Department requests. They're also continuing to fly unmanned ISR 24/7 and position U.S. naval assets off the coast of Sudan to be available if needed. We'll be sure to keep you updated regarding any significant developments. Second, Secretary Austin will welcome Republic of Korea President Yoon to the Pentagon this afternoon. And as the United States and the ROK mark the 70th anniversary of our alliance, the Secretary and President will reaffirm our ironclad commitment to that alliance. Secretary Austin will also provide President Yoon a tour of the National Military Command Center to showcase the alliance's high degree of interoperability and responsiveness. We'll, of course, have more to share after this afternoon's meeting. Separately, DoD released today the fiscal year 2022 annual report on sexual assault in the military. Our national military strategy depends upon a lethal, resilient, and agile joint force, so taking care of our people is central to fielding combat-credible capabilities that are respected worldwide. The department's initiatives this year empowered leaders to identify threats to readiness and restore the health of both their units and service members impacted by sexual assault and other misconduct. To be crystal clear, the department's most senior leaders remain sharply focused on solving the scourge of sexual assault and sexual harassment. We'll continue to work very hard to make sustained progress to bolster warfighter confidence and leadership, assist sexual assault survivors with recovery, and hold offenders accountable. Sexual violence will not be tolerated, condoned, or ignored within our ranks. Shifting gears, Dr. William LaPlante, Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, is in Brussels this week, where among several engagements with our allies and partners in theater, he has signed a new administrative arrangement between the Department of Defense and the European Defense Agency. This arrangement confirms the importance of continued transatlantic cooperation and a strong and more capable European defense that's complementary to and interoperable with NATO. A press release highlighting this new arrangement with EDA is currently available on the DoD website. In addition, Dr. LaPlante is also chairing a session of the National Armament Directors Group in Brussels this week. The meeting includes armament directors and representatives from more than 40 nations, the European Union, and NATO, focused on the global effort to accelerate the sourcing, production, and sustainment of capabilities that are vital to Ukraine's defense against Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion. A readout of Dr. LaPlante's engagements will be available on our website at the conclusion of his visit. And finally this week, the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency announced that Army Corporal Luther H. Story, killed during the Korean War and posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, was accounted for April 6, 2023. Corporal Story's name is recorded on the American Battle Monuments Commission's Court of the Missing at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific in Honolulu, along with the others who are still missing from the Korean War. A rosette will be placed next to his name to indicate he's been accounted for. The United States and the Republic of Korea will continue making every effort to identify service members missing in action, like Army Corporal Story. And on the 70th anniversary of the Korean War Armistice and the U.S. ROK alliance, our two countries take this opportunity to reaffirm our respect and gratitude for the courageous acts of service our members have performed in defense of freedom, values, and democracy. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions. We'll go to Tara Kopp, AP.
Thank you, General Ryder. A lot going on today, but I wanted to ask about the document leaks investigation. In the hearing today for Airman Teixeira, the military prosecutors said that the prosecutors said they'd spoken to the military prosecutor who'd let them know that DoD is monitoring the case and may possibly pursue separation. Is this the next step for Airman Teixeira on the DoD side of things?
Thanks, Tara. As it relates to the airmen and the ongoing investigation, I'm really limited in what I can say at this point, given the fact that there continues to be an ongoing investigation. As you highlight, our Office of General Counsel stays in close contact with the Department of Justice, but beyond that, I'm not going to have more to provide.
Okay, a couple more on it. in the affidavit that was released last night, there were a couple of red flags that popped out. The airman on a government computer looking at mass shootings, his suspension during high school for possible threats. Why weren't these things caught by the security vetting process?
Again, this is something that the investigation will tell us, so I'm just not able to comment on his particular case.
If not on his particular case, in general on a government computer, if you input things like mass shootings or other trigger words, wouldn't that trigger a security review?
Well, again, without getting into specific hypotheticals and without knowing the context, as you highlight, we do have a continuous vetting process when it relates to holding a security clearance that would look at a variety of things, to include public records, financial records. But in terms of individual searches and what those are and the context of what those searches may be and why, it's important to obviously look at each of those cases individually. And as it relates to this airman, that's something that the investigation will have to tell us.
And just one quick last one. Can you give us an update on the status of continuous vetting?
As of right now, the process within the department continues to be continuous vetting. And as I mentioned, this is the near real-time monitoring of cleared individuals supported by automated record checks that pull data from several different data sources, including criminal, financial, and public records throughout an individual's period of eligibility. As you've heard us say, the department is looking not only at our intelligence processes and procedures as it relates to security or sensitive information and who has that information, but also looking at the process by which we clear and vet individuals for security clearances. And that work is ongoing. Let me go.
You're just listening in there to the Pentagon press briefing. Let's slide away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. You can see a couple live pictures there out of Washington, D.C. as the White House press briefing getting going, as well as in Massachusetts as the accused leaker Jack Teixeira appearing in court. Let's keep with that theme, though, around the Pentagon and those highly classified documents. Let's dive right back into a live event at the Pentagon as they're making remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Thorough ongoing investigation that will look at all aspects of this. So again, I don't want to speculate or do a hypothetical situation when we don't have the facts.
In general, is that how things are supposed to happen?
There could be a variety of means, a variety of ways. So, for example,
is there an alert if I'm downloading something I shouldn't?
Typically, there will be some type of indication that you are not on sites, or more regularly, you won't be able to access those sites.
And that alert would go to my supervisor, correct?
It could go to your supervisor. It could go to the communication security folks that are monitoring networks. Yeah.
So the bottom line, that's how it's supposed to work.
When you look at a phone in the Department of Defense or a computer, there is a banner that comes up that tells you exactly that you are subject to monitoring, and so it's a fair assumption that you are being monitored. And if you're doing inappropriate activity, that there will be some type of alert. But again, as it pertains to this particular case, we need to allow the investigation to run its course to get the facts. So thank you. Brandy?
Thank you so much, General. First, I have a follow-up on some news you mentioned at the top. The new arrangement signed by Mr. LaPlante in Brussels. Can you talk about the significance? Why was that signed now? What are its roots?
Sure. I'll tell you what, Brandy, if you don't mind, let me get you the press release on that. We can go into much more detail. Part of this was the timing it with the National Armaments Director meeting that Dr. LaPlante was already going to be in Europe for. And so we'll get you that press release, which will have a lot more detail in it.
And then in another direction, Twitter recently changed its blue check verification policy that validates real accounts. And then after a bunch of issues with impersonation, it reinstituted a gray check for official government accounts. Right now, it seems really random. For example, today, you have a gray check, Secretary Austin has a gray check, but people including Deputy Secretary Hicks, General Nakasone, General Van Obost do not have gray checks. At this point, is DOD concerned about the spread of disinformation or account spoofing on Twitter as an intensifying emerging threat? And have you guys reached out and talked to them about their new badge policy at this point?
Yeah, so in terms of Twitter's policy, clearly it's an independent company that's able to make its own policies. So I'd refer you to them in terms of their policies and procedures as it relates to check marks. Certainly within the Department of Defense, we have multiple ways to communicate, of which Twitter is one. So just leave it at that.
Concern from OSD about this sort of threat of account spoofing?
Again, in regards to disinformation writ large, the way that we address that is through, again, multiple forums to include this. So when it comes to disinformation, it's something we'll take seriously. But as it relates to Twitter, that's really something for Twitter to talk about. Let me go back here, colleague behind you, then to David.
President Biden and South Korea President Yoon announced set up the nuclear consultative group yesterday. Can you tell me the significance of this group, and then when do you have the first meeting of this nuclear consultative group?
Sure. So as you heard from the White House, the United States and the Republic of Korea launched a nuclear consultative group to discuss how to plan for nuclear contingencies and cooperate on the alliance's approach to nuclear deterrence, which will address the threat that's posed by the DPRK. What we know right now is that that group will convene at the Assistant Secretary level, but in terms of when the first meeting of the group will be held, I don't have any announcements today in regards to timing.
And also the U.S. plan to send more SSBN to Korean Peninsula to reinforce extent deterrence?
I don't have anything specific to announce today. Again, you heard President Yoon and President Biden talk about the submarine that I mentioned earlier. You've also heard us talk about deploying strategic assets to the region. And so, again, we'll continue to work very closely with the Republic of Korea when it comes to extended deterrence and fulfilling our obligations to provide security to South Korea as well as our allies and partners in the region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let me go back here to Fadi. I'm sorry, David, and then Fadi.
How does someone who's been suspended from high school earn a top secret clearance? Is there a procedure for getting something like that expunged from your record, or a procedure for somehow demonstrating that that was long ago in the past?
Yeah, thanks, David. So let me kind of answer that in two different parts. So as it relates to this individual and his experiences and what he did or did not do in high school. Again, I'm not going to get into his situation. We're going to allow the investigation to run its course. As it relates to a security clearance in general. So first of all, I think as I mentioned, there is no difference between applying for a security clearance in the Air National Guard versus the active duty. And the organization that manages this process is the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency, which conducts the investigation and adjudication process for security clearances for DoD. Happy to get you a much higher level of detail, but the bottom line is through this process, an adjudicator follows a very prescribed process that examines a sufficient period in a person's life to make an affirmative determination that that person is eligible first for security clearance, and then eligibility for access to classified information is predicated upon the individual meeting personnel security guidelines, to include a number of variables that we look at in terms of, for example, the nature and extent and the seriousness of the conduct, the circumstances surrounding the conduct to include knowledgeable participation, the frequency and recency of the conduct, the individual's age and maturity at the time of the conduct, the voluntariness of participation, the presence or absence of rehabilitation or other pertinent behavioral changes, the motivation for the conduct, the potential for pressure, coercion, exploitation, or duress, and then the likelihood of continuation of recurrence. So those are prescribed adjudication procedures that go into every single security clearance investigation. Also, part of that is a careful weighing of a number of variables known as the whole person concept. So that's part of that whole background investigation process where you are interviewed, friends, family, acquaintances are interviewed. A lot of that goes into the awarding of a security clearance.
What is the sufficient period?
Sufficient period for?
You said that they examine a sufficient period of the person's life. What is a sufficient period for a 21-year-old?
Again, I'm not going to get into his individual case. We can get back to you on that question. Thank you. We go over to Chris. And I'm sorry. Let's go to Fadi first, and then Chris.
Thank you, General. Back to Sudan, you mentioned the land routes as probably the best option for U.S. citizens who want to leave Sudan. The UN is still describing the situation on the ground as very dangerous. They're even calling for a humanitarian corridor to facilitate the evacuation. So I'm interested in knowing your assessment of the security situation and the risks associated with maybe U.S. citizens leaving Sudan, a city like Khartoum. And is the department open to the idea of having maybe troops on the ground to facilitate the evacuation? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So to answer your second question first, right now we do not have any U.S. military forces on the ground in Sudan. And in looking to facilitate that land route, we would be working with the State Department to employ local nationals that are associated with the State Department to assist in that process, as well as contracted capability. I won't get into the specifics of security, but clearly that is a factor that we're looking at, in addition to the ISR capability that we provide overhead. In terms of the security situation, again, right now you've heard State Department talk about the ceasefire. Things have been a little bit calmer in Khartoum, as I understand it, but clearly still a deteriorating security situation with the prospect that things, of course, will get worse. So again, as I highlighted, the viability of a land route does a couple things. One, because we're in a situation where people are departing the city, not necessarily having to make their way through checkpoints to get to an airport, which could over time, the security situation could deteriorate. It allows us to establish a sustainable, repeatable process by which to get people out over ground in larger numbers to Port Sudan, for example, where they could be received and then moved onward via sea. So that's something that we'll continue to work. The bottom line is we're ready to support now, and we'll continue to work very closely with the State Department. We'll continue to stay in close contact with our allies and partners to ensure that if an American citizen is looking to get out, we will work with State to ensure and enable that. Thank you. Chris.
Thanks, Pat. If I may ask a question about Russia's actions toward U.S. forces. Last week, U.S. Central Command and the Air Force said Russian planes had violated the deconfliction protocols over 60 times since March 1st, and during that time period overflown U.S. troops armed with armed planes more than 24 times. Additionally, CENTCOM said back in November a Russian surface-to-air missile fired at a U.S. MQ-9. We had the incident over the Black Sea in which Russian planes harassed the U.S. MQ-9, and the Pentagon said that was part of a broader pattern by Russian pilots. So does the Pentagon believe these actions have been ordered by Moscow, that Russian pilots should be more aggressive towards U.S. forces?
Yeah, so I won't speak to what we think Moscow may or may not be ordering. I would say that when it comes to Syria, our focus remains singular in terms of why we're there and what it is we're trying to do, which is, again, support the enduring defeat of ISIS. We recognize that this type of activity by Russia is very inappropriate. It also is very dangerous. But we're not seeking to get into a conflict with Russia, nor are we looking to divert attention from why it is that we're there. So we'll continue to use the deconfliction line. We'll continue to use both public and private means to communicate with the Russians on what is and is not appropriate.
And you have had this conversation with the deconfliction line. They've picked up the phone, answered. You've addressed this with them.
I would refer you to CENTCOM, but my understanding is that that deconfliction line remains open and something that they continue to use. All right, thank you. All right, thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
To extend the ceasefire there. Thank you. So a couple things that I have on that, so please bear with me, but we wanted to make sure that's out there to all of you. So following intense negotiation, the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and Rapid Support Forces, RSF, agreed to implement, as you all know, a 72-hour nationwide ceasefire starting at midnight on April 24th, which is about 2 days ago. While there was an initial reduction in reports of violence, we are deeply concerned by the increase in ceasefire violations yesterday. We urge the SAF and the RSF to fully uphold and extend the ceasefire. As you heard from the National Security Advisor on Monday, Jake Sullivan, when he was here at this podium, the president has directed.
You're just listening in there to the White House briefing, certainly as the Pentagon just kind of disappeared on us here on Live Now from Fox, but that's kind of what we do as we can keep it live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll get you out to Karine Jean-Pierre once more as we continue to follow this, but certainly we want to bring you some big news out of the Phoenix area in regards to Brittany Griner. I want to put up this tweet from the Phoenix Mercury. BG and her smile have taken the stage for her press conference. Certainly one of the first times we've seen Brittany Griner as they're ahead of this WNBA season. We're going to be joined now on the ground by Fox 10's Nicole Garcia. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Give me a breakdown. What did Brittany Griner say, and maybe how thankful was she to be back here in the United States after her detention in Russia?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing to see her today after everything she's been through. She seemed extremely happy and healthy to be back and ready to be back in action. Also, she was ready to promote her new platform. Take a look behind me. This mural was just unveiled this morning, and it has her in the middle, but it also shows the faces and the names of other Americans who are still detained in foreign countries. And this is pretty much her platform. This is what she kicked off today. She's teaming up with her team, the Phoenix Mercury, and Bring Our Families Home in order to bring more awareness and hopefully not forget these people who were once in her shoes abroad. So during the press conference this morning, it was very emotional. Griner cracked jokes. She shed a few tears as she talked about what it's like just being back home. Since she was detained, she was in a Russian prison for 10 months. Last February, she was detained at the airport and eventually sentenced to 9 years in Russian prison on drug charges. She was released as part of a prisoner exchange and returned home last December, so less than 6 months ago. And she's ready to be back playing on the court, playing here at the Footprint Center less than 6 months after she was released and back home. Take a listen to what she had to say about resilience and about what kept her going while she was behind bars in Russia.
You find a way to just grind it out. Just put your head down and just keep going. Just keep moving forward. You know, you can never stand still, and that was my thing. Just never be still. Never get too focused on the now, and just, you know, looking forward to, you know, what's to come.
On how difficult it was to even have hope when she was behind bars in Russia for 10 months. So it was a huge event today. There's been media from all across the country. It's the first time that Brittany has spoken publicly about her experience and about returning to basketball. And it's pretty amazing how soon she's making this return. And we spoke with Coach Vanessa Nygaard, who tells me, you know, an experience like that is, I mean, it's got to change a person being imprisoned abroad. But she said Brittany Griner is still the same person she was before that experience. She's still the great person and the great athlete she was before being imprisoned in Russia. So it'll be interesting to see her back in action when the Phoenix Mercury tip off for the season. That's on Sunday, May 21st here at the Footprint Center.
Very exciting.
Back to you guys.
And it obviously must take a mental and a physical toll on Brittany Griner. Did she ever consider maybe taking time off? Because to jump right back into the WNBA season is something special, but also people wouldn't fault her if she did take some time off. Did she consider that?
She talked a little bit about when she returned and just like jumping right back into working out and practicing and wondering, is it too soon to come back to the court? But she said that this was the right decision for her. She's throwing her energy and her talent back to basketball, which was has kind of generally been her haven, so to speak. And so this is her craft. She's getting right back at it. And she said it did cross her mind, but she doesn't falter on her decision to return to basketball so soon.
Of course, using some of that basketball mentality there when she was into those prison there in Russia. We appreciate your time, Nicole Garcia, and we're glad to see Brittany Griner and those smiles, and we're happy to see her back on the court as well.
Yeah, she looked great. She had this great energy about her, so it'll be pretty exciting to see her back in action.
All right. Thank you again, Nicole Garcia, Fox 10s. We appreciate it so much. All right, thank you so much. As we continue on, I want to put up this tweet one more time as the Phoenix Mercury, BG and her smile. First public event there, and certainly emotional, but also exciting time as the WNBA season gets going very, very soon with Griner and the rest of the Mercury. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get right back out to Washington, D.C. Quite a few events we're looking at, including a hearing out at the Ways and Means with the IRS commissioner there as well. We're also seeing an event taking place outside of Capitol Hill from senators there, and a new bill as the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act taking place. But let's also get out to Karine Jean-Pierre as she's holding her White House press briefing. Let's listen into this on Live Now from Fox.
Make sure that we were not a deadbeat nation. So again, this is something that they need to do. It's very simple. Avoiding default is a constitutional obligation Congress has to the American people. That is their obligation, not to us, not to this president, but to the American people. Get April.
Karine, two different questions. One, Carolyn Bryant has died. She's the woman who accused Emmett Till 67 years ago of whistling at her, ultimately creating the atmosphere for him to be lynched and killed. And 67 years after, the president signed into law the first ever anti-lynching act in this nation, federal anti-lynching act. What does this White House say, the president say about her death? As there's no justice for Emmett Till's mother now.
So the president was very proud to sign the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act into law this past spring. As you just mentioned, April, this is something that he was very proud to do. He also hosted, as you know, civil rights leaders for a screening of the film Till at the White House just this past February. At February screening, the president said, quote, "Only with truth comes healing and justice." So the White House has worked hard to honor the legacy of Emmett Till and his mom. We will continue that work alongside the brave leaders across our country, his family, civil rights leaders, continuing the fight against racial hatred. And that's what the American people should know, that the president is committed to dealing with this crisis that we see in front of us. And dealing with this racial hatred that we see across the country.
And last question. You had the Tennessee 3 here, and we know what happened in Tennessee. Let's go to Montana, the Montana state legislature. It seems similar in a lot of ways, shutting down someone who wants to, a state lawmaker who is in protest of something that they feel is wrong. What do you say to that, and what is the president saying, and what is the White House doing in the midst of seeing now these legislatures shut down people who are doing what democracy speaks of, trying to strengthen it?
Well, as you know, when the Tennessee 3, as they're called, was as you know, was peacefully protesting. And they faced expulsion. Clearly now the two that were expelled are now back serving as state legislators. The president called that un-American when they were expelled, and it's unfortunate that we're seeing that. We're seeing this kind of behavior as it relates to Montana more specifically. We're seeing devastating pieces of legislation across the country in state houses aimed at taking away freedoms, aimed at attacking people for who they are, especially our young people. These bills cause families to live in fear. They're creating great uncertainty about how they will receive the care they need, this is specifically to Montana. And again, it is when you see these types of things, silencing an elected representative in an attempt to suppress their message is a denial of democratic values. It is undemocratic. The Biden-Harris administration continues to stand with transgender and LGBTQI leaders and their families across the country in the face of extreme attacks. And so we'll continue to do that.
And then lastly, I want to ask a question because we understand that transgender youth are some of the most vulnerable youth now in this nation. What do you say from that podium as someone in that community, in the LGBTQ plus community, to those young people in Montana and beyond in the midst of this moment?
Well, the president has been very clear in his message to the LGBTQI plus community, in particular, as we're seeing these, I believe there's more than 600 bills coming out of state houses across the country. Majority of those bills, or a few hundred of those bills, go after trans community, especially our trans kids and their families. And the president has been very clear in saying we have their backs. We will continue to support them. The president has a history and a record on supporting this community, and he'll continue to do that. I believe I am here, and many of us who are here believe in this president's record, believes in how he wants to move forward to protect people's rights, protects people's freedom, of course, but also let people be who they are and allow them to love who they want. And that is just a basic principle. And also, that is who we are as a country, those freedoms, and just to be yourself. And so that is something that the president's going to continue to say. We have their backs, and I'll just leave it there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. A few on the immigration thing today, and then one other. And I'm asking actually the immigration ones in part on behalf of Spanish-speaking organizations that can't be here today. This intention to expel non-Mexicans back to Mexico. Right now they take about 10,000 under Title 42. But as far as we can tell, Mexico has yet to say publicly that they will continue to take non-Mexicans and that it might exceed the 10,000 or so they're currently taking. Has the U.S. secured a commitment yet from Mexico to take non-Mexicans, and is there any sense of how many they may be willing to take on either a weekly or monthly basis?
So more broadly on your question about the deportations in Mexico, we intend to continue this process with Mexico under Title 8. That is our intention, and that's how we're going to move forward. The question on how many, that is something that I would, that is something that CBP is always planning for various different scenarios, and that is something that they do, and don't want to go beyond that. That's something that Department of Homeland Security is going to be dealing with specifically and directly.
So in plain English for the uninitiated who may be watching or listening, under Title 8 that means you can keep sending them back to Mexico, and that already agreement exists?
That's our intention. Those are the conversations. I'm not going to get into diplomatic conversations from here, but certainly, look, as I just stated, that's what we intend to do, but not going to get ahead. This is something the Department of State, that's diplomacy, right, as they deal with other countries, and Homeland Security as well in partnership.
These centers that are going to be set up in Guatemala and Colombia, and then eventually elsewhere, they are not being set up at U.S. embassies or U.S. consulates, correct?
That part I would refer you to Department of
Our understanding,
State.
it looks like, is that they are not, and that it's some kind of third party who's setting it up. Already there are some concern that in essence the United States is outsourcing U.S. immigration decisions to either other countries or international organizations or the United Nations. Is that what's being done?
So what I can say, there will be open soon before May 11th. Any additional information that will come out of Department of State and Department of Homeland Security. That is something that lives with them, and they will share more of the details on that.
On just one other on 2024 mechanics, in the realm of the Hatch Act that I know we're very sensitive about around here.
I appreciate that.
We know that we now know that Julie Chavez Rodriguez, who's said to be the campaign manager, is still on the White House payroll, doesn't plan to leave until the week of May 15th. We also have learned that there are some senior West Wing officials who plan to, in essence, split their time officially with the campaign, in keeping with what previous administrations have done. Has there been an edict yet or some kind of memo sent out across the West Wing saying, if you're interested in doing that, if you're planning to do that, let us know, or any kind of distribution of a reminder of the rules or how that's going to work?
So first on Julie, I just want to say a couple things here. She will not on board with the campaign until her federal services have concluded, and will continue to adhere to all legal and ethical obligations. So I want to make sure that is clear, and you are correct. Her last day here is going to be specifically May 16th, but again, not going to speak for the campaign. So I just want to be very clear about how she is going to move forward before she leaves, and we will follow all protocol and certainly follow the rule of law. And I think I mentioned this too. There will be some White House staffers, which is not unusual, which is the norm, as I think you were trying to state to me. But we just don't have a list of who they will be, who will be able to have the kind of have the ability to split their time. I just don't have a list of who those folks are going to be at this time.
Can I check in? Thanks, Green. The LA Times said that their reporter did not submit any questions in advance of yesterday's press conference. So to people who saw that pocket card, can you explain how that ended up there and why the president needed something like that?
So just to step back, and I'm actually glad you asked that question. Clearly, I would let the reporter for Los Angeles Times speak for herself. It is entirely normal for a president to be briefed on reporters who will be asking questions at a press conference and issues that we expect they might ask about. It is not surprising that yesterday we would anticipate questions that he did receive, right, on the visit with the South Korean president, as the South Korean president was standing to his right, or about 2024. That was completely expected, or about the debt ceiling, which he took questions at the end, shouted questions at the end, and of course we would note those issues to him. Those issues to him will likely come up. And let's not forget, we do these briefings every day, and a lot of the questions that you all tell me, that's how we brief him as well. You all ask me, that's how we brief him as well. So look, we do not have specific questions in advance. That's not something that we do. And in fact, I would point out the questions that was asked was different than what was on the card that you all saw. And look, again, we have these press conferences. The president takes your questions. Our job is to get a sense of what you all want to ask him. That is our job here, to get a sense of what's the news of the day, the topics you all are interested to ask of him, and so that we are all, not just him, we are all prepared to take that seriously and to take that in a way that is going to be reported from our point of view, because we know that you all are reporting out to the American people and want to make sure you get our point of view of how we see these different issues that I even just laid out, whether it's 2024, whether it's what has been discussed or the agenda with the president of South Korea. Again, we take this very seriously, and we want to make sure that we're providing information that's helpful to you and the American people.
How are the reporters decided?
So the way that we have moved forward with this type of process is that we reach out to a number of reporters who we know are going to be at the press conference, and that's what we did yesterday. And also we try to be really mindful on who has not gotten a question in a while. And so, as you know, we could only pick 2 reporters yesterday, so that limits our ability on how many reporters we can call on. Mary's not here, but I can say one of the reasons that we picked Mary is because she was just named chief White House correspondent for ABC and had not gotten a question in some time. And we picked the Los Angeles Times, which has not gotten a question in some time. And I want to add that the fact that California has the largest South Korean American population in any state in the country, and LA has the biggest population of any city in America, and LAT is the biggest daily paper serving that population. So we are mindful on who we pick and who we want to communicate out to. And so that's how we move forward with Mary and Courtney. We thought that is pretty reasonable, wanting to, as we have the South Korean president with us during this press conference, because we wanted to also communicate with the Korean American. So that's usually how we move this process forward.
I'm sorry.
Is it your contention, Kareem?
I'm not taking call.
That the question that was on the so-called cheat sheet was not similar to the question that was asked at the press conference.
Your colleague is not done. Go ahead.
It's a very reasonable question.
No, but I hear you. Can you wait your turn? Thank you. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I really do. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
And just to be clear, to people, skeptics who saw the card and saw the question number 1 and might think that that is a signal that it was pre-organized. Did the president have other questions that he was prepared, had similar talking points in case he was asked something on other topics in that same?
Jackie, I'm going to be, as someone who is part of his of the prep briefing with the president for these press conferences, as his press secretary, we talk about an array of topics that could potentially come up. And that's what we do. Just at the end, there was shouted questions, and he took those shouted questions. But we also had a sense that, hey, you know, you might get something on a debt ceiling, which makes a lot of sense, which is one of the news of the day. So we cover an array of topics. It's not just the two Americans who ask questions. It was also the two South Korean reporters who asked questions. So we do our best to make sure that the president is ready to communicate with all of you and the American people. So yeah, we covered an array of issues, but of course there are probably the top 5 topics, hot items that you all are interested in, and so that's kind of how we move forward.
And the last one, just on that shouted question that he did respond to on the debt ceiling, having heard your response to questions that were answered already here today, you've had now Democrats saying that Republicans have, you know, come to the table, might not like what they came to the table with, but it's time for the dialogue. You know, how long can this posture from the president last before it feels like intellectually dishonest to say, you know, they're holding the economy hostage and not raising the debt ceiling when they did pass a bill to raise the debt ceiling, and the argument's really about the budget cuts, the spending cuts, and not about whether or not the debt ceiling gets raised.
So I have to say, Jackie, I disagree with the intellectually dishonest. That is certainly not how we see ourselves here, because we've been very, very clear that they need to deal with the debt ceiling. They need to not default. It is a constitutional duty. And it's, again, this is not to us. This is to the American people. If you think
without conditions, like unless it's a clean bill, they won't.
I mean, I've been very clear. Without conditions, we will not negotiate. There's nothing new there. What you're seeing that the House Republicans have done is they said that unless the president, and I've said this before, this is nothing new that I'm about to say, unless the president and the Senate agree to an extreme MAGA wish list, slashing education, veterans health care, Meals on Wheels, taking away health care from millions of Americans, and sending manufacturing jobs overseas, they're going to default and crash the economy. We've said this over and over and over again and been very clear. The president does not agree with this bill. He believes, and we believe, and the American people deserve this, that they need to do their constitutional duty. They need to do this so that they are not holding the economy, our American economy hostage. We cannot be a deadbeat nation. We cannot be.
No meeting unless it's a clean debt bill.
Look, we've been very clear about this. We've been very, very clear. I appreciate the merit of the question. Okay, let me just take a question from the back. Well, I just took a bunch of questions on this.
You literally just told me you would come back to it.
Yeah, you also screamed.
You literally just told me.
I said wait your turn, but now we're running out of time. Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed.
I wanted to ask you about the Inflation Reduction Act. The Penn Wharton budget model just came out, which I realize you probably haven't seen, but it released new cost estimates, previously saying that it would cost $385 billion over 10 years. The new estimate, based on implementation details for the climate provision, is now more than $1 trillion over 10 years. Is government spending a concern for this president?
So look, the higher score reflects, and I did see this report, the higher score reflects that the Joint Committee on Taxation assumption that the Inflation Reduction Act will spur more manufacturing projects and more clean energy deployment than when JCT originally scored the bill. That is a good thing. It means more private sector investments, more American manufacturing, more jobs, more secure supply chains, and lower costs for American families thanks to cutting-edge technologies. Even with the new score, the Inflation Reduction Act still reduces the deficit over the long run. As you know, I know you follow this very closely outside of the 10 years, right, because it looks at it in a decade. The Inflation Reduction Act increasingly reduces the deficit as time passes, including that second decade, as I was just mentioning, and beyond. So moreover, a number of experts have said that the CBO likely underestimated the deficit reduction from the Inflation Reduction Act's crackdown on rich tax cheats. An expert from the Treasury Department, 2 former IRS commissioners, and Treasury secretaries say the law's provision to make the wealthy pay what they already owe will reduce the deficit by more, even hundreds of billions more than CBO estimates. I will take one last question in the back. I'm going to go way in the back. Okay, right, way in the back. Way in the back.
Thank you, Corinne.
Two national security-related questions. Is there going to be any planning or at least discussion of changing the structure of intelligence that came in post 9/11 with the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency in light of the recent leaks that have come out?
Well,
is that under discussion?
Yeah, no, totally understand the question. As I said many times before, my colleagues at NSC have said many times before, it is under the Department of Justice. It is an investigation ongoing. Just not going to get ahead of that. Clearly, there was some announcement made from the Department of Defense, so I'm just going to leave it there. Just don't want to get ahead of any of that.
And in Sudan, there is more and more reports coming out about the ties of warlord Hemeti, the insurgent, to Russia, and particularly his own connection to the gold that's in Khartoum. Would the U.S. recognize him if he came to power and wins the ongoing civil war?
So look, we've been very clear about our concerns and how we want to continue to see the ceasefire occur. As you know, it was set for 72 hours on April 24th. We've been very clear on how we think that should move forward. I'm just not going to get ahead or speak to hypotheticals. All right, the young lady in the back. Go.
Hello.
Hi.
This is my first time.
It's okay. Don't be nervous.
My question is, what is the most difficult part about being press secretary? Inspiring to me, maybe I want to be a press
Oh, you should definitely be press secretary. Oh my goodness, I love that. I love that me being here inspires you to be press secretary. And I have to say, that is the most beautiful thing that I've heard today. And I'm not going to speak to the negative here. I'm only going to speak to the positive. And who's your parent? Who are you here with?
Her.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, it's good to see you. Welcome to the briefing room. Hopefully we will see you behind this podium sometime soon.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. I'll see you Monday. Have a great.
You're just listening in there to the White House, a press briefing taking place in Washington, D.C. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We were just listening into Karine Jean-Pierre there at the White House, certainly taking a bunch of questions. Also, it was Take Your Child to Work Day. So as that last question there coming, what's the most difficult part about being the press secretary? She certainly just laughed it off after being grilled by multiple questions there about the debt ceiling and other topics. We want to take you now out to a story we're following in Minnesota, or in Wisconsin, excuse me, near DeSoto, near the border with Iowa there in the Midwest, as we're learning a few train cars have derailed into the Mississippi River in Wisconsin. The incident happened between DeSoto and Ferryville, Wisconsin, which is about a 3-hour drive from Minneapolis, just a little bit south of La Crosse, Wisconsin, if you are familiar with the area right there on the border. Let's take you out to some officials, I believe they're on the ground, as they were providing an update here on Live Now from Fox.
The public, was any hazardous effect that it may affect the waterways?
We don't believe so. We don't believe that those cars containing the hazardous material are in the water at this time.
We heard reports that there was several cars that were smoking. Can you tell me a little bit about why they were smoking and if those are put out now?
It was believed to be from the coolant generators on the cars, so that smoke has now since stopped, as they just said that the motors may have burnt up with those. So that hazard that would be thought to be a hazard is no longer a hazard.
Do you know why the train derailed?
We do not.
We are hearing reports from some community members who say there were several railroad tracks that were underwater. Did that have anything to do with that?
No, these rail tracks that have come through this area were significantly above the water, where the water levels were throughout this flooding process.
Is the flooding part of this train derailment issue?
I can't say for certain. I'm sure that will have to be something BNSF will put a report out on.
And who is in response to this?
A lot of area local fire departments, Ferryville, Wheatland, DeSoto. Vernon County Hazmat is on scene, along with Vernon County Emergency Management, Crawford County Emergency Management, Crawford County Sheriff's Department, Wisconsin DNR, U.S Fish and Wildlife, Clayton County Sheriff's Department, along with the boat, and then a lot of BNSF personnel, along with the BNSF Special Police.
You're just listening in there to officials on the ground detail this train derailment near DeSoto, Wisconsin. We have a crew on the way, potentially an aerial shot as well. I want to continue here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you out to a live event taking place in Washington, D.C. You can see there Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin potentially meeting with some dignitaries from South Korea, as the president of South Korea was on hand over the last couple of days. We saw the president of South Korea make remarks to U.S. lawmakers on Capitol Hill earlier today, also meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Vice President Kamala Harris. There was a state dinner last night with President Biden, so certainly a very busy trip as they continue to meet there between the United States and South Korea. This is a live picture. You can see Lloyd Austin and plenty of officials in the military there lined up to greet the potentially South Korean president here, as we're watching this on Live Now from Fox. You can see as they make their ways up the steps, that is and that appears to be the president there of South Korea, alongside Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just listen in to see if anything's going on here on Live Now. You can just hear there the national anthems there in the United States and I believe South Korea as they're meeting the defense secretary there, Lloyd Austin, alongside the president of South Korea. A very busy trip here to the United States, meeting with the president last night, vice president, secretary of state, also now the secretary of defense there, Lloyd Austin, as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're looking at quite a few live pictures from Washington, D.C. on the gun violence prevention task force making some remarks. Also, potentially the IRS commissioner there in front of the Ways and Means as a hearing taking place there on Capitol Hill. We also want to take you right back out to an event just a little bit ago as Paris Hilton, the celebrity there, on hand as advocates and lawmakers to stop child abuse. Some remarks here from her just a little bit ago on Live Now from Fox.
Any semblance of privacy. When I attempted to tell my parents about the abuse on the phone, the staff would immediately hang up the phone and punish me. On top of this, we had no access to the outside doors, no sunlight, no fresh air. These were considered privileges. What I went through will haunt me for the rest of my life. Can you imagine your teenage daughter being watched in the shower by male staff? What if you thought your kid was receiving treatment but was actually locked in a solitary confinement cell? What would you do if you found out that your child was being restrained by multiple staff members? How would you feel if you found out later that your child was being injected with sedatives that made them numb for days at a time? All of this was happening without them being able to tell you. As a new mom, I couldn't imagine being deceived like this, like so many parents, including my own, were. One of the many issues with these programs is that parents sign away all the rights and know nothing about what is going on. My family was lied to and manipulated just like so many other families. Every day in America, children in residential facilities are being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused by those responsible for their care. I'm never going to get my childhood back, but some of these children are losing their futures too. Children like Naomi Wood. 1 year ago, I stood here on the Capitol grounds, hand in hand with Naomi's grieving family. Naomi was robbed of her future at the age of 17 by Lakeland Girls Academy, a residential treatment program in Florida. For weeks, Naomi was in need of severe medical attention, but was ignored by staff. All she was given was soup and Pepto-Bismol, and because she didn't receive proper medical care, Naomi died a week later, alone in her room, thousands of miles away from her family. Naomi's family was never notified of their daughter's condition until it was too late. I wish I could say that Naomi's family was the last to grieve the loss of a child in a facility, but in the time since I last spoke to you all about the urgent need for legislation, at least 5 more children have lost their lives. How many more children need to die until you take action? I am determined to use my platform and resources to make a difference, and the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act is where we need to start to address these abuses. I believe the greatest thing one could ever do is change history for others. And that is why I fought tirelessly for 2.5 years to ensure lawmakers understand the gravity of this issue on the state and federal level. Since I shared my story publicly in my documentary, This is Paris, we've supported the successful passage of 7 state laws. Other states have started to investigate the issue, and thousands of survivors have finally found their voices and no longer feel ashamed to say what happened to them. But as long as the abuse is still happening, and it is, our job is not done. That's why we need you, every member of Congress, and every state official to join forces to stop institutional child abuse. I am a proud businesswoman, I am a mom, I'm a survivor, and deep in my heart is a child who deserved to be protected. I will never forget the helplessness of sitting in solitary confinement, dreaming about someone saving me from that hell. 20 years later, I and hundreds of survivors gathered outside of Provo Canyon School in Utah. It was then I realized I was not the only one who needed saving. The facility boarded up the windows so the children inside couldn't see us. It was devastating knowing that they were on the other side. A few months later, I was contacted by a young survivor who had just gotten out of Provo Canyon School. Even though they couldn't see us fighting from them that day, she said that all the children knew that we were there and it gave them some hope. So today, with the introduction of the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act, I want to send a message to all the children that are trapped in treatment. You are so much more than your trauma. Your stories matter, and together, we can help end the silent abuse and neglect happening right now in every state. It is so important we all speak out for all of the survivors who've been too afraid to come forward. You are not alone. I'm speaking up for you, those who've suffered, and those who are no longer with us. We love you, and you are not forgotten. I'm speaking up because this industry profits by silence, and those who need the most help are taking advantage of instead. I'm speaking up to end the cycle of trauma and abuse that runs rampant in these facilities. To Majority Leader Schumer and Speaker McCarthy, I ask that you please prioritize the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act and pass the bill this year. To our elected officials who have the ability to stop these deaths and to end this abuse, I encourage you to co-sponsor this bipartisan legislation. Nelson Mandela once said, "There is no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." The introduction of this bill sends a resounding message that child abuse has no place in our society. We cannot continue to play politics with children's lives. Thank you.
You're just listening into Paris Hilton there here on Live Now from Fox. As just stepping into the podium is a scene out of Minneapolis, out of North Minneapolis. We're hearing officials on the ground there after an FBI-involved potential shooting. Let's listen in here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
BRIANO''HARA. I'm the Minneapolis Police Chief.
Dewanna Witt, DAWANNAWITT, Hennepin County Sheriff. So thank you all for being out here. We want you to understand that there's limited information that we can provide you because there's an ongoing investigation. So please respect that we'll tell you what we can. We would rather have accurate information getting out to you rather than any false narratives just for the sake of being quick with information. Okay? So with that being said, there was an investigation that started here early this morning, which led to a barricaded subject, and negotiations were going on for hours. There were multiple agencies involved in this incident, and with that being said, the subject, who was the target in here, was shot and succumbed to his injuries. There was another person in the home who has been taken to the hospital for medical care. And I don't know if there's anything more that we can add to that other than this is an ongoing investigation. We're limited again to how much information we can provide. I can tell you that this was a case involving an armed subject, not an unarmed, but armed.
Just some may be aware this person, during the course of this incident, which went on for several hours, this person was on social media videotaping what was happening from inside the residence live. So that does exist. Clearly, even from his own social media, this person was armed during this incident. This is being investigated by federal law enforcement as a federal law enforcement officer involved shooting. I can confirm that there were no Minneapolis police officers involved in any use of force incident here today. But the Minneapolis police was present on the periphery, assisting controlling the scene.
So it was the FBI trying to...
This was an FBI investigation, yes.
So an FBI agent shot. Search warrant service?
Yes. This is a federal law enforcement investigation. The FBI is present. The FBI will be making a statement. And the FBI, I believe it's their inspections division, are conducting an investigation into the use of force.
Was it an FBI agent who fired the shot?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And it was
definitely not a Minneapolis police officer.
And it was a warrant
It was a search warrant here.
That they were trying to serve on this person?
Yes, for several hours. They were here since about 5 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
And
True for Hennepin County, nobody involved in the shooting, or do you know?
The Hennepin County Sheriff's Office was involved in the incident. I can confirm that we were not the agency that used deadly force, but yes, we were involved with the use of force in this incident.
Was this by a sniper, perhaps?
Don't know.
we don't have that information, no.
Were they wearing body cams?
I don't have that information. Minneapolis police, yes.
I know you guys.
But I don't believe, we haven't reviewed our cameras, just simply from where our officers were. I don't believe our cameras would have captured.
Will you be releasing any of the footage from
If we have something that is relevant, and if it does not jeopardize, the federal law enforcement review, we absolutely would.
Do you know
But that's
his name?
something I do not. But that's something that we would do, speaking with the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office before we do it. But just from where our officers were, I don't think it's likely.
Do you know what type of warrant it was?
I cannot confirm that. I haven't seen the warrant myself.
It was a male.
It was a male.
Was it a female, the other person in the house who was taken to the hospital?
There was a female that was taken to the hospital for medical. She was not injured. I'm sorry?
Was it a relative?
I do not know.
Don't know the relation.
Do you know why she was put in handcuffs if she was?
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, and I have no information about that. Yeah.
Just to be clear, was one federal agent who fired?
I do not know that. I do not know that. No.
So with that being said, that's all the information that we can have. And again, we have to be very careful with what information we release when there's an ongoing investigation involving multiple agencies. We prefer to get it right. That is our goal, to get it right and make sure that we are disseminating accurate information. So thank you for your time, and that's all we have from here. Thank you.
That was just an update there from police. I want to put up this shot one more time of what the scene we're following here out of North Minneapolis. That the suspect is dead following a barricade situation in North Minneapolis. Of course, you can see quite a few FBI personnel on hand as the Minneapolis chief there of police talking about the federal investigation that is underway. They said they were potentially serving a warrant to this individual, and they were armed. It ended up being a barricade situation there in Minneapolis, and ultimately the shooting that led to the death of this suspect. Not a ton of details coming out, but you can see Hennepin County, the sheriff on hand, as well as federal investigators as well. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Well, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. That's still a live picture out of North Minneapolis following a barricade situation as the suspect is now dead in an FBI-involved shooting. We just heard from officials, including the police there in Minnesota, detailing some very limited information as of yet. Right now, let's get you out to Washington, D.C. as the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force stepping to the podium earlier here on Live Now. Fox, let's listen in to what they had to say.
Willing to talk to our Republicans. We are lives. We're people. And so I want them to know that we can sit down and talk. We can have communication. This is a bipartisan issue. Thank you so much.
Next, it's my honor to represent a new member who's really taking a leadership role in this issue of gun violence prevention, Representative Greg Landsman.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to speak to my fellow fathers. My wife and I have 2 kids. We have a 5th grader and a 7th grader. And like all of the other fathers, there's nothing more important to me than my children. And like them, they are having similar experiences to 2 that I had this week. One was yesterday. My daughter called me twice in a row, and I left the meeting I was in, and she picked up and she just said, "Hey, Dad," and I said, "Hey, can you text before you call and just say everything's okay?" And I didn't have to explain anything. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was my fault." She knew immediately that I was scared that her school was being shot up, that there were kids dead in her school. And then on Monday morning, when I dropped my kids off, I did what most of us as parents are doing now, is I just take one last look at my children to make sure I know what they were wearing in case I'm asked to come and identify my kid. We are doing this every day. And I believe that it's possible that it's this generation of parents that will save our children. And so whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, you have no interest in politics whatsoever, but you're a parent, call these folks. And if your thing is mental health, ask this Congress to double and triple the number of mental health professionals. If your thing is keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, tell these folks to pass federal red flag laws to keep guns out of the hands of people who are going to do bad things. Comprehensive background checks. And if your thing is banning assault weapons, call them. Tell them to ban assault weapons. If you don't want assault weapons banned, but you want them to stay away from our children, ask them to use all of the technology that other people are using to make these guns inoperable, like they do with the scooters, so that it can't be fired, it can't be used near crowds. This is a solvable issue. And as somebody said, it's an everyday issue. It's not just the school shootings. It's yesterday in my district, an 11-year-old girl shot herself in the head, accidentally killed herself. She's done. That's it. She didn't mean to. And so if your issue is safe storage, tell them to pass safe storage laws.